Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
I object.
What more do you need to see?
All right, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thank you for joining us here today. We're about to begin the Robert Tellis trial. Whoa, completely messed up the audio there. Skipped ahead a tiny bit. Got excited. That's what happened. I got excited for this new trial. Welcome. I don't know who was first in chat, so I need somebody to own up, to just fess up to their sins, as the case may be. Let's see. Let me scroll back, see if I can see who's first. I see, no, I'm not sure. Could possibly be Red Pen. Red Pen, were you first in chat? I don't know. I think I've lost the beginning chats. So anyway, either way, I'm sure someone will own up or out them, as the case may be. Let's see. There's me. There's chat. I've got Red Pen. Let's see what chat says here. Who was first? Take a wild guess. Actually, it was Greeners. Must be Greeners. It was Greeners. Greeners, you've been outed. Congratulations on being first in chat. That means you're just you're on the hook as we start a new trial, which we're doing right now. We are at, I believe we're at 1.25 speed, and we're doing that because we're about an hour behind. This opening started. It's in Pacific time zone, so it started while we were finishing up today's occurrence in Florida. So we're picking up right there. Greeners, we're sentencing you to internet ownership. Good luck. Thank you very much. All your friends outed you, just for the record. You have no secrets around your friends. Yes, this is my vacation setup. We're coming live from the master bedroom of the Airbnb in Layton, Utah. And I'm sitting on a very soft memory foam pillow that's folded over because this looks like a nice judge's throne. But it's actually a torture device that's invented by, I don't know what brand of chair this is. I would not recommend it. Like 0 out of 10, would not recommend. But let's get ready and go to court here. What trial am I coming blind into this time? First, okay, this is Robert Tellis. Robert Tellis was a public administrator in Las Vegas. I need some eye contact for this. Here we go. We're a public administrator in Las Vegas. He was investigated by a journalist, German. I think his name is Jeff German, the seasoned journalist, okay, from a newspaper down there, investigated there was a possibly a hostile environment. There were some employees that wanted to talk to the press, and he was the one they talked to and reached out to, and he starts doing these investigative pieces. He wrote like 4 of them, and they were not complimentary. Let's put it that way. And this all happens right about the time that he's up for re-election. Guess what? Surprise, surprise. He loses his re-election bid. He loses his position. The reporter doesn't stop. He keeps digging. There's about to be another article that comes out, and right before it comes out, he's found dead, stabbed to death outside his home. And we have some facts that we're going to hear briefly, and I'll tell you because it's all over the press. This defendant, he's a lawyer himself. He wanted to be pro se, ends up getting an attorney. The Judge Levitt, Michelle Levitt is the judge's name. She wears her glasses down at the very end of your nose. You'll see this. She chided him. I was like, you're stupid if you want to be pro se. I'm like, thank you, Judge. Yes. So he ended up not being pro se. That was good for him, but he's been like directly contacting the press and all this. I was treated wrong. It was an illegal search, and I was arrested and held in custody. And how am I supposed to know that they didn't plant those things at my house? And did they plant the DNA under your fingernails? I'm just saying, okay, it's not looking good for the defendant at this point, but it's a high-profile murder. It's a public official. He's got a shiny bald head. You can't miss the defendant. He's a smiley guy. And it's going to be exciting. It's going to be a fun case. I don't know what the counter is going to be, but we do have it set up. So it is ready to go here in just a moment as soon as we start. Actually, let me start that now. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. Turn this on and cut. There we go. All right. So we're in the state of Nevada. This is opening statements as they're just getting ready to get started. I think we got a couple breaks we'll be skipping through as well. And I'm going to work on the audio. Okay. I wish I could save different audio settings on this thing. That's the one thing I don't like about it. No saving. Turn off the compressor, turn off the limiter, crank the volume just a wee bit, maybe. Waiting for the judge to talk. She hasn't talked yet. As soon as we decide what to count in this case, I'll put the name up there and we'll start counting it. So make your suggestions now. Are there enhanced charges for public officials? I don't think so. There's our defendant right there. That's Mr. Robert Tullis. Sharp-looking guy. I mean, he's the guy. He runs political ads. He's like, "Hi, I'm Robert Tullis. You're a public administrator." That's him. So he's got a public face. You're going to see that a little bit throughout this trial. Let's see. Let me make sure I've got everything lined up that I need. I don't think this is working right. Hang on. If I turn this on, see, everything goes green. That's not good. So let's put 1 and 2 as well. And let's put 2 in the background. Do it over here. Okay, I'm working on stuff in the background. You guys just proceed. We're just waiting for them to turn on the mics as they're getting set this morning. Everyone's just walking around getting organized. He looks guilty. All right. That one off. Hopefully don't just blur, ruin our eardrums with this. Box 4 is going to be player 1. Let's change. Still waiting for audio. Got nothing yet. Oops. I messed it up already. I'll fix this. There we go. I still have no audio, Judge. Does anyone know if the audio was out at the beginning of trial? Okay, while I look for this, I'm going to take you off the screen just for a minute. You can see if we have audio at a later point. It comes on shortly. Well, we have to come on. We need audio when it comes on. Okay, here we go. I think it starts with right here. Oh, still terrible. They'll realize it's off. Yeah, it doesn't do us any good to miss everything. Okay, so the prosecution has started their opening statement.
Inside Mr.
There we
Bierman's
go.
house.
Okay, so it starts here in just a minute. So we're going to jump ahead to right here. This is the first time we hear anything. Is right here. Oh, do you see that? Yeah, we just saw a body. Oh, we saw a body. Okay, audio is going to come on suddenly here in just a moment. Everyone missed it. Sorry. We are at 1.25 speed. It was a very quick body on the screen. Someone's going to go back and get a screenshot of it, I know, because it was more than a frame. In his underwear. They did show it, yes, and he was stabbed to death. Try harder, that was your fault, Cizella. Oh, money? He had a few ones in his wallet. So there's another body. Boom. Body count is up to 2. Are we doing a body count? There's blood on the bushes. Oh, man. Another body. There's 3. We're up to 3. 3 body counts. Maybe that's just their screensaver between pictures. Is the body. This is still this.
Was that Mr. Bierman's phone was in his pocket. His car keys were in his pocket as well. His wallet with money was on his person as well, suggesting to investigators that robbery was not a motive in this case. Investigators looked around the surrounding area of where Mr. Bierman was found, and they noticed damage to the bushes in the area of where the body was. They looked closer and actually saw blood on some of the bushes in the area
every time they say body
by
or
Mr.
show
Bierman's
body.
And they noticed it on some of the outdoor decorations as well, and they took note of that in their investigation. There appeared to be blood on some of those items. Detectives and crime scene analysts looked inside Mr. Bierman's house as well. Inside the house, there was no sign of forced entry. There was no sign of struggle. All of his valuables were present inside the house. Oops, let me back up just a little bit.
We have a loop. I fixed it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so we're gonna we fixed the loop. We're up to 6 on the body count. Here's what I'm proposing: we're going to count every time they show a body or say body. And now we have to set the ground rules. You can't say anybody or somebody. It has to just be body. Does that work? Can we agree on those terms? And we need a creative. Let's just do the body count. Does that work? Oh my goodness, I almost spelled body count wrong. I'll leave that up to your imagination, but oh my goodness, that would have been so bad. Oh, man.
We get 5 minutes to see if we can get this thing queued up. Good fun.
Need a 5-minute break to get everything queued up.
I got it's under 40 is my TX.
Actually switch over to this though. Yeah. I just did suggestions.
I think we need this on 2. Is that right? Okay, we've got body count.
If you do the output to the HDMI thing, it may go to that. It may not be.
I heard HDMI. All right. As they get their tech guys on it. Ooh, that's a quick. Do you see how fast that lens focused? That's a $20,000 camera right there. I kid you not. That's a quick focus. Do you recognize the lawyer from another trial? Possibly the Tommy, the gentleman who shot his wife, or paid someone to shoot his wife and then shot the guy who shot his wife. Do you remember him? He was in Las Vegas, wasn't he? Okay, now we're just getting everything together. We'll skip some of these breaks in a minute. Are we counting words like corpse and remains? DMB, I think that's a good suggestion. Every time they say body, corpse, remains, or show body, corpse, remains,
sorry about that.
it's an account.
As I was saying, detectives and investigators checked the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house. There was no sign of forced entry. All his valuables were present, and there was no indication that anything had been disturbed anywhere in his house. So the scene ends up being kind of that side area of his house, those bushes, and where his body was. And as I discussed before, his car was present in his garage as well. Investigators did find some clues as to a timeline of the last hours of Mr. Gehrman's life. They looked through his trash and they found a receipt that was dated on September the 2nd, and it was a receipt for Roberto's Taco Shop, and the transaction time was 9:03 a.m. So detectives go and pull the video from Roberto's Taco Shop to see if they can find Jeff Gehrman present, and he's alive and well at that time. The video time at Roberto's was incorrect, so they went by the cash register receipt, the transaction time, which was 9:03 a.m. On the 2nd, and they watched, and he bought his food and went back to the car, and it was uneventful. One thing that was lucky for detectives was that the Baileys, the couple that lived across the street from Mr. Gehrman, had a home surveillance system. And one of their cameras actually pointed to the front of Jeff Gehrman's house. So they pull that video, and they see a figure come to the side of Mr. Gehrman's house.
That's not camouflage. That's fluorescent orange. That's construction worker
jacket. And the figure,
jacket.
as you saw, is dressed in orange. And that person stays lying in wait for Jeff Gehrman.
Timestamps would be
helpful. Mr. Gehrman opens his garage and goes over to that side yard, and he's attacked.
This is literally footage of the crime. This is the very corner of a security camera zoomed in from across the street. Still catching motion over there. You can see the orange. This is broad daylight. This is as messed up as it gets. How does he hide with a fluorescent orange jacket on?
After killing Jeff Gehrman, the assailant walks down from the side yard and goes back down Jeff Gehrman Street and just walks away. He's picked up on additional surveillance video a little bit further down the street, and eventually there's surveillance of this individual seen getting into a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And so police try to collect all available video that is present in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Jeff Gehrman's body was transported for an autopsy at the Clark County Medical Examiner's office. When his body was at the office, the cause of death was determined to be multiple sharp force injuries. A crime scene analyst attended the autopsy and collected fingernail clippings and scrapings from Jeff Gehrman's hands to see if there was foreign DNA present. Those samples were taken to Metro's DNA lab, and foreign DNA was detected in the right fingernail clippings of Jeff Gehrman. There was foreign DNA collected, but no one knew who it belonged to. So the murder happens on September the 2nd. Mr. Gehrman's body is found on September the 3rd. After that, Metro released through their public information officer images of that assailant and of the vehicle.
So that's a pretty good picture. Oh my goodness. I've seen Craigslist ads with worse pictures of cars.
To the public asking for help if anybody recognized the vehicle or anyone recognized the individuals. They get a lot of calls. A lot of calls come in. And some of the calls they get are about an individual by the name of Robert Tellis, the defendant. At the time, Mr. Tellis was the elected public administrator for Clark County, and a public administrator, when someone dies, sometimes handles the property and looking for next of kin in order to apportion property after someone's death. And in 2022, Mr. Tellis was running for re-election for his post as the Clark County administrator. And detectives learned that Jeff Gehrman had written a series of unflattering articles about Robert Tellis. In those news stories, Gehrman alleged that Mr. Tellis had engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a coworker. He alleged that he was a bad manager and that he engaged in favoritism and bullying in the workplace. That was the first article. Mr. Gehrman wrote a second article saying that another individual had to be appointed to the public administrator's office in order to take over the management, alleging that Mr. Tellis was a poor manager. Soon after those articles ran in June, Mr. Tellis lost his primary election for public administrator, and Mr. Gehrman wrote about that as well. Mr. Tellis responded to the articles written by Mr. Gehrman and claimed they were politically motivated, that they were unfair, and he generally disputed what was alleged in those articles. And following this post by Robert Tellis, Jeff Gehrman wrote another article about Robert Tellis, alleging many of the things that I had previously discussed. Mr. Tellis also engaged in, saying unfavorable things about Mr. Gehrman on Twitter. He accused Mr. Gehrman of going through his trash. He accused Mr. Gehrman of being a bully. He accused Mr. Gehrman of threatening him, all over Twitter, which I guess is now X. Meanwhile, the police do more investigation, and they learn that the Tellis family has a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And that is important, obviously, because that is seen in the video connected to the assailant. So the search for video, where it sort of started in Gehrman's neighborhood, now focuses kind of on the areas in between Tellis's neighborhood and Gehrman's neighborhood. And this is not just like, hey, is there any video out there? They really, really look for video. They have a grid, they assign officers, and everybody is looking for any video of this SUV between the two residences. Now, the police still had their timeline where they could go back, and they knew that Jeff Gehrman was alive and well at 9:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And they map out the route between Robert Tellis's house and Jeff Gehrman's house. Now, Mr. Tellis lives on a street called Spanish Steps, and to get out of his neighborhood, you go down a street called Silk Tassel, and then you can turn on a street called Red Hills Road. And on the morning of the murder of September the 2nd, officers found video of Mr. Tellis's SUV leaving his neighborhood on the morning of the murder. To give you some reference point, Mr. Gehrman's residence, as I said, is on Bronze Circle. Streets in his area include Wintergreen Drive and Rock Springs Drive, and detectives go all over that area to see if there's any video that they can find of that Yukon in the neighborhood. And they find on the morning of the murder that Yukon was present on Rock Springs Drive, and they collect that video. Again, the cross street for Bronze Circle, Mr. Gehrman Street, is Wintergreen Drive. They collect video from Wintergreen Drive as well, and they see the red SUV or maroon SUV in the area as well. They see that maroon SUV interact with kind of workers at a construction site.
Did he steal the... Oh, he's wearing the orange right now.
And the SUV does not go in a direct linear line anywhere. It's picked up on cameras at different times in the area of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood. One of the cameras picks up the driver of the SUV. You can kind of see that orange clothing, and it appears that the driver is the only one present. At some point, the cameras in that neighborhood pick up this individual getting out of the car. And the individual is seen on Wintergreen, walking past Bronze Circle, going south on Wintergreen, going north, kind of meandering around the neighborhood near Jeff Gehrman's house. Ultimately, the individual is seen traveling in the direction of Jeff Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, going further towards Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, and then ultimately to the side of the house.
There's an objection. Or somebody said something. Maybe not an objection.
And then in sequence, after the assailant goes to the side of the house, that's when Mr. Gehrman opens his garage door. He goes to the side and he's attacked.
He was going to pro se this for defense? He was going to go pro se. I mean, I don't know what attorney would want to take this case, but pro se is just absurd. Yeah, there's no detail here other than you can see the orange is moving and white was on the ground pretty quick.
The assailant leaves Mr. Gehrman there in the rocks, has his bag with him, and walks down the street. He goes further down the street toward Wintergreen, and he ultimately goes back to that maroon SUV. That maroon SUV, though, then proceeds south on Wintergreen, and it actually heads back in the direction of Gehrman's house. And you can kind of see it parked in front. The individual gets out, goes back towards where the body is. And then the individual returns back to the Yukon.
He went back to the body?
Yukon leaves Bronze Circle, the cul-de-sac for Jeff Gehrman. It goes back on Wintergreen Drive. It goes west on Washington. It goes on Rampart. Goes on Apple.
They've got the whole
and it goes
video.
back to Silk Tassel and Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. So, with this video evidence and the evidence of the conflict between Mr. Gehrman and Mr. Tellis, the police seek a search warrant on September the 7th, and they want to get a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis. They want to seize his phone, and they also want to search his house. On September 7th, the police make contact with Mr. Tellis, and they photograph him all over. In particular, they photograph his hands, and they notice on one of his fingers he has a Band-Aid. They ask him to remove that Band-Aid, and he has a cut injury on one of his fingers. While detectives are photographing and getting that DNA sample from Mr. Tellis, other detectives go to Mr. Tellis's house and execute a search warrant there. So they go to the house that very same day on September the 7th, and some of the detectives are looking through the living room area of the house, and they're kind of focused on the end of the couch, sort of underneath. They see a shoe, and there's actually a Ziploc bag on the right side of the photo. They examine the shoe. They find the companion shoe, but that shoe has been cut in half and sort of destroyed. And the bag, that baggie that was underneath that couch, actually contains pieces of the shoe as well. So they collect that evidence. And the reason why that was important for them is they compared it to the shoes worn by that assailant on Bronze Circle on September
the same shoe.
the 2nd.
It's underneath me. I can't show you.
They don't just search in the house. They search in the garage as well. And there's a gray kind of tub in the garage that sort of stores stuff. And they take a closer look, and they look at that bag there, and they photograph it and impound it, and they believe the bag is significant in their search because the assailant was carrying a bag that's exactly like the one they found in Mr. Tellis's house. So they find the shoes, they find the bag. They do a search in this garage, which is quite crowded with stuff. And on this, at the bottom of this red tool cabinet, they find a bag from, like a grocery bag from Sprouts. And inside that bag, they find a hat that has been cut up as well. And the hat, of course, is significant because it has the same identifying characteristics
it's the
as
same
the hat
friggin'
worn by
hat.
the assailant. So this is all happening on September the 7th.
I've been framed.
Return Mr. Tellis back to his house on September the 7th, and they actually rushed to process his DNA sample that same day. And it's determined that that foreign DNA that was found in those fingernail clippings taken from autopsy of Jeff Gehrman, that foreign DNA is consistent with Robert Tellis.
Can I just play the
So
verdict
they go,
music now?
Back to his residence with the intent of taking him into custody for the murder of Jeff Gehrman. And they come to find eventually that he has inflicted injuries on himself, a suicide attempt, and they have to transport him to the hospital for treatment, but he is taken into custody.
Whoa.
After that occurs, remember how I said that they took his phone as well? They're able to see some of the messages that occurred between Jeff Gehrman and Robert Tellis. One of those messages is from Mr. Gehrman on May the 10th. You can see it at the bottom of 2022, where Mr. Gehrman says, "Hi, this is Jeff Gehrman from the Review Journal. I'm putting together a story on your office. I've talked to several employees who have said you have created a hostile work environment. They also say you've had an inappropriate relationship with one of your staffers, and I very much wanted to talk to you and sort of get your side of the story. After that message was sent, Robert Tellis actually does agree to be interviewed by Jeff Garriman, and he invites him to the public administrator's office, and he sits down with him for an interview. And this is the story that ran digitally for the Review Journal.
County office in turmoil with secret video and claims of bullying and hostility.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress, bullying, and favoritism. Robert Tellis, who leads the office, has
Adam
also faced
Kutner is like,
allegations of
yes,
inappropriate
I got
relationship
good
with
ad.
coworker Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Garriman, Tellis disputed several complaints.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
I earlier introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're the folks who all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've done my best to try to make everyone happy, but again, it's got to be within a certain framework. People just cannot get to do whatever they want.
Speaking of framework,
and it's unfortunate that we've got some people who were here from before, who were basically trying to railroad me, and again, you met those other folks. They're happy and they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Tellis, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
And again, no matter what type of gestures I try to make, this
look at all the work he has piled up on his desk.
They're happy. They just don't. It's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work. And I've got these other folks who are constantly, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But we're doing it. But it's hard.
Tellis denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people raise these allegations about you and personal relationship that you have, what do you say to people about that?
I'll say it's not true. I said all of my friends, all my family know how much I love my wife. And if you look at, obviously you can't talk to people that you with on a daily basis. But from my social media, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it's Satan, it destroys me that somebody would even level accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal. It's unreal the lengths that they're going to. They don't have any wounds trying to ruin my personal life to win this race.
The digital version also included a link with some video of Mr. Tellis and the alleged the person he was allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with. So after this story ran, Mr. Tellis contacts Jeff Garriman, and he's upset. He tells Mr. Garriman, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you," I think he means proof here, "proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair and balanced."
It was premature.
So what happens after that? Mr. Garriman contacts Robert Tellis again, and this time the communication is about the county deciding to appoint another person within the public administrator's office to help run things. Mr. Garriman messages Mr. Tellis, "I understand that Mike Murphy has been brought in by the county, hired by a county as a consultant to work in the office with you guys for a while, and I wanted to see if you had any kind of comment about that." Mr. Tellis messages back to Mr. Garriman, "I will be providing it to you this evening." Later on, Mr. Tellis posts that statement that I had shown you earlier, where he says it's politically motivated, none of the allegations are true, this is unfair, I'm being unfairly attacked. All of the things alleged in those articles are false. And what happens after that? Well, Mr. Garriman writes the story about the consultant being appointed at the public administrator's office.
was he
After
standing in a
those two
commercial
stories
kitchen?
run, Mr. Gehrman contacts TELUS again. He says, I'm putting together another story on your office. This is now in June the 16th. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view this as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I'd like to get your comments. And Mr. TELUS responds back, it's fine, at this point they've won, do what you'd like. And of course, after that, Mr. TELUS loses his primary election, so he will no longer be, one way or another, in as of 2023, the public administrator. Another thing that detectives found in Mr. TELUS's phone is something associated with like a phone extraction. So when you have a cell phone, it can be downloaded by this program called Celebrite, and it'll download a lot of the data in your phone. And one of the things that was downloaded from Mr. TELUS's phone is files that he accessed on Google Maps, and you can see there are thumbnail photos associated with those maps that he downloaded. And it's probably hard to see because they're little, the thumbnails of what that picture, those two pictures are of. But here's a bigger version, and it should look familiar to you because it's the site of Jeff Gehrman's house where Mr. Gehrman's body was ultimately found. And that image was in Mr. TELUS's phone. Detectives also execute a search warrant on the office of Mr. TELUS at the public administrator's office. They search his work computer as well. And in some of the searching on his work computer, they find that he was looking up the make and model associated with Jeff Gehrman's car, which I think is a Honda. So that was found in his work computer as well. And all that, all the articles kind of conclude in like late June of 2022. In July of 2022, Mr. Gehrman does a public records request from the county, and the records request is for more documents and communications from the public administrator's office, and specifically he's asking for emails between Robert TELUS and an individual by the name of Roberta Lee Kennett. He's asking for all communications and messages on Teams, which is a way, inter-office way of communicating. He's asking for text messages from their cell phones, and he notes, probably as all reporters do, that you're required as a county agency to respond to a public records request. That request takes place again in July of 2022. The county notifies Mr. TELUS that, hey, Mr. Gehrman is requesting additional information from the office, and they're going to work to fulfill that public records request. Mr. TELUS responds to the county that he would like to see whatever is going to be provided in the public records request and asks about how he may be able to do so. And then several weeks pass, and there's another communication from attorneys for the county about the public records request. And if you look at the date and time on this, this is a notification from the DA civil employees about that request on September the 1st of 2022 at 5:45 p.m. So that's about 15 hours before the murder occurs. He gets a notification about Mr. Gehrman's request. On a calendar, there's an email on the 1st at 5:45 p.m., and about 15 hours later, the murder occurs. In the end, this case isn't about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And at the end of the presentation of the evidence, we'll ask you to hold him responsible for his conduct.
Okay, at this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors.
I am floored. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to skip ahead on this because we're a little bit behind. Wow. And their audio was out for half the states open. And that's just the part we got to hear. Oh, Lizzie Dog, I'm sick with COVID. Supposed to be working, but this train wreck dumpster fire is too engrossing. Our reactions are everything. I am stunned. I've never seen an opening like that. It's just so in your face. Guess what? We got all the evidence. We caught the crime on camera. We have the car. We have the weapon. We have the disguise. We have the emails. We have the receipts. We have everything. Wow. Okay, skipping the break, getting caught up. They take long breaks. Okay, let's back up. I will tell you, what I know about defense is that most of what they're saying is that Oops. Skip back 2 minutes. Hang on. Okay. Most of what they're saying is there was somebody else who threatened him, so clearly it wasn't Robert. Couldn't be Mr. Tullis. Man, why can I not get this? Every time I click play on a certain time, it jumps back like 2 minutes. I don't want to stare at the wall for 2 minutes. Boom, boom, boom.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go. Here's defense. Buckle up. This better be good. This better be good.
You know, Her Honor has said this morning that the defense may make an opening statement. You discussed yesterday and the day before that the defense may sit, not say a single word, not even ask a single question, not present a single piece of evidence, and be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Oftentimes, defense attorneys, in presumably at the get-go appear to be tough cases, sit back, wait, attempt to poke holes at the state's case as it's presented, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stand before you today and tell you what this case is about. You know, Her Honor said this morning when she instructed you that it's upon you and you alone to make inferences from the evidence in this case. And when the evidence is complete and the evidence is closed, we're going to ask you to do that. This case is entitled The State of Nevada versus Robert Tullis. But let's talk just a little bit about Mr. Tullis. He's a family man, married, 3 children.
Wow.
He's a loving father and husband.
Dedicated public
He's a self-made
servant.
man. He applied to our law school here, UNLV, and worked doing air conditioning, HVAC. It's a hard way to make a living. Put himself through school.
Not in Las Vegas.
In addition to supporting his family and being engaged at school, he became the president of the University Bar. It's basically the student body president of his law school. He ran his own probate firm for 3 years and was named Pro Bono Attorney of the Year by the Nevada Legal Services in 2016. He ran for the office of public administrator and was elected in 2019. He was determined at that point in time to clean up the office of the public administrator's office. He went in that office with a goal and with a mission. And as we had spoken briefly through the process of jury selection, he kind of upset the apple cart. He started eliminating unnecessary overtime. He wanted the office to run more efficiently. In some cases, we had public employees that are paid by our tax dollars reporting 40-plus hours per week of overtime. And let me tell you, his changes to this office were not received well, and that created this hostile work environment. As a result of this hostility, reports were made, as they should be. Obviously, our public and our duly elected officials should be looked upon. Comes with the job. In Mr. Gehrman's first report, it states, among the changes, Tullis has said he made our closing estate cases faster and cutting back on large amounts of tax-funded overtime employees are getting under Cahill. He provided a document that showed one veteran employee received more than $140,000 in overtime between 2017 and 2018. That was on the top of the employee's combined $150,000 regular salary for those years. The employee overtime dropped to roughly $13,500 in 2020, which you can see is a substantial reduction, according to the document. Nicole Lofton, an estate coordinator for the past year, said the old guard acts like a little gang and has tried to isolate her. Lofton said she has suffered from migraines and from stress. They told me from the beginning to pick a side, she said, adding that Tullis does everything he can to help her succeed while the other group wants her to fail. Again, that was the source, that was the seed of this hostile, allegedly hostile work environment. After being duly elected, Mr. Tullis also began evaluating the ethics of the office's relationship with third-party vendors. And you're going to hear that through the course of this case because perhaps the state wants to make things simpler. This was part of the facts and the evidence from which you will be called upon to draw inferences. He set out to identify the suspicious nature of businesses conducted by outside facilitators of administration operating under the Independent Administrations Act. And we need to just discuss this a little bit, because the RJ did a very good job of following up on this and reporting these problems. You have people who die. They don't have wills, they may not have heirs, they may not have estates. And unfortunately for them, their legacy is stolen by these third parties. Generally, if a person dies intestate, it goes to the public administrator's office, and they deal with the affairs, which often involves the sale of homes.
I'm sorry, he helps people who die.
Independent Administrations Act, there are third parties who would come in, oftentimes with no announcement to the family members, take the properties, devalue the properties, and then turn around and sell them, and then to a straw buyer, and ultimately sell them again and make millions of dollars. Robert Tellis was determined to stop that, regardless of the consequences. What we saw here and what he saw when he began was basically corporate interest over public interest in the state of Nevada. We all experience that every day, from basically the national bird, the Combs, to the casinos sucking money out of our society for their own gain. And that was occurring at the public administrator's office when Robert Tellis was elected. In his review, he discovered the public administrator's office had been favoring Compass Realty in the distribution of home sale contracts. Again, it was upsetting the apple cart. He saw this relationship as truly a violation of Nevada law and the code of ethics governing his office. He also discovered that Compass Realty was using the straw buyer again to conduct this business and to hide their activities. It was an inherent conflict of interest. And Mr. Tellis was not going to stand still for this.
I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance. What are we...
In March of 2022, Mr. Tellis contacted the duly elected district attorney, Steve Wolfson, and he wanted to report his findings to Mr. Wolfson. Now, Mr. Tellis was an elected official, so was Mr. Wolfson. It's appropriate for Mr. Wolfson to give an audience to Mr. Tellis. He did. Mr. Tellis called him, explained his concerns. Mr. Wolfson put him in contact with a detective, Jappy, a Metro Intelligence officer, who generally investigates public corruption. Mr. Wolfson felt that Detective Jappy could be of assistance to Mr. Tellis in this investigation because Mr. Tellis felt that laws were being broken and people were being stolen from, errors were being stolen from by these third parties. Mr. Tellis accepted this referral and contacted Mr. Jappy. Again, from the celibate extraction, we have records to corroborate this. Hi, detective, next time you call back, I'm hanging up on anyone else if I'm on a call, because this was very important to Mr. Tellis to get this investigation underway. Mr. Tellis put together a very exhaustive investigative report to expose this corruption. It was sent to Detective Jappy on March 6, 2022, and it names the individuals that Mr. Tellis was primarily concerned about. It contained evidence, it contained exhibits, it contained proof of this corruption that previously his office had turned a blind eye to, and it was the prior guard and ultimately the subsequent guard.
Okay, I can tell where he's going with this, and I'm with him now. It's the frame job.
Mr. Tellis and Detective Jappy agreed to meet and further discuss the possible bribery and the corruption conspiracy that was occurring within his office. Again, the meeting was unavailable, but nonetheless, Mr. Tellis tried to follow through and is basically saying, hey, we need to get together. I need to provide this information to you and discuss the same. Detective Jappy returns the email, the text, and says, no worries. Again, Mr. Tellis is following up because he wants to expose this corruption. During their meeting, and they ultimately met, Detective Jappy agreed that Mr. Tellis should continue his investigation and that Detective Jappy would assist in building a case of bribery and corruption. And see, the reason this is important, and we will get there as we begin to unfold this story for you, is there became to be some irregularities, which we're going to present to you. And again, you are called upon to make your inferences from the state of the evidence. In reference to one of these three individuals contained within his exhaustive report, Mr. Tellis states, hey, Derek, I'm supposed to have a meeting with this individual and her counsel next week. If you think I need to get any specific statements, please give me a call to discuss. He responds, thank you, sir. We'll reach out tomorrow. Detective Jappy initiated his own investigation and began surveillance. So we have police actors, Metro actors, now acting as a consequence or as a result of Mr. Tellis's effort. And we have this surveillance that occurs on April 27th, 2022. And this surveillance is conducted because of what Mr. Tellis was doing. Metro Intelligence was getting involved. Because of this involvement, and because of this independent investigation that Mr. Tellis had initially begun, the old guard at the public administrator's office began to push back. Oftentimes, as human beings, we're not happy with change, especially when it affects the bottom line of other people. That's what occurred in this office. In addition to their hostility towards the new employees brought in, Rita Reed and her supporters began following Mr. Tellis to dig up dirt on him. They capture images which you saw in the state's opening statement of Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennan getting out of the back of the vehicle, and use this to persuade Jeff Gurman to investigate. Now, Jeff Gurman has been in this community for a lot of years, and if he's presented evidence on other side of the equation, he looks into it, and he did as a result of this old guard trying to get rid of Mr. Tellis. During their investigation, and that being the old guard, Rita Reed announces that she will oppose Robert Tellis in the upcoming election for public administrator. 2 weeks after the first article is published, she receives a campaign contribution from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn totaling $10,000. And oftentimes you hear follow the money. Well, that's what Mr. Tellis was asking Detective Jappy to do. At this point in time, and this is curious, and this runs into this murder investigation, Detective Jappy pivots. Initially, he's looking at the true bad actors in this case, but he pivots and begins looking at Robert Tellis, the whistleblower, the person who initiated this investigation and who's trying to bring Metro in
this is your
to
defense.
investigate
Don't
the
look
wrongdoing.
confused.
Hey, sir, two things. Just wanted to know we are still working on what we've talked about and starting to get a better understanding of what's going on. Second, saw the article today and just want to make sure you're all good. Now, this is in reference to that first article that Mr. Garman wrote. And this is Detective Jappy communicating with Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis responds, "Thanks, I'm hanging in there. I'll forward you the truth of the matter." It states that, and this was how Mr. Tellis was feeling, the RJ wants to drag me through the mud. I told you to record everything, but of course that doesn't sell papers. Detective Jappy responds, again, we have May 16th, you'll see at the bottom. "I understand that completely. Sorry you have to go through this, but the truth will always come out and prevail."
Amen.
And through the
Yeah, we lost the audio.
For you
there we go.
to be willing to let the truth prevail. This is of concern. Now, on June 23rd, 2022, Kimberly McMahon, a former real estate agent who provided services for the public administrator, reaches out to Alicia Goodwin, the member of the old guard. All right. We have an email indicating that. Again, we have Goodwin, who's part of the old guard. Kimberly McMahon somehow getting involved in influencing Detective Jappy. We have Kimberly McMahon, who is a former real estate agent and officer, wanting to get together and discuss these articles and what's going on in the public administrator's office. This goes so far that on 8/9, Detective Jappy is approached by Ms. McMahon. It's our belief, and we believe this will be disclosed through the course of this trial, that Alicia Goodwin and Rita Reed put her up to this. McMahon states, and I will submit to you that there will be no evidence produced that this is true, but McMahon told Jappy that there was some attempt to receive kickbacks in exchange for real estate listings referred to the public administrator's office. So again, the very thing that he's accusing others of is getting turned on him. And we're having Detective Jappy, we have Metro pivoting. And Ms. McMahon gives the formal interview with Jappy. So we're now, again, having this pushback from the old guard as a result of Mr. Tellis' involvement. And calling in, I mean, we have this gentleman that's on trial in this case calling in for the assistance of Metro to discover and expose this corruption. This is what's really important. At the time of the alleged solicitation of kickbacks, where she's claiming that that man is soliciting kickbacks from her, so she's kind of got a dual thing going on. At the time, she's a lieutenant for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and also a real estate agent. We're to believe that a public official is trying to solicit bribes from a police officer, and I submit to you that the facts will show and common sense will dictate that that's just absurd. This very same public official, Robert Tellis, is the one that conducted his own investigation, his own independent investigation, to try and bring Metro attention to this corruption. We're now to believe that this gentleman is actually soliciting kickbacks from a Metro detective. In response to McMahon's statement, Detective Jappy files an application for a pen register and a trap and trace with real-time precision location of Mr. Tellis' cell phone. Now this is important, and see, this is the crossover and why it's important for you to understand the factual backdrop of all the facts in this case. Mr. Tellis is actually subject to this pen register, this trap and trace device, during the time that this murder is allegedly committed by him. See, what happens is in today's modern reality, everything oftentimes boils down to the cell phones. I mean, every second that we have the cell phones with us, there's messages being sent, there's signals being sent, 1,000 times a second to nearby cell towers, ultimately through satellites. I mean, our position and our whereabouts is tracked all the time.
I need
So
a tinfoil hat
Detective
right
Jaffe submits this warrant because we have a privacy right in our phones. He submits a warrant to a judge and gets an order authorizing Mr. Tellis to, in essence, be tracked. Now, this pen register does not capture the content of communications. It doesn't capture the information that's sent via text or otherwise. But it collects what they call the metadata. It gets your location, sometimes within feet. Oftentimes it's in relation to a cell phone tower, but it's more specific than that. You get the data concerning who's calling, who's sending, and who's receiving communications. Again, there's a Fourth Amendment protection, but we don't get into the content of the conversation, but it lets us know, it lets law enforcement know who Mr. Tellis is communicating with, where he's at, in essence, what he's doing in relation to the people that he's in communication with as a result of the cell phone.
Don't believe your lying eyes. Yes, that's... Okay.
This is the warrant produced and obtained by Detective Jaffe based upon that former, but she was at the time when these solicitations supposedly occurred, was a Metro detective. On the same day, and this is August 17th, Detective Jaffe initiates surveillance of Mr. Tellis. We have a surveillance log, August 17th, 2022. So in truth, we have this full pivot that occurs, which is apparently based upon these allegations made by Ms. McMahon at the insistence of the old guard. What's interesting is during this August 17th, 2022 surveillance, you've got Mr. Tellis taking care of his family. I mean, he's been away, he's been an official, he's lost his election. I mean, he's going back, focusing on what's important, he's focusing on his family. This surveillance that's being conducted by Metro Intelligence, I mean, they've got him going to Home Depot, picking up food at Chipotle. He's with family, he's home. Nothing more. On September 2nd, the tragic murder of Jeff Gehrman occurs. But it's important for you to know that this murder occurs with the trap and trace active on Robert Tellis's cell phone. Detective Jaffe and Metro captures no cell site location data which would implicate Robert Tellis in the murder of Jeff Gehrman.
Didn't bring his phone.
We do know that at some point in that day there were signals being received and sent, but the cell phone doesn't put Robert Tellis there. He's at home. He's not at home the entire day. Around noon, evidence will be presented to you that he's at a gym working out. And this is after he supposedly commits this murder. Another thing needs to be pointed out is the red and maroon Yukon, the Denali from the surveillance video, is never positively identified. Obviously, the state's going to call upon you to make references. But a DMV search produced 67 possible hits for the vehicle, matching that description. And what's important to note, it's Metro who should be objectively and even-handedly obtaining information, searching for evidence, never follows up on the other vehicles. From the get-go, they're concerned with Robert Tellis and Robert Tellis alone. This is the email confirming, and this is Metro emails concerning the 67 red Denalis that basically match the description of the one that you watched the video of, and that we all watched it together just moments ago. Ms. Weckley did an apt job of laying out the crime scene, and you will see many photos of the crime scene. There's blood everywhere. I mean, this was a stabbing. There's blood in the bushes. There's blood on the ground. There's blood all over Jeff Gehrman as he lays dead on the side of his house. The state has shown you and will show you many more pictures of the DNA that's claimed to have been found under Jeff Gehrman's nails. But what's very important, and we'd ask you to take into account all of the evidence, or the lack of the evidence in this case, is that no blood whatsoever is found on Mr. Tellis. If this struggle had occurred, it would be reasonable to assume, if it had in fact been Mr. Tellis, that there would have been exchange of blood or of DNA. And there will be a great deal of testimony concerning DNA. inferences will be made and inferences will be drawn and inferences will be attacked concerning the significance of the state's findings. The shoes that you were shown photos of that were recovered at Mr. Teller's residence, no blood whatsoever on them. The bag that's found in his garage or in the room, storage room, no blood whatsoever found on that bag. The hat that they claim they found cut up, again, no connection, no tie whatsoever to Jeff Cameron. There is no rational explanation as to why the hat and shoes were cut into pieces, except that it's probably easier to conceal and plant. Why else would they be cut up? Why else would they be cut up? Why would they be in that strange condition?
Let me fix this audio.
What's important, again, is there's no blood on them. There's nothing tying those articles that were found in Mr. Tellis's house to Jeff Cameron. A witness provided a statement to police that the killer was spotted in the same outfit days before the murder, acting suspiciously. That was never followed up on. Somebody similarly dressed, similarly clothed. No follow-up, because from the get-go, Robert Tellis was the target of this investigation.
Is that good?
What's also important is the cell site location does not place him near that part where the individual matching this description previously was found. I'd also submit to you what significance is this meandering, and that was the state's words, the meandering before this attack occurred. There's going to be a claim and an argument made that Mr. Tellis was researching this location, or they believe it was him. Why the meandering if it was him? The washing of the vehicles, and this is important because warrants were based upon this. Mr. Tellis was again subject to surveillance after the date of Jeff Cameron's murder. He's surveilled by Metro Intelligence washing 3 vehicles in front. At that point in time, and again, maybe there's been another pivot, but at that point in time, Metro felt that he was destroying evidence. Maybe he was cleaning up. Reason would make it a reasonable argument, or reason would obviously dictate that the person's involved in this stabbing. He gets into the vehicle, and there's obviously blood. Wouldn't there be blood on the vehicle? Wouldn't there be blood on the brakes, on the floor mats, somewhere inside the vehicle? Well, none was ever found. And in fact, this surveillance, and previous to this hearing, issues were made concerning this attempt to conceal evidence. Well, there was no evidence to dispose of. And the surveillance of him washing the outside of these 3 vehicles, and this is on September 6th. This is 4 days later.
This is nuts.
There's no evidence whatsoever and no videos, no filming of him trying to conceal any evidence in reference to the subject vehicle or the other 2. I would submit to you that the facts would show, and common sense would dictate that if he were trying to conceal a crime, he wouldn't wash all 3 vehicles. And obviously, he would be concerned with the inside of the vehicle. Now, on this September 6th surveillance, it makes reference to a prior surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st. Again, of no import, of no importance. Again, no evidence inside that vehicle tying Mr. Tellis to any crimes whatsoever. Now, is Mr. Tellis in a position to say who killed Mr. Garman? No. But I would submit to you the facts will show in the reasonable inferences that you are to take from the evidence is that there would be DNA evidence inside that vehicle, on the shoes, on any clothing from Mr. Tellis. A picture was shown of Mr. Tellis's finger, and it'll be argued through the course of this case that was somehow caused by this murder that occurred. There's no blood left at the scene where Mr. Garman was murdered either. Nothing. Not on the bushes, not on the rocks, not on Mr. Garman. Mr. Tellis explains that to detectives how we got that wound, but that will come through the course of this trial. What's of concern, and the reason that we've given you this backdrop to give you all the evidence, is somewhat strange behavior on behalf of Mr. Jappy. Now, he's Metro Intelligence. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is divided up into various details. Each department has their own responsibilities, their own special training. They work as teams. It's an effective way to conduct investigations. The primary detective in this case, Detective Gaddis, and they work as a team. She was the primary. They work together, and they work in a team. You've got the robbery detail that investigates robberies. You've got the financial crimes that investigates financial crimes. You've got Metro Intelligence that generally investigates allegations and facts concerning corruption. But in this case, you've got Detective Jappy inserting himself in this murder investigation concerning Mr. Tellis. In fact, there's an email wherein Jappy implicates Tellis.
The detective inserted himself in the murder investigation.
To Gaddis. So early on, we've got Detective Jappy, who obviously previously was directed by this old guard, now pointing the finger at Mr. Tellis to the lead detective in this homicide investigation.
Is that suspicious?
During a traffic stop, and this is the significance of Mr. Tellis. See, Metro has a policy that you're to have body cam on, all right? All civilian interactions should be captured because we want to know what the truth is.
These
we
are
want to have an
statements.
objective
This is defense.
record of what occurs. This initial contact with Mr. Tellis occurs on the 7th, and after he's charged and this case begins, repeated requests are made for this body cam. In fact, our judge, I was not on the case at that time, but our judge makes an order on July 18th of 2023 to turn that over. It's learned that over a month after that order is made, that evidence is destroyed. Detective Jappy is also present at the arrest and jumps into the ambulance and rides with Mr. Tellis. Now, it's anticipated that the state is going to argue to you that this suicide is somehow a consciousness of guilt. Apparently, he just couldn't live with himself for a murder that they feel that he committed. I would submit to you in the facts, the reasonable inferences to be drawn from these facts is at this point in time now, Mr. Tellis' life is coming apart. They've been in contact with him. They came into contact with him 2 times on September 7th. The first time they come, they speak to him, they say we have warrants, he cooperates. They strip him of his clothes, they put him in a white paper suit. They've swabbed his mouth. Obviously, they're investigating him and they're coming down. I would submit to you that a reasonable inference.
I love this.
There's an attempt by Mr. Tellis to kill himself, not as a difficulty, oh my gosh, I feel guilty for something that they say I did, but his life was coming apart then. It truly was. He'd lost an election. It was giving him an opportunity to go back, be with his family. But now he was getting pressed in charge for a murder of which he's maintained his innocence. There's 3 surreptitious recordings that occur by the homicide detectives. And what's interesting and disturbing to note is Detective Jappy inserts himself into this interview, this surreptitious recording. Talk about another investigation. So again, we have Detective Jappy inserting himself into homicides investigation. I would submit to you a reasonable inference would be that trying to dictate the direction that the homicide investigation is taking. We would submit to you that reasonable minds may disagree or could agree that losing a job is not a motive for murder. Their inference was made in these tweets, and it's kind of curious now, the age that we live in. I mean, we have presidents that commute via tweets. We have tweets from Mr. Tellis, an elected official, concerning the articles. Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like Jeff German going through our trash for his 4th story on me. Smiley face. Oh shoot, I left a pizza box and sushi containers in the trash. In the next article, I'm going to have mob in jacuzzi ties. He's making fun of these. And then you can see the dates, June 18th and June 25th. Again, he's not particularly happy about these articles, but he's reaching out. I mean, he's lost his election. Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after sleeving 100 pounds of BS. Up to Article 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do.
Can't take a pound of
He's
criticism after
addressing
slinging
these
1,000
articles
pounds
in
of
the
BS.
appropriate way, in a public forum.
Is that a saying?
That's what elected officials, regardless if they're high-level, low-level officials, they address as he did previously. He addresses, as you saw, the presentation, the digital presentation after he learned of the articles. He's addressing his constituency. That's what an elected official is supposed to do. That's a reasonable response to criticism, which comes from the job. Again, these articles were not a motive for a murder. And we all know killing a journalist does not kill a story. Killing Jeff German does not kill the investigation or the stories concerning Mr. Tellis. One would think the reporting is heavy on that. One can imagine what it would be for a murder. Obviously, if one's concerned about negative reporting, one doesn't want to commit a murder because obviously reporting is going to be far more severe. Mr. Tellis was a lawyer prior to this, and he was on his way back becoming a lawyer. However, we do have a predatory corporation losing millions of dollars as a result of his whistleblowing, which he engaged in. He was consistent. Even after he was voted out, he was communicating with Detective Jappy. He wanted to right these wrongs as he was exiting the office. There were others that had far more motive to make it look like he was the killer and to conduct this killing, because Jeff German was a good reporter. He would ultimately get to what the truth was and what was really going on in that office and with these third-party vendors. Killing an investigative journalist, there's no more follow-up information concerning these millions of dollars when the old guard is now put back into place. German's gone now. I mean, Jeff German did a good job of digging and finding things. We've all heard about him. We all know him. We all respected him. He would take on tough opponents, dangerous opponents. Jeff German was no stranger to making people upset. He made a lot of people, far more able people, far more violent people, upset with him. He often had people threatening him. In fact, there was proof of it found on his
I hope this
devices.
lawyer comes with a refund.
He was known for the boldness of his inquiries, taking on corrupt and violent targets through the course of his investigative journalism.
Let me...
It came with his job, and it's unfortunate that we no longer have him.
Stop lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. And I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfucker.
Jeff German received this threat shortly, months before his murder.
You guys did some propaganda shit out about fucking just providing you fucking pieces of shit. You left-wing fucking faggot fucking socialist fucking dead motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied. You guys fucking lied and cheated. And then you went out fucking only fucking box of shit, motherfuckers. You fucking you piece of shit, you motherfuckers. You made the Republic fight again, and you guys are fucking dead motherfuckers someday, motherfuckers.
The defense, and again, that's whether our founding fathers had this wisdom. The defense can't prove any of them.
Went from that to founding
We're not
fathers?
saying they did. We don't know. But there's a bigger picture.
Can anybody
We don't know
count
what
that?
investigative steps at all were taken to follow up on these two threats that we know of close in time to Jeff German's murder. The state could say this is the lunatic fringe, this is to be disregarded, but nonetheless, when you have objective fact finders, when you have people that are truly in search of the truth, you should investigate all avenues. Keeping the burden where it should be on the state. And at the close of this case, we are going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Based on what?
Okay. At this time, we will break for lunch. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its related by voice, phone, email, text, internet, other means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you, and will be recessed till 1:30.
Thank you. All rise for action, jury. Please, jury, please leave your notebook.
Okay, so they're going to lunch. Thoughts so far on the... What in the world? Why? First of all, why are we even in trial? Why are we in trial? Let's see. K-Rab, here's for the demonetization fund. That just happened. No, wow. Do people actually get these calls? Okay, I've got Amber calling in. Let's see what she has to say here. Amber, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Are your ears ringing?
Are my ears ringing?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I don't know. That was just some random, what? Was that a random voicemail that Jeff German got? Is that what we would just listen to?
I don't know that I've actually heard much of anything.
Oh, wow. No, for those asking, we're not getting a soundbite. We're not getting a soundbite. No, it's not going to happen. Oh, my goodness.
I've been so distracted with the reactions.
Oh.
I cannot wait for Phil's videos.
I'm not sure if X will allow this to be posted. This is nuts. Phil, good luck with this one.
Really.
But
no, but really, I think he's got a sharp defense.
Yeah, tell me more. We have chosen the wrong counter. I would be like, click, 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 click. Every word was, I'm glad we went with the anybody count because, yeah, I would have sprained a finger. I'd have like workers' comp claim for what we just heard. We are counting every time body is shown or talked about. So corpse, body, any body is what we're counting. Not anybody, or not somebody, but just any body. So it's an anybody count. And apparently, I didn't know this. Amber told me in mod chat, a body count has another meaning, which is completely different. It's not a murder trial thing at all. I guess it's like a social bragging rights. What do you call this? Escapades. Your black book? I don't know. So we can't have that. So my apologies for that. I did not know that. I learned that today. I was today years old when I learned that I did this. Oh man, you guys, this trial is nuts. I kid you not. I thought it was going to be crazy because the defendant, first of all, he wanted to be pro se, and he wrote a letter. He like called the media down to the courthouse. He's like, "Come interview me. I'm gonna tell all this. You'll see. Yeah, we saw. Oh my goodness."
I don't think you were mentally prepared for this trial.
Not at all. Amber's like, "Hey, there's a good one out of Vegas. There's a good one out of Vegas if you want to follow." I'm like, "Yeah, good. But like, and politician murder, sign me up." That's all I heard. That was it. Defense theory in a nutshell. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shaggy.
It says Shaggy all the way over. And we have the video. We've got his wife's car. He cleaned the car, the cut-up hat. This has to be, the defense talked about like being spied on from the satellites in space. Tinfoil hat on. This has to be the biggest and best conspiracy ever. Or we're being punked. Those are the two options. Oh, my goodness. And then
are you good? Do you need the oxygen tank?
I brought canned oxygen with me. It's in the car, which Mrs. R.A. has. But I might need to save it in here just to breathe. This is crazy. We're gonna skip ahead because we can. And if you guys are ready to go back to trial, I guess we can do that. Okay.
Do you have enough water next to you? Are you sure you're staying hydrated?
No, I don't. Give me a minute here. Let's see. We're back from lunch. We're about 20 minutes behind. We're going to try to get this squared away. We are in catch up. That's why everyone's talking a little bit fast. It's a lot. It's a lot to handle. That phone call on its own was a lot to handle, that message. I don't even know what the story was, but somebody's mad. Somebody's mad and they're not going to take it anymore. And this trial is going to be, it was the Mountain Dew. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it right now. This trial is going to be a good movie. You're watching it. This is the movie. The movie's started. Please take your seats. This is crazy.
Content warning.
A little bit. I'm thinking it's going to level out after this. A little rough at the beginning. After that, it should be pretty smooth ride. But
I don't know. They're going to want to show the same pictures.
Well, that's what we have the count for. They have that. It surprised me, and apparently, I mean, Las Vegas. The poor gentleman. First of all, investigative reporter. This guy was like stellar. This is what the media was in. Talk about founding fathers. This is what the media was designed for. Was to investigate public corruption, and this guy chased it. And just because the guy was out of the office or lost his position, it didn't mean the story was over. It's like, we still have corruption issues that need to be brought to light. That's what the media is for. You know, the fifth estate. And he was doing it, and he did not deserve to be treated like this. But my heart goes out to him, to his family, to the whole journalism community. Honestly, this company, if I understand this correctly, that he worked for, the RJ Review Journal, was owned by the same company that owns Court TV. Okay, these are people that are committed to bringing things to light that should be brought to light, to public, transparency and all that. But wow. Okay, I've got some syncing up to do because I'm trying to get the best audio and best video and everything put together, and it's rough, especially when we're dealing with different time frames. But
All right, you ready?
Are you?
Have you regrouped?
Are you ready? I don't know if I'm ready. I really don't. Okay, let's go right here.
Ready, go.
Ready, set. We're gonna hit play on both. Thanks, Amber. Appreciate your call. Okay, play and play. There we go. So we're gonna be back in court here in just a minute. Buckle up, guys. Here we go.
Please remain seated until the order of court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, sir. State stipulates the presence of the panel.
Interesting. Holly Bailey.
Holly Bailey.
When they say call, they really call. They open the door and just yell. I'm going to try to show you Mr. Tullis's reaction throughout all this, because he seems perplexed as his defense is being presented, which is the wrong image to be presenting. You should be confident and be nodding, not this like, huh? What?
Please remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Holly Bailey, HOLLY-BAILEY.
Proceed. Thank you very much.
That clerk gets some serious airtime.
Tell me where you live.
Northwest area, Bronze Circle.
On Bronze Circle. Who do you live there with?
My husband and our daughter.
Okay. And do you know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes.
How did you know Jeff?
He's just been our neighbor for 27 years.
Okay. Where did Jeff live in relation to your house?
Directly across the street.
What's the kind of shape of the street? Is it just a straightaway or?
Small cul-de-sac, like 11 homes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022.
Was that Friday?
I believe so. On that day, does something kind of catch your attention with respect to Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Or actually, September 2nd. So what do you notice?
Well, he never leaves his garage door open, and I noticed it was open, and his car was in there. And it was I was running errands that morning, and then when I came home a little while later, around noon, I think it was open, and it's never open.
Okay.
Never.
Now, at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as State's Proposed Exhibit 2.
Well, they do that.
Witness,
I've got a
let the
sound
record
effect
reflect
for
me
you.
showing the witness State's Proposed 2.
What more do you need to see?
That. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Is that what is that?
That's his home.
Okay. Is that roughly kind of from a perspective facing from your home, kind of looking over in that direction?
Directly across the street.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit State's Proposed 2. No objection.
It's admitted.
May I have permission to publish? Thank you so much. Publishing Stage 2. So, you mentioned that on that morning, you noticed that his garage was up.
It was closer to noon because I was running errands that morning. I drop off at school, and then I had errands, and I was home around noon, or before, a little before that.
And you mentioned you've lived next to this guy for how long?
Across the street, 27 years, almost 30.
And does he keep kind of a regular routine?
Yes.
And so this really stuck out to you?
Yes, because I'm in and out of the house all day long, so I'm familiar with. It's not that big of a street, not to me, but I was his because
Okay, so it's up around noon. Do you do anything in relation to Jeff to let him know about the garage?
No, but I was busy, and but I had that feeling of angst, like something was wrong.
Okay, so a little more time goes by.
Right.
Do you see that house a little bit later in the day?
All day, up until I left to leave at 2:30.
So at 2:30, is the garage still up?
Yes.
Teresa,
you need to rewind.
You need to rewind.
I did it when I came home.
Okay, when did you come home?
It was around 3, anywhere between 3:30 and 4.
Okay, so now...
And so I started, I believe it was texting, or I was texting him.
So you're texting him. Is the car in the garage? Is Jeff's car in the garage?
Yes.
All right. So now you're texting around 3:30, something like that. Do you get any response back?
No.
So what do you do at that point?
So I'm really busy, so I just continued on. I spoke with my neighbor. She told me, it's strange. I said, I know I already called him or texted him. I can't remember what it was.
Do you remember which neighbor it was?
Her name is Debbie.
Okay.
So you're now asking Debbie too. How long has Debbie lived in the neighborhood with you guys?
I'm not sure, but maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're noticing it. Debbie's noticing it. It's 3:30.
It's basically her and I because I'm super observant, and I'm. Yeah. So and she is too, but she works from home, so she's busy herself. But I'm in and out all day long.
Evening comes. Any change with that garage door?
No, we were going to go. We spoke about it. My husband and I. He said if it's still open when it gets dark, we'll just go over there and close it.
Is that what you do that night?
Yes.
Who does that?
My husband and I walk over there, and I pulled the cord.
All right, so you pull the cord, you bring it down.
And he pulled the garage door down.
All right, so the garage door is pulled down. Do you do anything to alert Jeff to let him know what you did for him?
It was either directly before or directly after. I think it was directly before. I sent him an email. It was either an email or a text. And I said, okay, this is what we're going to, I think it was before. I said, this is what we're going to do. I haven't heard from you, so I'm assuming maybe we think you left town and you don't have your phone or something. I said, but your garage door's up, and I hope you're not mad, but we're going to go over there and close your garage door for you.
All right. Do you hear anything from him by the end of the night?
No.
Following morning, what happens? Following morning, what happens?
Well, my husband woke me up early.
Okay, what happens then?
And he asked me if I called 311.
Okay, to do what? Why did you want to call 311 at that point?
For a well check.
Right. Do you do it at that point?
I said, let me email him one more time. And then he said, well, I'll go check the backyard. I said, I said, why don't you go check the backyard? He said, that's a good idea.
Is there a way from the cul-de-sac, if you're approaching Jeff's house, is there a way to kind of check that backyard?
To the left, as I'm looking at it.
So when we're looking in this picture, there are some individuals, there's some men standing to the left of that house. Is that the general area that you're talking about, that you could get to the
content
warning?
I believe so. I've never walked back in his backyard from that direction.
But that's what you were thinking your husband was going to go.
Right, and he said that's a good idea, and then that's what he did. And
then what happened next?
And then she came running in the house sobbing and screaming. And I said, what's going on? You know, what happened? And I ran out there to my husband, and he was on the phone with 911. And he was in shock, and I went into shock. And he was having a hard time.
Your husband was?
Getting to the 911 operator to understand him.
They found the body.
What happens after? Does your husband eventually get on the phone with 911?
He just kept saying, we know he's dead. What he didn't say, we know he's dead. I heard him being very, to a point of arguing because, just get the police over here. And she wanted to know, well, is he breathing? Questions about how do you know he's dead? And he said, what is taking so long, or something to that effect? Why can't you just get the police over here? I know he's dead.
And you could see your husband was upset.
Very upset because he has a bit of an accent and nobody can ever understand him on the phone. Plus, it's above 115 degrees. It was a super hot day, very hot.
Okay. Did you go over to that side of the house?
Yes, I went up to my husband and then I saw him.
Okay, and when you say him, who were you talking
Jeff.
to? Okay. After that, do the police or medical personnel eventually arrive?
Yes, but one policeman was walking up the block. Okay. And I just felt like it was, I was in shock, but it just seemed like everything was in slow motion because he was walking very slowly, and I kind of said, would you please hurry up?
Okay.
And he says, do you have a medical emergency? I said, no, it's not a medical emergency. I said, you can see.
Okay. And you directed him over to Jeff?
And then I saw a fire truck at the end of the cul-de-sac, but they wouldn't come up.
Okay.
Nobody came up the block.
All right. Did you remain outside and kind of watch?
Yes, I was praying over him, talking to him.
Okay. And so it was you there kind of just praying for Jeff?
I was, because I just didn't seem, it was just very not natural.
Okay.
And it just couldn't didn't look like a natural death, I could tell you that right now.
As time goes on, do more emergency personnel and police arrive to the scene?
Of course.
Okay. And do you stay out there generally and kind of watch what's happening?
Yes, I just stayed, I stayed across the street. My gate, my side gate would look directly on him.
Okay. And so you
But
watched
through a semi-sheer bush,
Okay. And so you watched them kind of set up, crime scene tape with this, that, and the other.
Correct.
You stayed out there. Court's indulgence? Thank you. I have no further questions.
I have no questions for this witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Please step down. You are excused from your subpoena. You may call your next witness.
Next witness, Your Honor, is Roy Bailey.
This is the husband, right? Yeah, this is crazy. This has so many extremes in this case. It's wild.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Roy, R-O-W, Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. In September of 2022, what street were you living on?
Bronze Circle.
Bronze Circle? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I'd say 40 years.
40 years. Did you have a neighbor by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Oh, yes.
Where did he live in relation to your house?
Directly across the street.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2.
It's just had a delay.
Oh, there we go. Can you see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That is Jeff's house.
Okay. And you said you've been in the neighborhood about 40 years. Do you have an estimate of how long he lived there?
Yes, 26 years.
26 years?
Mm-hmm.
Over the years or decades there, did you kind of get familiar with when he would come and go from his house?
Oh, yeah.
How would you describe his daily routine?
Excuse me. He would, in the mornings, I was working outside my house, and Jeff would come out around 8 o'clock or something, and I assumed he went and got his coffee or whatever and came back, and a lot of times, he would acknowledge me, I'd acknowledge him.
So he had kind of a routine of going to get coffee in the morning?
Yeah, quite
and then
often.
you'd see him when he'd come back?
Yes, absolutely.
On the 2nd of September of 2022, did you notice something strange at his house?
At his house?
Yeah, or how his house looked, I guess.
This was on the Friday, correct?
Yes, yeah.
I noticed the garage door was open.
Could you tell whether or not his car was there?
No,
Okay.
no, I couldn't see that low.
Okay. Was it unusual for him to have his garage door open?
Yes, he would come and go, but always close it.
Because you saw that, did you take note of it throughout the day?
Yes,
Did you have any discussions with your wife about the garage door?
yes.
And do you ever walk over there on the 2nd?
Not early because of the heat.
Okay. How about later in the day?
Yes, I did go over there.
And when you went over there, did you go by yourself that evening, I guess it would be, or with anyone?
No, with my wife.
You went over with your wife?
Yes.
At that time when you went over, do you remember if his car was there or not?
Yes, it was there.
It was there. Did that strike you as unusual?
No.
Okay. Did you and your wife do anything to the house when you went over that evening?
Closed the door.
Were you aware of whether or not your wife had attempted to contact Jeff during the day?
Yes, throughout the day.
And to your knowledge, was contact ever made?
No.
I want to talk to you about the next day, the 3rd of September.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go over to Jeff's house that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember about what time you went over?
Around 9:15 in the morning.
Okay. And I assume you just walked over yourself?
Well, my granddaughter was behind.
Okay, so she kind of was following behind you?
Oh, man.
Is that yes? When you, looking at this picture, did you go, I know the garage door would have been shut, but did you go to his front door or where did you walk?
I went to his front door.
And is that towards the kind of the...
To the right,
Yeah,
correct.
where the trees are?
Yes.
Okay. And did you knock on the door?
I knocked and rang the doorbell.
And any response?
No.
Okay. What happened after you did that?
After I did that, I thought about going around. I was going to go around the back to see, if there was something up that way. And, I did go around the corner, around the garage.
And so did you head from looking at from the tree area across the garage here?
I could, once I turned the corner, I could see across.
Okay. But did you walk over to that other side?
I walked over to the other side.
And what did you see there?
when I made the right turn, I walked about another 6 feet or so and saw her. Sorry.
It's okay. Do you need any water? Or?
I saw Jeff.
You saw Jeff. Was he on the ground?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you saw him, and based on that, what did you do?
I called 911.
Did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you standing there calling?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point after you called 911, did police and other people arrive at the residence?
Yes, there was a patrol officer that came by.
Okay.
Within a very short time, actually.
So the patrol guy comes first, and then were there a lot more people that came to the house?
That followed, yes.
Do you remember if you were interviewed by officers about what you saw?
This is in Nevada.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And how about, did officers ask you about whether or not you had a video surveillance system on your house?
Yes, they did.
Did they ask for permission to download that from you?
Yes, they did.
And I assume you gave permission?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Bailey. When you were interviewed, was it a formal interview where you went into the police department, a detective's office to give an interview?
No, they were in the house. I mean, the detectives were around all day.
Okay. So it was just when they arrived on the scene. Is that the interview that you were referring to?
Yes.
Do you know if they recorded your interview or not?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down.
Good neighbors.
Thank you very much for being here.
Nobody should have to see that. But
We'll call Deborah Ryan.
the jury, can you imagine their first break? They just turn and look at each other and just be like, they can't talk. They're like, did that just happen?
Please watch your step. Just step under the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Debbie, D-E-B-B-I-E, Ryan, R-Y-A-N.
Thank you. May I proceed? Thank you. Ms. Ryan, if you could, do you know someone by the name of Jeff Garrett?
I do.
Okay. What was your relationship to him? How'd you know Jeff?
Neighbors, or lives right across the street from me for 27 or 28 years.
All right. What was the street that you and Jeff lived on?
Bronze Circle.
Okay. Do you know a couple by the name of Roy and Holly Bailey?
I do.
And how do you know Roy and Holly?
Been our neighbors since we've lived there for 33 years, right beside us.
Okay. So I want to show you what's been already admitted states too. You look at that monitor over the, well, you can look at the monitor, you can just do it right, that helps. Or you can look at the big one behind
No,
you.
this is better.
Is that better? Okay. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Jeff's.
All right. So I just want to orient the jury for a minute. So Jeff lives there. Where do the Baileys live in relation to Jeff?
Straight across the street.
Okay. Is that in a cul-de-sac?
We're in a cul-de-sac.
All right. And if we're at the Bailey's house, right? If we're in the Bailey's house, do you live to the left of the Bailey's house, or you live to the right?
To the right.
Okay. So you live right next door to the right. So you're also facing Jeff.
Yes.
All right. So I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you notice something in relation to Jeff's home that catches your attention?
I did. The garage door was open.
Okay. Why did that, of all things, catch your attention?
Because unless he's outside, was working on the lawn or something, it was always closed.
Okay, so
it's always closed.
So you look over, garage is open, but Jeff's not there.
I didn't notice him, no.
Okay, was his car there?
Yes.
All right. So around what time do you remember roughly?
I'm going to say 11:30, 12.
Okay, sometime in the afternoon, right, or midday.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you do anything at that point, or do you just kind of go about your business?
I didn't. I thought maybe he was working on the side of the house or something. I was getting lunch. I work remote. I went back to work.
So you go back to work. A little later in the day, is that garage door still open?
It is.
Do you notice it at that point? Are you concerned at that point?
I was a little, because I wondered why it was still open. I left to go get groceries, so I walked over and knocked on the front door, rang the doorbell.
And so when you knocked on the door, did you notice anything? Did you notice any signs of someone breaking in or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you knock on the door, get an answer?
No, I didn't.
Ring the doorbell, get an answer?
No, I didn't.
All right, so what do you do at that point?
Walked back and went and got groceries. I thought maybe he was showering. I don't know. I just walked back to the house.
All right, so you go about your day. Let's take at some point in the evening, do you kind of notice or check on the door or see what's going on?
We did. My husband came home. We went to get something to eat. It was still open. When we came back, it was still open. So I called Roy and Holly to see if they knew, where he was at. It was unusual.
When you spoke with them, did they share a similar concern as you did? Okay.
Yes.
So what do you decide to do at that point?
We walked over. Roy pulled the cord in the garage so that the door would go down. At least we knew it was shut. We thought maybe, I don't know, he left on vacation or something and the door opened.
Okay. Do you hear from Jeff that night at all?
No.
All right. So let's get to the following morning. Let's talk about September 3rd. That morning, what are you doing that day, or what were you planning on doing?
We left for a ball game.
Okay.
We were at the ball game, and I'm not sure what time it was. I'll say 9:30 or so. I don't know. It was in the morning. We'd just gotten to the game, and I got a call from Holly.
Right.
Very.
Tell me, before we get into what she said, what is her demeanor like when you get on the phone? How does she sound?
I can't even understand her. She's screaming, crying.
Okay. And what does she tell you?
That Jeff's dead.
Okay.
Roy had found him, so we left immediately and went home.
Okay. When you get home and you pull up through Brown Circle, what do you see?
There are already cops starting to be there, but it wasn't closed off yet, so we were able to go into our house.
Okay, so you were able to make it to your home.
Mm-hmm.
Do you watch from your home? Do you come outside and just kind of watch as things unfold? What do you remember?
We're outside, watching.
Does it? I mean, I know you're not a police officer, but does everything seem kind of normal for the most part? Does anything look out of the ordinary as police or paramedics or people are responding to the scene?
No, I mean I don't know what order. Yeah, no.
Nothing stood out to you.
No.
Okay. And you stay out there for a while and watch?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing during the whole time you're out there, nothing catches your attention as being out of the ordinary?
No.
Okay. Did the police eventually speak to you at some point?
Came by, yeah.
Was it that day?
Yeah.
And where did you give your interview at?
They were just right in front of the house. They were asking a couple questions, but they still were not really saying anything. Obviously, they were trying to figure out what's going on.
And you, in general, just relayed kind of some of the things you just shared with us today.
Yeah, that we didn't know.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Just briefly, thank you, Ms. Ryan. When you were interviewed, was it by patrol officers, detectives?
It wasn't really an interview. They were just kind of in the neighborhood, going around trying to calm people. I think more than anything, they weren't asking a lot of questions.
Okay, but you did come in contact with officers. Were they uniformed?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware if they recorded your conversation with them?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Oh, no, you're on.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Claire Browning.
Claire?
Got a poll. It's a little premature, but I just would like to get your input on it. Will Robert Tellis testify in his defense? Yes, no, or only if he can play that recording? I think you know which recording I'm talking about.
Please step up from the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face first.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Claire Browning. First name is C-L-A-I-R-E. Last name is B-R-O-W-N-I-N-G.
May I proceed? You may. How are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
A little over 9 years now.
Okay. And you said you're a senior crime scene analyst?
I am.
Can you explain to the members of the jury first what a crime scene analyst does?
The duties of a crime scene analyst are to respond to crime scenes once we've been requested. We document the scene through notes, photography, a diagram if necessary, process for any latent prints, and collecting the evidence as it pertains to the crime.
And do you undergo training with Metro before you're allowed to work as a crime scene analyst?
Yes, we do.
And can you just give us an overview of that?
We go through a 12-week crime scene analyst academy, as well as a 12-week field training evaluation program, and we do continuing education classes after that.
Training
and
in
you
Vegas?
mentioned that you're a senior crime scene analyst. Is there some testing or proficiency requirement or I guess experience that allows you to have that designation?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is for the jury?
We go through a testing process to promote to senior crime scene analysts. Once we are a senior, we are able to handle more complex calls to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, things of that nature. We also are responsible for training newer crime scene analysts and being an acting supervisor.
And you were working as a crime scene analyst on September the 3rd of 22?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to respond to 7216 Bronze Circle?
That's correct.
What type of location is that?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Were you the only crime scene analyst that responded?
No, I was not. Senior crime scene analyst Christy Thomas also responded, and a crime scene analyst supervisor, Kaylin King, responded.
Now, when crime scene analysts arrive at a scene that's a possible homicide, I assume there's detectives and patrol officers there as well?
That's correct.
What kind of happens when you first get there?
When we first arrive on scene, we typically get a scene briefing, kind of the logistics of the scene, what we
Those
have,
obscene
what
briefings are
items of
crazy.
evidence there potentially might
Obscene
be.
briefing.
We get that from a patrol officer, and then we kind of meet as a team to kind of determine how we're going to go about analyzing the scene.
And when you say you meet as a team, is that yourself and detectives?
That's correct.
Oh, and other crime scene analysts, I should say.
That's correct.
Do you all kind of take an overview of the scene before people get down into the work of it?
Yes, we typically do a walkthrough of the scene to kind of determine what's going to be important for us.
Okay. Now, you said that for homicide scenes, generally, there's more than one crime scene analyst that responds. How are the duties divided amongst the analysts?
It can vary from scene to scene, but typically, and especially on this scene, we divided it so that one crime scene analyst was doing the report and the photos, which was myself, and another crime scene analyst typically does the evidence and the diagram, which was Christy Thomas in this case.
And but all of you are sort of familiar with the scene because you're working it together?
Yes, we work in tandem.
Okay. And you were the photographer?
I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay, there.
And I don't know if Mr. Horgan.
There may be some content warning here. This crime scene photographer took some pictures
Your
of
Honor,
the crime
just
scene.
for
They've
the
been
record,
showing
defense counsel has
these.
reviewed all these photos that I'm going to show her, the witness.
up.
Okay. I'm going
These
to
are-
ask you
these
just
can
to
be
look through
graphic.
these in groups, and this is states proposed 1 through 51. If you can just let me know if you recognize those photographs.
She's seen all these before. Can we finally just get one crime scene analyst who's like, yes, those are my photographs. How do you know? Well, because I always take them in selfie mode. And I'm in the picture with my arm extended towards the camera.
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction, with the exception of one, state's proposed one, of how the scene appeared on September the 3rd?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit, I think 2 is already admitted, which is, so 2, or I guess 3 through 51.
No objection.
And with respect to state's proposed 1, does that appear to be like a Google image of the house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 1.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. The next series I'd like you to look at are states proposed 52 to 105. If you could have a look at those.
Red pen, I added a couple options on page 3 of the thumbnail.
I recognize these as well.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of sort of the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 52 to 105.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Next group is 53 to 134.
53 to 134. She's not even looking. She's just flipping through pages. She's just She's like, yeah, these are mine. She knows this is a formality. Just flip, 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 flip. If you start at the bottom and just fan them through like a picture book.
Recognize these.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the outside and backyard area of Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 106 through 134.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Next group is 135 through 148. There's just one more after that.
Apparently, we're going to spend the rest of the day looking at photographs.
Those appear to be the garage area and Mr. Gehrman's vehicle.
Yes.
State moves to admit 135 through 148.
We have no objection.
And the last group is State's proposed 149 through 161, if you could look through those.
As well.
Okay, and for the record, State's proposed 149 is a diagram of the crime scene, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the remaining up to 161 are photographs that were taken on the 3rd?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of how they appeared with some of the crime scene analyst markers on them?
Yes.
State moves to admit 149 to 161.
We have no objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you.
Trial was what more do you need to see?
So we're going to start with what's been admitted as State's 1.
Because he's the guy.
What
I
are
don't
we looking
remember.
at in that photograph?
This is the front of the residence with a Google Street View.
Okay. And this is what's been admitted as State's 2. And what are we looking at in that one?
This is the front of the residence on September 3rd.
Okay. Now, as we see it here, it looks like there's some crime scene tape on there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Who puts the crime scene tape up?
It's usually going to be the first responding officers.
Okay. And that was in place by the time you got there?
That's correct.
That was me.
I'm going to put on the overhead State's 5. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side yard of that same residence.
Okay.
Camera's
And this is,
being cautious
State
with
7?
this because they just have been throwing up pictures of the
What are we looking at in that
the
photograph?
deceased.
This is, again, the west side yard of that same residence. The gate in the back leads to the backyard, and in front of that gate, you can see the decedent.
Okay. That gate that we see in the backyard, did that have locks on it, or was it closed or anything?
No, there were gates on both the east and west sides of the house, and neither of them had a lock.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead, what's been admitted as State's 10. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the decedent.
And when you and other crime scene analysts are noting, or I guess documenting the crime scene, is there any movement of the decedent before you take the photographs, or do you want to keep the scene as it was, and in your photography, I guess I should say?
Ideally, we keep the scene as pristine as we can. My photographs were actually taken after initial photographs of another CSA. They had already done an initial cursory body examination, and during that time, they discovered that the circumstances of his death were suspicious, so a homicide was called out.
Was there thinking at one point that it might have been a medical incident?
There was.
Okay. And then after that kind of was dispelled in homicide and yourself respond?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the decedent, was there an attempt to document any personal property that he had on his person?
Yes, there was.
And what did he have with him?
Inside the left front pocket of the shorts that he was wearing, he had a cell phone. Protruding from the left rear pocket of those same shorts was a wallet with cards and identification in the name Jeffrey Gehrman, as well as several U.S. dollar bills in cash. And then in his right front pocket, there was a car key.
So I'm putting on the overhead States 40. Is that the cell phone that you just spoke of?
Yes, it is.
And this is States 41. What is that?
This is the car key.
And I think you mentioned a wallet as well?
That's correct.
Okay. This is States 43. That's his wallet?
That's correct.
Was there photography done on the inside of his wallet to see if there was any cash present?
Yes, there was.
This is States 46. And that was documented as well?
Yes.
Probably, do you know how much money he had on him, or?
I can't recall.
Okay.
The evidence was booked by crime scene analyst Christy Thomas.
Okay, but it didn't appear like there was money taken from his wallet because it's present?
It did not appear so.
And this is states 47. That would be his identification?
That's correct.
Now, the areas surrounding the body, did yourself and other crime scene analysts take note of the condition of those bushes and kind of shrubs?
Yes.
And what were your observations about them?
The bushes that were closest to the decedent had several broken branches. There was also apparent blood on those branches, and the rocks appeared to be disturbed around those bushes.
And putting on the overhead states 51. Is that an example of that?
Yes, it is.
And this is states 50. Sort of another view of the bushes with blood?
Yes.
You said the rocks around him were disturbed as well?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing with the decedent's body, are there attempts made to preserve evidence in the form of DNA that might be on his person?
Yes.
And what is that?
We typically, whenever we are recovering a body from a scene, we're going to place handbags
Missing
over
the
their
body
hands so we
count,
can
sorry.
preserve any kind of DNA evidence that might be on their hands or under their nails, whatever the case may be. We also wrap them in a clean sheet to preserve any trace evidence that might be on them.
I'm putting on the overhead states 37. What is that?
This is a representation of one of the bags that we put on his hand.
And this is states 36. That would be the other one, I think.
Yes.
And again, you said that's to preserve like DNA evidence?
That's correct.
Did yourself, detectives and crime scene analysts go into Mr. Garriman's residence as well?
Yes, we did.
When you went into the residence, I guess I should say, what way did you make entry? Through the sort of the garage door that leads into the house or the front door?
I believe we made entry through the interior garage door.
Okay. Did you do any documentation of the front door to note its condition?
Yes.
Was there any damage to the front door?
There was no damage to the front door.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead states 52. Is that the front door?
Yes, it is.
And the photograph is to document that it hasn't been kicked in or there's no damage to the frame?
That's correct.
How about the interior of the residence? How would you describe it?
The interior of the residence was actually very clean, very orderly. Everything was essentially in its place.
Have you been to residences where places have been ransacked or items have been taken?
Yes, I have.
Did this residence look like that at all?
No, it did not.
Did it look like there was any area of disturbance inside the residence?
No.
This is states 53. What part of the house is that?
This is the living room.
And again, no disturbance and his TV's present. Everything looks pretty much in order?
Yes.
This is states 54. Is that just another view of the living room?
Yes, it is.
This is states 59. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the bedroom inside the residence.
And again, no sign of disturbance?
That's correct.
This is state 60. And we're looking at...
This is another view of the bedroom.
Okay.
There shouldn't be much evidence at all inside the house.
I'm
There's
putting on the
no
overhead
indication
now,
that
state
the
64.
attacker went in at all.
What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is like a sitting room that was just off of the living room.
No sign of disturbance in that room?
No.
This is state 66. And what room is that?
This is the office.
This is state 68. Appears to be sort of a closer view of his computer.
Yes.
Any sign of disturbance that you saw in that office area?
No.
Did you note the condition of like closets and cupboards to document whether or not there was any disturbance in those areas as well?
Yes, I did.
This is state 71. No disturbance in that closet, it appears.
That's correct.
And this is state 74. Sort of a cupboard, no disturbance.
That's correct.
And was it like that throughout the house? There was no sign of disturbance anywhere on the inside?
Correct.
Did Mr. Garriman have medication that appeared undisturbed as well?
Yes, he did.
I want to move to, this is states 81. You can tell me. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the dining room area inside the residence.
Okay. And this is states 83. That dining room area to the right of it is a kitchen?
Yes.
And I see like a butcher block on the counter there. Did you document whether any knives were missing or anything like that?
There were no knives missing from the block.
Okay. This is states 89. What are we looking at there?
This is another view of the other side of the kitchen.
Okay, no sign of disturbance?
No sign of disturbance.
And this is States 91.
It's a nice house. I like the.
This
the
is
finish
again
on
another
wooden
view of the
cabinets.
kitchen.
And again, no indication of disturbance.
No disturbance.
I'm showing you now States 100. And it appears to be a trash bag. What was done with that?
This trash bag was located on the floor in between the dining room area and the kitchen. It was just open on the floor like that. We went through it and looked for any kind of receipts to kind of determine a timeline.
And I'm putting on the overhead now States 103. What is that?
This is a receipt from Roberto's, dated 9/2, I believe, at 9:03 a.m.
Okay. And the date would be on the receipt here. Let me see. Can you see it? Oh, I know. Mhm. So we see the receipt from 9/2?
That's correct.
Okay. And the other part of the receipt has the time at 9:03 a.m.?
Yes.
How about the sort of the exterior of all of Mr. Gehrman's house? Was that documented by crime scene analysts as well?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document to see if there were any kind of disturbances or any way that somebody might have made entry into the residence.
This is States 106. Let me back up. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side gate that is just behind the decedent.
Okay. And that gate is closed, but there's not locks on it?
That's correct.
Was there any sign of disturbance around sort of the perimeter of the house?
There wasn't much of a disturbance. As you can see in that last photo, the gate is not latched all the way. So the door is closed, but it's not latched. Also, there's a window just north of that gate, so on the other side of the gate in the backyard. That window had a slash through the screen.
Okay, I'm putting on the overhead States 111. Can we see the window that you're talking about in that photograph? It's probably, can you see it or no?
I don't believe so. It's actually just beyond that bush on the left.
Okay, I'll try this one. This is States 113. Can you see looking at 113, can you see the slash mark on the window?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the linear line.
Can you, there's a mouse up there?
Yeah. I believe that this is the slash.
Okay, I'm going to approach just so you're sure.
Yes, that appears to be so.
Okay. Did you take a closer look at that slash, or is there any further description you can give of it?
There's just a tear in the
screen.
In the screen.
Okay. This is States 114. It might be a better picture of it. Is that the slash that you were talking about?
That's correct.
Any other disturbance though on the window, like on the inside of that corresponding room, broken glass, anything pushed out?
No, not that we noticed.
Okay. And as you continue to the back of the residence, any disturbance whatsoever?
Not that I recall.
Okay. This is States 117. That appear to be the back of the residence?
Yes.
And then the back door that leads, I assume, into the kitchen area, no, that wasn't broken or any sign of disturbance to that as well?
No.
Mr. Gehrman's car was present at the scene?
Yes, it was.
This is States 135. And the keys were in his pocket, right?
That's correct. One key was in his pocket, and one key was actually in the bedroom closet.
In the bedroom closet. The car itself, was it disturbed? Did you look at it on the inside?
We did open up the car. It was very clean on the inside.
Clean on the inside, nothing appeared out of the ordinary?
That's correct.
So the scene appears to be kind of confined to that side yard area?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead States 149.
They're using an Elmo to show the pictures.
What are we looking at in this exhibit?
So we're getting a reflective from the
This is a
glossy
diagram
pictures.
of the crime scene.
Okay. Now on this diagram, I see AB6, AB5, 15, AB4, and AB3, 2, and 1. What are those designations?
The AB 1 through, I believe it's 6, is apparent blood. So apparent blood stain 1 through 6. They're in different locations around the body. Number 15 is actually a broken branch that we located near the body that also had apparent blood on it.
Were swabs taken of these areas?
Yes.
And how do you guys do that at a scene?
Whenever we take swabs of apparent blood, especially in this case, AB1 and AB2 are actually going to just be the physical surface that the blood was on, so it's 2 rocks. 15, like I said, is a branch that had apparent blood on it, so that was booked just as a branch. However, I believe it's AB3 through AB6. We take a cotton swab, so think of it like a Q-tip. We put molecular water on it, which is just essentially clean water, and then we swab the stain and secure it in an envelope and submit it for evidence.
Now, prior to swabbing it, do you mark it on the ground or on wherever it is and photograph it so you know which one is AB1, 2, 3, or 4?
That's correct.
I'm putting on the overhead states 150. And can you see the crime scene analyst markers on there?
Yes, you can.
And where should the jury be looking for those?
If you look here on the rocks, this is AB1 and AB2, I believe. The rocks themselves were collected. And then one of the designators is actually right here in the bush on the branch.
Okay. This is states 151.
2 on the rocks, 1 in the bush.
And are you able to see those markers as AB, well, I can read it with my glasses, AB1 and AB2?
Yes, AB1, AB2 are on the ground, AB3 is on the branch.
Okay, and those correspond to where they were on the diagram?
That's correct.
And so this would be AB3, which is on that branch?
Yes.
Now I'm putting on the overhead states 158.
Is that Empire? Rush?
Appears to be like a outside decorative butterfly and a bird bath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were swabs taken from those items as well?
Yes.
And those would have been impounded the same way that you previously described?
That's correct.
And then are you, as a crime scene analyst, the person who does DNA testing or forensic testing on the item?
No, I do not.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bryan, you had testified it was yourself and 2 other crime scene analysts.
That's correct.
The other 2 analysts were Thomas and King.
That's correct.
Did all 3 of you arrive at the address at the same time?
Approximately the same time, yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
1441.
Did you arrive in the same vehicle with crime scene analyst Thomas?
I don't believe so. I think we took separate vehicles.
Okay, same question for crime scene analyst King.
I think she also took a separate vehicle.
All right. You arrive at the residence. Who's present when you arrive?
When I arrive, crime scene analyst Janelle Bracken was there initially. She did the initial documentation of the decedent. I believe homicide had already arrived, and there were patrol officers as well.
So when you arrived, and you testified that you arrived at presumably the same time that crime scene analyst Thomas and crime scene analyst King arrived, crime scene analyst Bracken was already there.
That's correct.
So now we have 4 crime scene analysts.
Yeah, she responded to the scene initially on a dead body call. After they did their coroner examination, they determined that the circumstances of that death were suspicious. So as it was the end of her shift, swing shift, which is a shift that I work, took over, and she left the scene.
Are you aware of what time crime scene analyst Bracken arrived?
I am not sure what time she arrived.
When you arrived, you testified that homicide was there. You're referring to homicide detail?
Homicide detectives, that's correct.
And who was the principal detective, if you knew, of this crime scene investigation based upon your arrival and your understanding?
I believe the detectives that were the lead agents on the case were Detective Gaddis and Hawkins.
Gaddis and Hawkins.
That's correct.
And they belong basically to the homicide group or the homicide detail, fair to say?
That's correct.
How many detectives in total were present when you arrived?
I can't recall.
Fair to say there was a lot of people coming in and out?
There were...
Law enforcement?
Yes, there were a lot of law enforcement on scene.
How many patrol officers were on scene, if you're aware?
I can't recall.
Are you aware of any Metro Intelligence officers that were present?
I don't recall that.
Okay. There may have been, you just don't recall.
That's correct.
Now, your responsibilities were primarily that of taking photos and generating a report in reference to those photos, fair to say? As well as the evidence diagram that we reviewed with you, that's States Exhibit 149, correct?
CSA Thomas was the one that impounded the evidence and generated the diagram.
Okay. So your primary responsibility was that of photographing?
That's correct.
We were shown photographs in States Exhibit 36 of the hands. You recall those?
That's correct, yeah.
You didn't place basically the covering on the hands, correct?
I can't recall which of us put the handbags over the hand.
So you may have put the handbags on the hands?
Typically, it'll be the crime scene analyst who is doing the evidence recovery will do that, but I can't recall.
Okay, and who would have that person been?
That would have been CSA Thomas.
But you don't know if it was CSA Thomas or yourself, correct, to put those bags?
I can't recall.
And fair to say, when you arrived, there were no bags on the hands, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long those hands were exposed prior to your arrival?
Correct.
You had given testimony concerning this knife block inside Mr. Gehrman's residence?
Yes.
And you had testified that no knives were missing from that particular block, correct? Did you, and this block was in the kitchen area?
Yes, it was.
Did you open and review the drawers contained within, inside the kitchen?
Not that I recall.
Didn't photograph the contents?
No.
Didn't know what was in there before your arrival, a week before, or following your departure, correct?
No.
Did you take any measurements of the distance between the kitchen area to the scene where the photographs were taken of the blood and the other matters?
No, we did not.
You were asked to give testimony concerning the slash. It was State's Exhibit 113. And you characterized that as a slash, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry? You probably don't want to mess up your stack. I have 113, but actually I have it. Thank you very much.
Jam Potts, thanks for the kind words.
Can you see it? This was a delay. This is the slash that was referred to, correct?
Yes.
Window. And that was on the other side of the gate where Mr. Gehrman was found, correct?
Correct.
And then a close-up of this slash is in Exhibit 115, correct?
Yes.
Now, you use the word slash, but you don't know whether or not that was slashed by a knife or was even cut, correct?
No, it's a defect.
A defect. So, I mean, the idea of slash, that's something that doesn't necessarily fit that photograph.
Doesn't look like a knife cut.
It could potentially, but it is a defect in the screen.
It could have been a fray.
It could have been.
And are you aware of what level, what height this slash or this fray was from the ground?
I don't recall.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Browning, when crime scene analysts are working scenes, it looks like you're on duty now, right? Is that what you would wear?
Yes.
Do you wear gloves?
Yes, we do.
What's the purpose of crime scene analysts wearing gloves?
It's to prevent any contamination or cross-contamination of the scene.
Okay, and do all crime scene analysts at murder scenes wear gloves in order to avoid that contamination?
Yes, we do. We actually double glove anytime that DNA is a concern.
Okay, and so whoever bagged the hands of Mr. Gehrman would have been double gloved?
That's correct.
Okay. When you got to the scene, I think you, we talked about there being crime scene tape up.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of the tape?
The tape is to keep any non-law enforcement personnel out of the scene.
When you've been at murder scenes in your work at Metro, in a murder scene, if you're law enforcement, is everybody allowed to go in the scene where the decedent is?
No.
What are the rules on that?
Typically, it's going to be people that are actively investigating the scene.
Okay. So anyone who happens to be standing around can't go into the scene?
Correct.
And are there steps taken by patrol officers, analysts, and detectives, everybody, to preserve scenes?
Yes.
And that's in order to preserve any possible evidence that might be present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and follow up. You were part of a second group that arrived. There was a crime scene analyst, Bracken, who had arrived prior to you, correct?
Correct.
Initially, this wasn't treated as a homicide scene, was it?
Not initially.
So these concerns regarding preserving evidence and contamination obviously would have followed. Fair to say?
Anytime that a decedent is on scene, we do our best to lock down the scene. We have patrol officers on scene. We put tape up. We take all the precautions as necessary.
But you weren't present.
I was not present for that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions, Rudy. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down or excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
They're attacking the process. That's because the evidence seems to be against him.
Is Jamie Iles?
We're not counting decedent.
Jamie Iles?
Stepping up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward, please.
All right. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Thank you. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Jamie Yos, Jamie, Jamie. Last name Yos, IOOS as in Sam.
May I proceed, Your Honor? How are you employed?
I am the director of the Office of Public Information for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what does that mean you do?
I supervise a staff of 10. We are a liaison between the public, the media, and the department. We put together press releases, press conferences. We maintain the department's social media sites as well as the website.
When you say press releases, does that sometimes concern crimes that have just occurred?
Yes, it does.
And are some of those seeking the public's assistance to see if they can identify somebody?
Yes, we do ask for the public's assistance.
Were you working in that capacity in September of 2022?
Yes.
And were you involved in the press releases associated with the Jeff Gehrman homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember, can you tell the members of the jury just generally what type of information or what was released by Metro related to that investigation?
The Public Information Office is not an investigative unit, but when an investigative unit like homicide wants to put out pictures of a crime scene, of evidence, of video they have of a suspect, they'll coordinate with the Public Information Office, and we'll either put together a written press release that we release to the media, or sometimes we do press conferences where we release photos and videos of evidence.
And was video evidence released in this case?
Yes, we had video evidence in this case.
Who compiles that, or who decides what's released?
The homicide section, or whatever the investigative section is, decides what they want released, and then they send it to the Public Information Office, and we kind of compile it for them and put it together in a presentation that then we can give to the public.
Okay. I want to play, I think this will be State's Proposed 338. Yes. Okay. Does that image look familiar, or the kind of top part of that? It says man found deceased outside home.
Yep.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at surveillance video from the neighborhood of where the Gehrman murder occurred that homicide gave to the Public Information Office to release for a press conference on September 6th, 2022.
And there was video, this is sort of a still of the video evidence that was released?
Yes.
Okay, can we just play that?
They're the shoes with the, I think they're Adidas. You see the 3 stripes. This image doesn't show them quite as well as the others, but there are 3 stripes.
So looking at that video, it appears there's like a normal speed of an individual walking. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then a slower version?
Yes.
And then a picture of a car?
Yes.
And then a still?
Yes.
Sort of? All of those would have been provided to you by homicide detectives?
Yes.
Metro pushes that information out on September 5th or 6th?
September 5th, we released a photo of the suspect in the case. September 6th, we had a press conference where we released the video, the picture of the car, and again, the still photo of the suspect.
Now, once those are put out by Metro, if someone is calling in and says, I have information, does that go to you?
No, that does not go to our office. If we need a 24/7 response, there's a certain phone number that goes to what we call our Fusion Watch, where we put out their phone number that can get answered at any time if people have tips. We also provide the Crime Stoppers phone number, so if people want to call and report tips anonymously, they can do that. And we also, for that press conference, provided the email for the homicide section in case anyone wanted to email homicide as well.
Okay. And the tips that come in, those are followed up by homicide at your office?
Right.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. So just so we're clear, you're involved in putting this information, these photographs, these recordings out, but you don't monitor the responses that are received. Were you involved in the series concerning Bob the Burglar, where there was a similarly dressed individual in this area?
Bob the Burglar?
And when was this Bob the Burglar series presented?
Approximately 1 to 2 months before the homicide.
Okay. And you reviewed those videos in preparation for your testimony today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing else, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Bob the Burglar. Is it like a how-to? Or is this like an actual crime?
Stephanie Smithson?
Could have been Bob the Burglar. I'm telling you, that was him. That was him. Everyone was talking about it around the neighborhood. It was Bob the Burglar.
I'll take that off.
Maybe it was Bob the Burglar and he forgot to burgle.
stand up. You can stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand. Face forward.
Do you solemnly swear in the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I'm
the
guessing
truth?
law
So help you God?
enforcement.
Yes.
You may be seated. Please
It's
state
that little
and
white
spell
thing
your
she
first
has
and
on
last
her
name for the
belt.
record.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Smithson, Smitten.
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what is your job title?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst.
We just had a crime scene analyst testify before you. How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
Almost 8 years.
And you're a senior crime scene analyst as well?
Yes.
And so that means you're allowed to go to more complicated scenes because of a demonstrated proficiency and experience?
Yes.
When crime scene analysts assist detectives with search warrants, can you describe what your responsibilities are at that type of scene?
Yeah, so generally we'll document the crime scene, and we do that by taking notes, we take photographs, we collect evidence, sometimes we'll process for fingerprints, and then at the end we'll generate a report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Gus,
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photographs. The first one is State's Proposed 217. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the location where you served the search warrant on September 7th with detectives?
Yes.
And then I'd like you to look through this series of photographs, which is State's Proposed 254 through 310, and tell me when you're done with those, please.
More pictures. For the record, this is culperistic. This is funny. This trial has already exceeded expectations. What a banger of an opening. Holy cow. There's so much video and photographic evidence in this case. I don't know what more the jury could want. The only thing they don't have is a confession. If you missed the opening, first of all, we missed part of the opening because the audio wasn't working. You need to go back and watch the state's opening on this case. It will floor you. It'll blow you away. This is unbelievable. I've never seen an open that is so complete. I mean, we saw there have been other trials like the guy that rode his bike over and
with respect to 254 to
his
310,
ex-wife.
are those a fair and accurate depiction of the location of the search warrant as well as items recovered from the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit that
We've
those
seen
exhibits or those
videos.
photographs.
We've seen cases where
And then with respect to
defendant was
217,
filmed along the
is
way.
that an outside
This they
view
have the
of
entire.
location for the search warrant?
There's video
Yes.
everywhere.
State moves to admit 217.
Belief Nick. Thank you, Adam.
Now, as the
That's
crime
the
scene
case I was
analyst on a search warrant, are you searching as well as the detectives?
We generally leave the searching up to the detectives.
Okay, so they search the particular locations, and then where do you guys come in as crime scene analysts?
Once they find an item of interest, they will ask us to go to that location and photograph it, document it, or collect it.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as States 217. Do you recognize that location?
Yes.
Is that 9624 Spanish Steps Lane?
Yes.
Did you know whose residence this was?
Yes.
Whose residence is it?
Robert Teller.
Okay. And that's a search warrant was served there on September the 7th with detectives and yourself?
Yes.
You said the detectives typically are doing the searching and you document where various items are found photographically?
Yes.
And then what happens to those items after you document them photographically?
We can collect it and bring it back to the lab for impound or further processing.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 254. What area of the residence are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the kitchen.
And there appears to be an open drawer on the right side of the dishwasher?
Yes.
What of interest was in that drawer?
There were several items inside of that drawer.
Such as?
Scissors, I believe a knife was in there as well, or a box cutter.
I'm putting on the overhead states 255, sort of a closer view of that drawer. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there it looks like there's a pair of black scissors, maybe a box cutter, and then some gray scissors?
Yes.
This is states 256. Is that a closer up view of those items?
Yes.
Were those items collected and impounded by you?
Yes.
With respect to those items, did you do anything in terms of further processing them for the presence of blood or DNA type evidence?
Yes, they were all swabbed for possible DNA. The scissors, the gray ones, were swabbed for apparent blood.
For apparent blood. I'm putting on the overhead states 250 head, states 259.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix
Those
this
are the
here.
gray scissors?
Yes.
And what is the notation that we see with the AB5, the bright pink?
The pink sticker is just a scaled sticker to show an area of interest, the area that I believe to be apparent blood.
Okay, and those are these are things that you processed yourself?
Correct.
You swapped? Do you recall a pair of shoes or like half a shoe and a whole shoe being collected at that scene?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 263. Do you recognize that shoe?
Yes.
And was that one of the shoes that were collected at that search warrant?
Yes.
And this is states 268. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a partial shoe that was also located.
Okay.
And recovered.
That is a
And
partial shoe.
were
It's
you
been
the
shredded.
person that swabbed the shoe and the partial shoe for possible DNA evidence?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 274. Is that upside down?
Yes.
All right. What are we looking at there?
These are some multiple pieces of like white, gray, rubber pieces.
And did they appear to be like pieces of a shoe?
They appear to be that way, yes.
Okay. Did you swab those items as well?
There was one that I swabbed.
Ran through a
And
bandsaw.
why did you swab a particular item?
There was a small area of a reddish brown stain on one of the pieces.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead states 275. Zoom in. Do you see the area that you swabbed?
Yes.
And usually, I think there's a mouse up in front of you. Are you able to point that out for the jury?
This is at the defendant's house.
Where'd it go?
This is a shoe that matches the one worn up by the
I
suspect.
don't know where the mouse went.
Okay. Well, how about?
Okay.
Is that the area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead states 277. Let me back out. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a Ziploc bag that had more of those rubber pieces that were gray, black, and white in color.
Okay. And did you make some attempt to put some of them together to document what the cut pieces might have been before they were all cut up tiny?
Yes.
This is states 280. And what are we looking at there?
This appears to be the tongue of the shoe that will depict the brand, the size.
So it's like a Nike shoe.
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 282. What is that photograph?
This is a picture of a Sprouts grocery bag containing multiple pieces of a cut straw hat.
This is states 284. Is that the hat?
Yes.
And this is states 285. It looks like you laid the pieces of the hat out.
Yes.
Did you do any swabs on that Sprouts bag itself?
The bag, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of swabbing it?
For possible DNA.
And how about on the pieces of the hat? Did you swab them?
No.
Let me.
Sprouts is like, we don't want this. We don't keep our name out of this. We have nothing to do with this case. Nothing to do with this case.
One second. Were all of the different pieces of the hat impounded?
Yes.
Did it make a full hat? Or were there any pieces missing? Makes you wonder if he is guilty. Is this running
And
through his head
lastly,
like,
I'm putting on
dang,
the overhead states
should've-
306.
why
What is
did I
that
think of
item?
that?
This is a duffel bag.
And was that collected in the search warrant as well?
Yes.
And so you would have photographed that and impounded that as well?
Yes.
If I could have the court's indulgence for just 1 second.
They might be done.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you.
Ask her about a bunch of what other people did. That's what usually they do here.
When you arrived at the residence, what time was it?
At the residence, it was about 9:30 a.m.
Who else was present when you arrived?
There were homicide detectives, patrol officers were there, personnel from the crime scene analyst section as well.
Okay, how many other crime scene analysts were present?
There was a crime scene analyst supervisor that was present, our director was present, and myself.
So 3 crime scene analysts.
Correct, when I arrived.
Did others arrive prior to your getting there?
Crime scene analyst?
Yes.
No.
So you were the first?
Correct.
And the others arrived after you did?
Correct.
Which detectives? What were the identities of the detectives that were present when you arrived?
There were a handful of detectives that were present. Are you looking for names?
Yes, that's my next.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis. I'm blanking on some of the names, but I want to say Edgar Nahum was there. Brittany, I'm forgetting her last name, but there were numerous detectives that were there.
My best friend, Brittany.
Do you recall the number of males, females?
As far as detectives?
Yes.
I do not know exactly the number, no.
Okay. You generated a report in reference to your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And you didn't include the names of the detectives in your report?
I did include, I just don't know off the top of my head how many.
Okay. Was it only homicide that was there?
No.
Okay. You agree with me that Metro is divided into various details, groups that investigate certain types of crimes, fair to say?
Yes.
Generally, there's a principal detective, or basically the one's in charge, and then that person delegates various responsibilities to various people?
Yes.
If you recall, who was the primary detective in this case?
It was Detective Justine Gaddis.
Okay. And what other homicide detectives did you interact with in reference to your investigation and collection of evidence in this case?
Her, Cliff Mogg. Again, I'm blanking on names, but may I refer to my report for
Okay,
names?
please.
Defense has to string this together. They have to build a whole scenario where there's a huge conspiracy against the defendant. And it's so convoluted, I'm not sure if the jury will even grasp what they're trying to build.
I apologize. I did not happen to write their names down in my report.
Correct.
I apologize.
So again, we don't know, do we? Because you didn't write it down.
I apologize, yes.
Fair enough. We know homicide was there. There were other detectives from other details, correct?
Yes.
There was Metro Intelligence there, correct?
I'm not completely sure.
You're not sure. So we don't really know who was on this scene where you were collecting evidence and having evidence handed to you, correct?
Ah,
As
reasonable
far as
doubt.
evidence, only
Acquit.
I interacted with homicide that was handling off, so intelligence was not handling off evidence to me.
That you're aware of, but we don't know for sure, do we? Fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in reference to you reviewing these drawers, was your attention drawn to what to photograph or what to document within the kitchen area of this residence?
Yes.
And who was it that directed your attention to those drawers?
I don't remember specifically which detective, to be honest.
Okay.
They were all searching at the same time throughout the residence and usually were pulled in different directions.
Fair enough. So there's a fair amount of chaos going on, correct?
Yes.
Crime scene was chaotic. Must
On
have
the
quit.
pair of scissors, and I believe it was State's Exhibit 217, there appeared to be what may have been blood on those scissors, correct?
Correct.
And you documented that. You preserved that.
Correct. Yes.
And then that went on to another department to analyze. Fair to say?
Yes.
Fair to
In
say, what
reference
if
to
any?
these shoes, you didn't actually find the shoes, but you were directed by another detective to document or photograph the pieces of the shoes, correct?
Yes.
You don't know who that was, correct?
I believe that was Detective Nahum that directed me for the shoes.
But you agree with me, you're not sure as you sit here today, are you?
I do remember specifically the shoes, yes.
Okay. But there was more than one, correct? There was bags, there was multiple particles to these shoes, correct?
Yes.
And they were located where in the residence?
There was a couch in one of the living rooms, the northeast living room, and it was underneath the recliner portion of the couch.
But you were directed once these pieces of these shoes were found to that area, correct? You didn't actually find them, did you?
That is correct.
Where were you at when you were summoned to go and find these pieces of these shoes, or to photograph these pictures of these shoes?
Every time he says
I'm in
shoes, I
the,
picture
the
air
residence
quotes.
as well with the detectives, catching up on notes.
What room were you in when you were summoned?
I'm not sure
I was in
exactly
the
which
summoning
one I was
room.
in.
What time were you summoned?
I'm not sure about that as well.
Introducing
Same questions
doubt about
concerning
things that don't
this
matter.
hat that was cut up. You were summoned by a detective to come and photograph the hat, correct?
Yes.
That hat was cut up in pieces, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall where you were at when you were summoned, do you?
I was somewhere within the residence.
Okay, and how large was this residence?
It was a standard 2-story residence.
How many bedrooms?
There's one downstairs. I believe there was the master bedroom upstairs and 2 children's bedrooms upstairs as well.
Did you diagram the residence?
I did not diagram the residence, no.
How many square feet was the residence?
I'm not sure.
Who is the real estate agent
You
that
arrived at the
sold-
residence a little after 9 o'clock, is your testimony?
Yes.
What time did you leave the residence?
May I refer to my report?
Please.
It's not going to be in there. It's not going to help. It's not in your report.
I left at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay. So
Oh,
what
I
time?
apologize. I left at
He's got the gotcha look face on his face. It's not in there.
1:18 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours.
Yes.
Fair to say
there. I
you were in
stand
multiple
corrected.
rooms, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go into the backyard?
Yes.
Side yards?
Yes.
Front yards?
Yes.
There were times while you were at the residence you would have walked out on the street, correct?
Yes.
You play on
So
the
you're
swing
in and
set.
out during this 4-hour period, correct?
Yes.
You're not paying attention to who's there, who's not. Fair to say?
Might not have noticed everybody that walked through. There's so many people there.
Exactly. There were so many people, correct?
Remember that, jury.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
That's what we needed.
Yes.
So many people on this crime scene.
Do you know what a CAD report is?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the details of an event that is generated once somebody calls into our dispatch. As the dispatcher is receiving the information, they type that into the CAD event, and those are just all the details from that event.
Do you have to tell the dispatcher when you're going to a search warrant?
Like when we get assigned?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you would have had to radio in or log in and say that you're going to this particular location?
Yes.
And so you would be in a CAD report as someone at that location?
Yes.
You mentioned that, you discussed on cross-examination with Mr. Draskovich that there was no diagram done in this case, at this location. Is that correct? This was a search warrant, right?
Yes.
It's not a crime scene?
Yes.
You're looking for evidence?
Yes.
Or the detectives are. Diagrams are at crime scenes to note where particular items of evidence are. Is that fair?
Yes, they're generally at the original crime scene.
Okay. Not at search warrants?
Correct.
Because items could be hidden and obviously placed there by defendants. Items in a house are
Objection was leading.
placed or under the control of whoever's in that house. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So their location may not be accurate.
Sorry, could you repeat?
Their location, I guess that's a bad question. Their location could be manipulated.
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
It was not a crime scene. This was a
Yes,
search
in
warrant.
reference to the manipulation of these items, they could be manipulated by who's ever in the residence while you are, correct? Law enforcement.
Generally, once I arrive to the crime scene, I will photograph the scene before anybody moves anything or touches anything, so the photos that I have are in its original state as we arrived.
As you arrived. But then you would testify that you were summoned to come and photograph these various items of interest, correct?
As they're located, yes.
Yes, but you weren't doing the locating, correct?
Correct.
Same question concerning this bag, specifically State's Exhibit 306. This bag you did not find, did you?
No.
You were summoned
Yes.
with all the people coming in and out, correct?
With the detectives, the homicide detectives specifically.
Or other detectives, whoever else was in there with law enforcement, fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
No. Thank you very much.
He's saying it's a huge conspiracy.
You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. This time we're going to, you may step down. At this time we are going to recess for a break. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case.
We're gonna be all
Research,
caught up
consult
here in just a
dictionaries,
moment.
the internet or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and will be in recess till 3:30.
Thank you. All right, correction, jury, please. Sir.
So we have just a few minutes left to sit in recess. All right. I think we've seen enough about what the defense is doing to understand their MO for this case. And it goes like this: attack the process, introduce doubt, point out any flaws in the investigation. The evidence is all against them. They have no evidence that they can present to be like, hey, look, you're looking at the wrong guy, other than these two voicemail messages that a reporter got. Okay, let me just tell you, I've worked at a news station before. You get crazy people that call up and complain all the time. Sometimes they call up and complain about the clothes the reporter is wearing. I kid you not. They call up and complain. Sometimes they call up and say rude things like, hey, that makes you look fat, and you should never wear that on TV. People say the rudest things to news stations. And it doesn't surprise me that they got these foul-mouthed people who called up and just wanted to vent or threaten. It happens all the time, sadly. That's not evidence. That's not, here's your guy. I mean, we've got some serious issues with, I don't know, DNA that defense has to overcome. DNA under fingernails. I don't know. I don't understand if it was the DNA of the defendant who was under the victim's fingernails, or if it's DNA of the victim under the defendant's fingernails. It's one or the other. But we also know that the defendant, when he got photographed, when he got brought in, has a cut on his finger. A big old cut on his finger. Oh, man. Not looking good. I can tell you, it's not looking good for him. All right, so we're in break right now. Our anybody count is at 19. Help me keep honest on this one. It's one of those words that just my phone's ringing. Who's calling me? Oh, it's Ivan. Hang on a second.
From crazy person Jed Thunder.
Ivan, my friend.
This is crazy person. Who's Ivan? This is crazy person Jed Thunder.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Jed
Crazy
Thunder.
person. Dead Thunder.
Jed Thunder.
Jed.
Okay?
J-E-D. Okay. Jed Thunder. Thank you for the call, Jed Thunder. I don't know the reference.
Jed Thunder, calling into AM radio. This is my old tagline.
Do I have to go back and listen to who was that? Art Bell to hear some of your calls?
Oh, you're bringing me way back now.
Yeah.
For a 30 to 45 mile radius, Jed Thunder was lighting up the AM radio circuits. Okay, I will have you know. Okay.
Well, no relation to Tropic Thunder. Okay.
No relation.
Tell me, did you watch were you able to catch the openings on this? The opening art statements?
Yes, I re-caught up. I am suspicious
of the state, obviously, right?
Yeah.
It looks like a setup.
Yes.
It's a frame job if I've ever seen one.
It's first class, tinfoil hats, brick out. I love that the sirens are going behind me right now. I couldn't have orchestrated this any better.
They're getting louder. Are they headed your direction?
When they come, when they come for me, they don't let anybody know. Okay.
it's the van with the panel door that just pulls up and jump out. Yeah.
It's a covert operation when they come for me.
So I will tell you, I have never seen an opening statement that had all the pieces of the puzzle put together, minus the confession. That is the only piece we've missed.
Well,
I guess we don't have the murder weapon.
Well, because that's the thing. But so if you were a betting man, RA, and I know that you aren't because religion and family and all these other moral things, like money.
Yeah,
right.
Money's why I don't gamble.
Yeah, if you were a betting man, where would your cast be lot? Where would you throw them?
All right. Here's what I've got to say. I've listened to the defendant. I listened to his jailhouse interview with I don't know, Court TV did it or something. He's mad about getting caught, and that's what he's attacking. He's completely ignoring the elephant in the room. that it's like, and okay, how do you get over the fact that it was your wife's car that was seen, and we have it on video, basically coming and going from your house with you in it? Well, we assume it's you in it, wearing the clothes that the attacker wore that have blood on it that were found at your house that match the DNA and it happens to be the victim happens to be somebody you had was your arch nemesis. Okay, there's
You
a
know what my lawyer
lot to
told me?
overcome. What?
All right, you know what my lawyer told me when the case had finally thanked me and sent me upstate with the rest of the license plate bangers? He told me, he said, Ivan, you know what is working tremendously in your disfavor? And I said, what? Because I came with all sorts of striking demands, like no prison, no parole, no probation, none of this. He said, you know what is going to sink you? And I said, what's that? He said, you're effing guilty. Okay, like you're.
It's your guilt. It's your guilt. If we just didn't have your guilt on here, I think we could win this case. But unfortunately,
you're effing guilty. You're caught red-handed. You are in the spot where you're not supposed to be with the people that your court order is not supposed to be with, doing the thing that your court order is not supposed to do. Like you are guilty. You couldn't be more guilty. Like so, that is definitely working against him. Like that's a hard nut to overcome. Like,
well, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the fact that apparently the crime scene photographers did not keep a log of who was going in and out of the court or out of the place where they were serving a search warrant. Clearly, that is where the problem lies.
Well, I don't know that that's going to sway anybody. Like, you know what I have found, RA? I have found in my time in 2+ years now of proving is that a word? Scanning the true crime scene here. I have found that the true crime scene is much more likely to afford reasonable doubt than actual breathing, living jurors. That's what I have found.
So we're more generous with reasonable doubt. We look for
100%.
Hey, Mrs. Ari, welcome back. We look for reasonable doubt. I'm not finding any.
The ins and outs.
I'm not finding
any. We get the
in
ins
this
and
one.
outs of the case. We get slick commentary from people like RA, honeymooning in Utah. We get slick commentary from people just kicking back, relaxing.
Do you say honeymooning?
Taking it easy. Yeah. Well,
I don't even see my family all day long. It's not honeymoon. They're off vacationing. I'm working.
You got a little defensive there, RA.
Yeah.
A little defensive there.
No.
But I'm just saying, we tend to cut a lot more slack than the average juror, in my experience. So I don't know how.
Maybe that's because we know how the system works and how it's supposed to work. We're more educated on the law than the average person because we've participated, even if just through viewing and discussion. We understand how the laws work. We understand the definition of some of the vernacular that's used around the courtroom, and so I think that helps us. It makes us better jurors. If anything, I think reasonable doubt is what everyone should start with. I mean, the defendant is shrouded in a cloak of innocence as you begin. If they had to call it off right before evidence was admitted, opening statements only, which are not evidence, we would have to say not guilty. That's what we know. Because we know how the system works.
That's a grand old story.
But that being said, I have to say I'm. Hang on, I need to find. I was ready to hit this button during the opening statements.
You would give me the benefit of the doubt, which I don't ever deserve.
I was playing this music in my head, listening to the opening statements as it was just nail after nail was hammered into this defendant's coffin.
My egg is up. The egg is expired.
Ivan, get back to work. Cut us some lumber. We've got things to build. So appreciate you. We'll see you, man.
Love you guys. Yep.
Okay, we do not have a verdict. I just wanted to play the music to illustrate a point. We are early in this case, but wow, if the prosecution can bring the evidence that they've teased us with in their open, and if defense can't do more, I mean, if defense only does what they say they're going to do, I think we're going to be hearing that music, and I think we know what the outcome's going to be. That's if everything plays out by the openings that sort of laid out the groundwork for what's going to happen in the case. But this is absolutely, it's nuts. I've got to say, I look at this case and say, how do we end up in court Why are we here? Wouldn't a lawyer say, this is one, look, you really got to take the deal on this one. Was there a deal? I imagine there might not even be a deal. It's like the prosecution's like, why would we offer a deal? Because we can prove everything. Life without parole is what he's facing. But I don't know. I officially, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to keep my mind open. There is a chance. I wouldn't say it's reasonable, but there is a chance that that this is a setup. I mean, we have seen setups before, right? We've the whole reason we have that word because it exists. Framing is actually, I've been framed. It happens. It's not the everyday occurrence, but it's a possibility. All right, I had happy trigger finger on the music. My favorite part about the song is the first bit. You have to hit it full volume though. Ready? That boom. That's what I like about that one. Anyway, I would like to hear from somebody who's looked at this and possibly not all the pretrial stuff, but just listened to what we've heard this morning or today, and said, yeah, I'm not buying what the state's selling. Because what really sold me on this is we have a plethora, or should we say plethora? I don't know which way is right. Red Pen, you can correct me one way or the other. Of different cameras capturing what I believe is some solid evidence, some solid video evidence that would point the finger at this defendant. You said it correctly the first time. Thank you. Plethora. It's not plethora. A smorgasbord of evidence. I have a feeling the two trials we're following, we'll hear that music soon after the jury starts deliberating. Hopefully not at the same time. Hopefully we can watch the verdicts. Because our first trial, the one that we're going to start on tomorrow morning, while we wait for this trial to start, because this doesn't start till noon, I think we're almost done with that one. I really think we are. That one's going to go fast. I'm not sure about deliberations, though. That one's up in the air. Florida juries can do crazy things. We didn't get jury music for Judge Boyd's case, so now you owe us. Did I not play the verdict music? Did I shortchange you guys on that one? I'm sorry. I realized it came in on like a late Friday night. Hey, look at this. Look who else is calling.
Call from
Thal.
Live from Nebraska. Thal, what's on your mind?
Hey, buddy. Yeah, okay, so I'll play devil's advocate.
Let's hear it.
All right. Okay, so
we are live.
How do we know?
We're caught up to the live. I need to say that. We are caught up to the live.
Oh, I'll make it quick. Or do you want me to go?
No, you're good. I'm just saying at any moment the judge can come back and I'll hang up on you like I normally do.
So, possible theory, okay, running with the defense's theory.
Okay.
Maybe, since he got all these phone calls and there was all that trouble going around, it wouldn't have been hidden evidence or hidden knowledge that the reporter and this guy didn't get along. So maybe one of those people taking the backroom deals, or maybe one of those people supplying the backroom deals to pay off people in his department for the corruption. Maybe one of them hired somebody to go over, get the guy, get a car that looked like his, because we never saw the license plate. We only saw the model of the car, and then drove over and did it.
So
thus setting him up for the cops.
This would be a sour grapes frame job because he's already lost his position. Okay, he lost the election. The other person won. What would be the motive? What would be the impetus to drive that after the fact? Unless, I mean, it would have to be personal at that level for a frame job to occur here.
Not necessarily. Maybe it was that there was ongoing investigations into the corruption, and if they can disprove this guy had such a bad temper he killed somebody, maybe that would stop their investigation somehow, showing his bias that no, there was no corruption, this guy was just crazy. It's a reach, but I'm trying.
So I'm looking at this. We've got a crime scene that is packed. Okay, we have everybody who has more than one stripe on their shoulder in the police department in Las Vegas was at this crime scene, and you would have to have all of them sort of be in on it, or just have some really good sneaky people to hide evidence during all this, because they all sort of rush the scene at once, right?
No. You could have done it with one guy. One guy. It doesn't need to be the whole police force. Doesn't need to be in on it. One guy goes in, plants the evidence, and then tells the detective, "Hey, guess you looky what I found."
Okay, but the
And he
evidence,
calls over
the evidence that they planted, I mean, they've got like they very very well hidden, and pieces cut up, hidden all over the place. This is in depth. This anyway. We're back.
Maybe he didn't have time to plant them all in one spot. He had to hide them around because there was other people moving around him. So he had to hide in multiple locations.
All right, I'll give you the final word there. We're back in court. Thanks very much, Thal.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
All right, as we come back to court, let's get our body count up to 19. There we go. Tina B, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Everyone, please be seated.
That was loud. Okay, I've got a limiter on so we won't have those loud explosion noises in our ears anymore. Thal did try. We'll give him an A for effort.
Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel
Yes, we do.
and the defense?
Yes.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
State will call John Martinez at the stand.
John Martinez.
John Bueller. I like the seal as well. Lab man, the seal for Nevada, I think looks really good. It's well designed. It doesn't have funny animals on it like some other states that we won't mention.
Please step up into the witness stand. Remain standing. Raise your right hand, please. Clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
I like the glasses on the forehead.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the
That's the
record.
top of the head.
Jonathan, Jonathan, Martinez, Martinez.
May I proceed?
You may.
Thanks so much. Sir, are you familiar with a company called Multiple Plumbing Services?
Multiple pump services, yes.
Okay, what is Multiple Plumbing Services?
I work for them and we do sewer bypasses.
Okay. So what does that mean, sewer bypass?
When there needs to be work done on the sewer line, we'll create an above ground bypass, plug up the sewer line, suck it up, move it above ground, dump it off somewhere else to dry out that system so they can work on that dried out system.
Does your company perform that sort of work in residential areas?
Yes.
Is that like a 1-hour job?
No. It can go on for months, 24 hours.
Months?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to September 2nd, 2022.
They suck up the sewer
Did you
and then
and
spit
your
it out
company
again.
perform a sewer maintenance project over on a street called Wintergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on that day?
Yes.
If we focus on September 2nd, 2022, and we work our way back, about how long was your company working on Wintergreen?
Probably mid-August.
So you were there in the month of August.
Yes.
So I have a question for you. When you would work on a project like that, was there anything that you and your fellow workers would actually wear on the construction site?
We're required to wear high-vis clothing, usually orange or yellow, with reflective vests or some kind of reflective tape on our chest.
Mr. Martinez, what is the purpose of wearing bright orange stuff when you're working on a sewer project out in a residential neighborhood?
We usually work in the middle of the road, so we need to be visible to traffic.
So you're in the middle of the street?
Yes.
So if a car drove by, in theory, as you were working, they could see you and your fellow workers all wearing orange clothing?
Yes.
And you were there during the month of August?
Yes.
How many days a week were you and your fellow workers working on Wintergreen in orange jackets?
Every day for 24 hours.
Every day for 24 hours. So if you walked through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
If you drove through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022, probably around 10:30 in the morning, early morning hours, maybe around leading up to about noon. Are you working at Wintergreen?
Yes.
Is there a vehicle at some point around that time, around 10:30ish, catch your attention?
Yes.
Why does it catch your attention?
I was doing a route from Rock Springs to Wintergreen every 30 minutes, and I would pull up in the middle. It was more convenient for me to park in the middle so I wouldn't have to park and then walk down. A vehicle parked in kind of like right before a barricaded sign. If that vehicle was there, it would impede traffic to turn right on, I'm not sure the street name. So when I pulled up, that vehicle was parked on that side right there.
So you were not on foot, you were in your car?
I was in the company truck.
It's like a work truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this car parked over there, what kind of vehicle, what color vehicle was it?
I remember it was red.
Red. Do you see the driver?
Yes.
Is the driver wearing anything?
Orange.
Orange. First impressions, did you think he was part of your work project?
I wasn't really sure.
But he had something similar to what you and all your fellow workers who have been there for the last month have been wearing?
Similar, yes.
So do you kind of pull up in his general direction?
I pulled up in the middle of the road, and he was parked facing the opposite direction than me, on my left.
Do you remember it being filled with lots of people, or was there only one person in the car?
One person.
Okay. As you start to approach this vehicle, does that red car with the person in the orange jacket, does that person stick around?
No, he gave me a wave and then proceeded to drive away.
So that person didn't get out and join your work site?
No.
He didn't ask where I should park to help out and work?
No.
So he just moved on?
Correct.
Did you ever see that red car again as far as you remember?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You've had, at some point a couple days later, someone from the police department approaches you. Isn't that right, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Have you had a chance prior to this to see some footage, maybe from some like a home surveillance camera?
Prior to that, no.
Okay. But I meant like around that time, you have seen footage previously that depicts kind of what you've described to us. Is that correct?
Yes, I have seen it.
All right. At this time, and I believe we have a stipulation that states proposed 338 has been admitted into evidence.
That is correct.
We will be playing a video just entitled John Martinez Video. If we could cue over, please.
So see the car. This is the construction scene video.
Here, we'll start it up again. I'm going to stop it right here. Do you see a vehicle that you just described to us previously?
Yes.
Okay, where is it located on this footage?
It's the SUV on the right top corner.
All right, resuming playing.
Forward and back.
That
1207.
white truck, who's driving that white truck?
I am.
And that's kind of the interchange that you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And the driver at no point rolled down his window to ask you where he should park to join you and your fellow workers on that sewage repair project?
No.
He just drove away.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Examination?
Yes.
We're going to bring in random people to authenticate every single video, and there's a lot of them.
You were shown this video previously, correct?
Yes, the following Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday after by a detective.
Okay, and this was 2 years ago.
Yes.
And you agree with me that you gave honest answers to the detective when you were interviewed?
Yes.
Tell me you didn't really remember the interaction, did you?
Not really.
And fair to say that, I mean, it's been 2 years, you've had a lot going on. You probably remembered it better then than you would today.
Yeah, I was pretty tired when he interviewed me, but yes.
Okay. He tape recorded your interview, correct?
I believe so.
You were asked if someone tried to get your attention and you said you didn't really remember, honestly. Fair
No.
answer.
Yeah, fair answer.
Page, counsel?
I have 179.
Objection was what page you're talking about on the deposition? He does crappy work, but if he doesn't do the
Fair to say
crappy
it
work,
wasn't
we
a
all have to
memorable
deal with
interaction
it.
that you had.
I'm sorry?
I said fair to say that it wasn't really a memorable interaction that you had with this person in this vehicle.
I guess.
I mean, you can tell by your face. It didn't stick. I mean, you didn't remember when you were interviewed a couple of days later, really, what happened or the
No.
importance of anything. Fair to say?
No, I didn't feel like it was important. No.
You didn't feel like it was important. You never saw this person's face, correct?
I did, just for a very short time.
I see. Were you ever shown any lineups in reference to that person?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, to identify this person.
No, I was never asked to.
Okay.
Can you
You
identify
never
that
spoke
person?
to this person?
No.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Briefly. Yeah, briefly.
Defense?
Just to be clear.
Is this the gold mine?
The police officer who interviewed you didn't ask you the question of, hey, did this guy ever get out and ask where he should park? That officer never asked you that question.
No.
Would you have answered it back then if you were asked that question?
Yes, I would have remembered that.
The first person who asked that question was me, correct?
Correct.
And that was today,
Yeah.
right? Additionally, the question about him getting out and asking for directions, that was never asked by this officer. If this driver in the orange jacket in the red car ever sought any information as to where to park. The police officer never asked you a question like that back then, correct?
Correct.
So you never had an opportunity to answer it until today. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And just to be clear, we have the video, right?
Yeah.
We can see the driver doesn't get out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay, he just drives off once you start to approach.
Okay, I just see what they're doing here.
Thank you. No further questions.
They ask him those questions because he remembers that didn't
Thank you
happen.
very much for your testimony here today.
That-
Please step down.
He doesn't
Your excuse
remember
is
the interaction very much, but they
Please
asked him
call
questions that
that
don't matter.
We're going to call
He
detective.
says, no, that didn't happen. Didn't stop and ask. Didn't join our work crew. Because if they said, do you remember this guy driving up? The answer would be no. Yeah, they opened the door to this, and the prosecution did not go there. He said he briefly saw his face. There's a chance for him to say, well, it could go either way. Do you see that gentleman who you saw face to face that day 2 years ago in the courtroom today? Where is he seated?
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, Clifford. Last name is Mogg, M as in Mary, O-G-G.
Clifford Mogg. Nice tie.
All right. We don't have anyone. Okay. That's
Drinking the Aquafina.
Sir, normally I'd ask you what you currently do for a living, but I first want to ask you, maybe as late as or as early as late as last year, what were you doing here in Las Vegas?
So up until August 10th of last year, when I retired, I had been a police officer for almost 40 years, 27 of that with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and 20 years as a homicide detective.
Okay. Wow. Currently, what do you have a new profession or at least a follow-up of your police work?
I'm a contract investigator for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and I have my own company, and that's what I do currently.
I do expert witness.
Were you hired by our office to prepare kind of a PowerPoint analyzing video surveillance?
I was.
And just to be clear, was this video surveillance that you had collected when you were working as a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct. On September 3rd, myself and other members of my squad responded to Mr. Gurman's residence in connection with a body that had been found in a suspicious homicidal death. I was one of the later detectives to respond, and my job at that point was to assist the other lead detectives in the case and locate surveillance video in the area of the crime.
All right. So let's talk about that first. So this PowerPoint, you prepared this PowerPoint, is that correct?
I did.
Tell this jury a little bit about the process that you and your fellow detectives, as well as patrol officers, conducted to collect all of the footage that we are about to see.
So the collection of this video actually occurred over a couple of days. On the day of our initial response to the scene, we canvassed the area looking for surveillance cameras that are located on the outside of houses, businesses that might be surrounding the area, any other type of surveillance cameras, whether they be stationary or mobile cameras that could be in the area. And then we make contact with the people who are at that residence or that business and attempt to collect video from them. In this case, there was a house directly across the street which had cameras that faced Mr. Gurman's residence. Down the street there were a couple other houses. Some of them did not have any surveillance that was available, either because the camera didn't record it or it wasn't within the range of the camera. I recovered some surveillance video from a house at the corner of Wintergreen and Bronze Circle, which actually showed the arrival of the suspect vehicle and the suspect walking along the Wintergreen Drive.
I want to jump ahead just for 1 second before we start moving on to your PowerPoint. You mentioned you found footage on Wintergreen of the suspect vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your line of work, whether it's in a residential area like in the outdoors or maybe at a casino, is there a process that if you find a suspect or a person of interest, is there a method in which you try to track the movements of someone?
Yes. So once we collect surveillance video and we collect it for a certain time frame where we believe the crime occurred or where the suspect may have been in the area, at that point we start reviewing the camera footage from the time that we get it until the time that video footage ends, looking for the suspect. If we find the suspect or the suspect's vehicle in any of those video clips, then what we do is start going backwards and looking further down the street, around the corner, down the other streets, businesses that are in the area, to see if we can determine when the suspect or the suspect's vehicle arrived in the area and when it left and what route it took to either arrive at the scene or depart from the scene.
And so ultimately you are trying to find ideally the ultimate origin, let's say in this case the suspect car, trying to find the ultimate origin of that suspect car, and you're trying to find the final destination of the car. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Can you tell, once you found this vehicle, were you able to track it beyond just Wintergreen and Bronze Circle? Were you able to start collecting surveillance that extended beyond just those couple of streets?
Yes.
Okay, how far out are you going, sir?
Miles. I think it's actually, driving the route, it's approximately 5.4 miles out that we went to collect video.
This is such a thorough investigation.
So you just kind of start hitting businesses or restaurant or residences kind of all along this route that you believe this car is taken?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that? Is it just a one-person job? How many officers took part in this?
So there were 6 people on my squad. We had other detectives that assisted us. There were detectives from the digital forensic unit that helped us. We had other units within the Metropolitan Police Department that assisted us in canvassing the area for surveillance video. All told, I believe I probably had 25 detectives looking for surveillance video.
Have you ever heard of the term of kind of gridding something out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's just giving areas of responsibility to different detectives to look for surveillance video within that area.
Okay. Let's start getting to it. What do we see here? What is on this first slide?
So this first slide, there was a multitude of surveillance video cameras that were located. We were able to collect surveillance video from several of the digital video recorders. Some of it was of evidentiary value, some of it was not. This right here is a listing, just the first 6, of locations that had video that was of an evidentiary value that I used in constructing this PowerPoint.
And let me just stop you right there. And just to be clear, the suspect vehicle is not the only thing that you were tracking, correct, in terms of this PowerPoint and the compilation of the video. Is that right?
That's correct. We also tracked the victim.
Okay, so for example, I see number 3. What's significant about number 3?
So number 3 is Roberto's Taco Shop. It's located just north of Charleston on Rainbow.
Yum.
And the victim actually went there at about 9 o'clock in the morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have
That checks
these
me on the burner phone.
parentheses for each one of them talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these just another, I guess, 7 sources of camera footage that we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
Is this additional footage?
Correct.
And additional footage?
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
22 cameras.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective.
There's the map.
What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tejas, then what I did was just used what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tejas' residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Okay.
It's a nice
what
ride.
is this?
And this is a photograph of Mr. Tejas' maroon GMC Yukon Denali.
We'll talk about this Denali in a little bit once we're kind of through the footage, because I'll have to
nice
switch
ride.
over to the other projector. But let's look at this. How are we going to start?
So this is the first movement of the victim. At about 8:47 in the morning, he leaves his residence. The direction of travel he went was north on Wintergreen, and then we don't have any surveillance video of him after he goes north on Wintergreen. And so this, where the red circle is just his vehicle leaving Bronze Circle from the direction of his residence.
Oh, they went frame by frame through all these. This is nuts.
And then again, I did the same thing, just an approximate route that I believe Mr. Gurman would have taken to get to Roberto's Taco Shop, and that's approximately 2.4 miles.
And what are we looking at here?
So this is Roberto's Taco Shop at 907 South Rainbow at about 9:04 in the morning. And again, this is a corrected time. So when I say corrected, it's just corrected for the differentiation from the actual time and the DVR time. And this, the victim arrives in his vehicle and parks in the parking lot on the south side of the business. And then this camera right here is the approximate location of the camera that captured that. This is Mr. Gurman arriving.
Okay, we need this quality of camera in every bank. Look at this. We've got. No, that's at least 1080p. It's not 4K maybe, but It's live video.
So the clothing that Mr. Gurman is wearing was important to me later on in my examination of the surveillance video, because this is the same clothing he wears when he comes out of his house.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is just a photograph of Mr. Gurman at the cash register inside the Roberto Taco Shop, and that's, again, about 9:04 in the morning.
All right, so we've now moved on to a new slide. What is significant about 9601 Red Hills Drive?
So this is the, I hope I pronounce this right, Pidgeot Elementary School. It is directly south of the road leading to Mr. Gurman's or Mr. Tejas' residence.
Look at all those pools.
So if you can show us, where's Mr. Tejas' residence?
Right up here where the red pin is.
Okay, is that, and let me just, I'm going to walk up here. Is this a driveway? Is that what we're looking at? Is that a driveway out onto Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Okay, so if you just pulled out of that driveway and came down Silk Castle, that would be the straight route if Mr. Tejas was leaving his house to make his way out, I guess, out in that direction. Would that be fair?
Correct. It's just a short eastbound jaunt and then south onto the street.
So just to be clear, this is at 9:10 in the morning. What are we going to see footage of here?
So this, you'll see Mr. Tejas arriving at his residence, and Denali traveling westbound and then northbound.
YouTube just rolled out a new option in chat. A red pen, you found it. It's crazy. It's chatception. It lets you respond. Oh, wow, look at this. Another good camera. A little blurry, but still good video.
And
lets
just
you respond
to be clear,
a super chat.
You said
So
that
if
the
you send a super
process
chat,
is you
people can
start with the car
reply to
and
it
then you start working
directly
in a
to you.
direction, collect video, right? Until you
Yes.
find the final destination, right?
Correct.
So this is the final origin spot, correct?
Yes.
But you had to look at video prior to this, seeing the path of travel from the Bronze Circle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, or Wintergreen, right? Thank you. All right, so we've got, just to go back, so we're at about 9:10 in the morning for Tejas' Denali at this point, correct?
Correct. He's arriving home.
All right, so now, why are we looking at this slide next?
This is another slide of the victim. So at 9:11 in the morning, the victim leaves the restaurant, gets into his car. He travels west in the parking lot, then goes north in front of the Home Depot there at Rainbow and Charleston, and then he turns back out onto Rainbow Boulevard.
Okay, so this is a minute apart, right? So Garriman's at the taco shop, Tejas is on his way home,
That's
or in that
correct.
direction at least.
Yes. There's Mr. Gurman leaving the restaurant.
Did he get his tacos? I didn't see him carrying anything. Maybe he ate there. Why'd we hang up here? Got really quiet. We're waiting. Should get audio back. Greeners, you have the internet today?
Cameras from these businesses to see if there was another red Yukon Denali that had followed Mr. Gurman there or followed him away, and I did not see one.
Okay, so during the time that you have eyes on Mr. Garriman's car, at least at this point in time, you're not seeing a red Yukon?
I'm not.
All right. Now, what is significant about this slide?
This is at 9:12 in the morning, again from Pidgeot Elementary School, and this is a camera, same angle as the last time, showing Mr. Tejas arriving. This is showing Mr. Tejas leaving the area of his residence, traveling south, and then traveling east on the street in front of the school.
And that would be Red Hills Road.
Correct.
What are we looking here in this slide?
So this is at 9:19 in the morning. This is a camera that was located at 1405 Wintergreen Drive, which is just southeast of Bronze Circle where the victim lived. The victim drove northbound on Wintergreen Circle and then turned west onto Bronze Circle toward his house.
Has approximately 8 minutes elapsed since he left the Robertos.
Approximately, yes.
Thanks, Red Pen. Always looking out for me. I appreciate you.
There's his vehicle. Making the westbound turn on Bronze Circle.
And so that's Bronze Circle beyond that tree there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then at 10:03, the victim left his residence again, traveled north on Wintergreen to Vegas Drive. And then this camera is located at 7200 Periwinkle. It's on Wintergreen, just south of Vegas, and it'll show the victim driving north on Wintergreen and then turning eastbound onto Vegas Drive at about 10:03 in the morning.
Did you also, at this point, with this type of footage, look to see if there's any red Yukons following him?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thanks, Ayden.
Here you can see he makes the turn, and there are no other vehicles that follow him.
All right. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is the first slide, first time that I captured the red Yukon Denali at 10:26 in the morning, traveling southbound on Rock Springs Drive. This is, you can see in the yellow there where Mr. Gurman's residence is located. It's
jump in time
a couple
here,
blocks to the east. And then these are just stills because the vehicle drove by too fast to be of any use.
What's significant about this area?
At 10:26 in the morning, further down the street on Rock Springs is Cornflower Drive. This video was recovered from 7125 Cornflower Drive at 10:26 in the morning, and the red Yukon drove west on Cornflower. And it's captured by that camera on the north side of the house.
This is nuts. We've got him. This is crazy. Okay. This is very, very good
at
detective
10:30 in the morning.
That's what the defense has chosen to attack.
On the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas at 7200 Periwinkle. The victim drove west on Vegas Drive, then turned southbound onto Wintergreen back into the direction of his house. And again, you can see there are no other vehicles that followed the victim into the neighborhood.
Even though the video paused right then.
And what's significant about this timestamp?
So at 10:39, saw the red Yukon traveling from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen. This is the same direction that the victim had just traveled. And again, 10:39 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle, and it was the camera located on the east side of the residence.
And if we just go back for a second. So this is at 10:30. So Garman's coming in at 10:30, and this is approximately 9 minutes later.
Yes. And all of these videos are at the actual speed. When I reviewed the surveillance videos, I slowed these down to a quarter to an eighth of the speed so that I could look at details.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a still from that last video from 7200 Periwinkle, and this shows the suspect who's clad in an orange traffic shirt, sitting in the driver's seat, The passenger visor is down and the driver visor is down.
Did that take on later significance for your investigation, Detective?
It did.
Why is that?
When I went to Mr. Teaz's residence several days after the murder, I located that a similar red Yukon Denali parked in his driveway, and everything that I had seen on the surveillance video was similar to Mr. Teaz's video, or to Mr. Teaz's vehicle, including the fact that that passenger visor was still down.
Okay, we're gonna pause that presentation for a second. I want to show counsel 314, 17, 317, 319, 322, 325, and 313. Objections? Okay. Any objections to their admission? No. Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit states 313, 314, 317, 319, 322, and 325. May I approach the witness? No objection, Your Honor.
If they're admitted, you may approach.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to make it a little easier, I'll walk up and show the jury so we don't have to keep moving the computer. But take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize what we're looking at there.
So these are photographs taken of Mr. Teaz's vehicle as he was parked in the driveway in front of his residence on the date that we executed a search warrant.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that jumped out to you was when you saw that vehicle at his house parked, there was something about the visor that jumped out to you. What was that again?
That the visor was down in the same position that it was in this surveillance picture.
Okay. I want to show you 317 and 319. Is that depicting what you're talking about?
It is.
And is that essentially what you're circling there in that photograph on that PowerPoint presentation?
That's correct.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor? Thank you very much. Showing the jury 317 and 319.
There's also one other feature that I saw.
Okay.
If you look...
Here, there's no question pending.
Sustained.
All right. Detective, are there any other features?
Is there any other features you'd like to explain?
There was.
Okay, what was it?
If you look at the surveillance photo on the screen, below the visor, on the edge of the window, next to the hood of the car, there's a light-colored area. There was a similar light-colored area on Mr. Teaz's vehicle when I found it parked in his driveway.
Detective Mogg, why don't you step down for a second? Do you see it in this photograph? That light-colored area?
This was damaged, or?
Right there.
Let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of the front windshield of that Yukon Denali. And it looks almost, it's lighter, I mean, it kind of looks orangish, but it's not quite a rectangle. For the record, you said that jumped out to you when you saw the car in person?
Correct.
I'd like to show you states 317. Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you? Why don't you come on down and show them what you saw when you looked at it in person?
So it's this.
They're stressing this point because we don't have anyone that's saying that was him driving.
Again, he's pointed in 317
the same car.
to kind of a rectangular area right in the bottom corner of that front windshield. What's it say on the front passenger door there? Does that have lettering on that door?
Denali.
Okay, and when we look at 322 here, what does it say on the front passenger door?
Denali.
Tell me about the wheels for a second. Are the rims similar?
They are.
Okay.
Are they custom?
May I approaching
or stock?
With stage 322. Here's another question, Detective. The windows, the front passenger windows, anything significant about the front passenger windows as it relates to the rear windows?
They're not tinted.
So as I reviewed the surveillance video, I noticed that the front driver and front passenger window were not tinted, but the windows behind them were. When I arrived at Mr. Teaz's residence, I noticed that the driver and front passenger window were not tinted, and the rest were.
Showing the jury states 322 and 325.
Tolis is shaking his head while this conversation is going on. See,
When you watch this video or this Denali on the video surveillance, do you see any bumper stickers or decals or anything like that?
None.
And when you saw Mr. Tellis's car in its driveway, did it have any stickers on it anywhere?
No.
Publishing 313.
Weird echo. It's probably because that's a stock configuration without the driver and passenger window tinted. A lot of states have rules against
Okay,
those windows being
let's
tinted.
move back to this presentation. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So this is at 10:39 in the morning, again from the 1405 Wintergreen residence. The red Yukon drove south past the house, and the driver appeared to be the only occupant in the vehicle.
Roll tape.
And then less than a minute later, that same Yukon drove north on Wintergreen.
Now, did you noted that there was something about the license plate that was significant in the footage?
Yeah, it didn't appear to have a rear license plate during the time that I saw it driving around the neighborhood.
Now, Detective, how long had you been a police officer for?
About 40 years.
How many years on homicide?
20.
Have you ever had a case when a suspect might, I don't know, remove his license plate when going off to commit a crime?
Yes.
Objection calls. Thank you.
Thank you. Calls for
Let's move on.
speculation. It really didn't, but it was probably expert.
What do we have
witness
here in this
story.
slide?
So this is 37 seconds later at about 10:40 in the morning. The red Yukon drove south on Wintergreen Drive and stopped momentarily across the street from 1405. And this is where it pulls in and stops.
Backs up. So it tucks up to the curb a little bit.
Now, Detective, I don't know if you were familiar with this, but were you aware that there was like a sewer repair project going on in that area?
I was.
So remind me, when you're driving down that road, what street are you heading towards now?
Cornflowers down that way.
Okay.
There's-
I just wanted to see if maybe when we get to a map, I just kind of want to see if you can help me orient that. Why are these pictures isolated?
Those are just two stills of the Yukon and the suspect sitting in the driver's seat as they were parked across the street from 1405.
And any significant about the windows?
Same thing, the front passenger and the front driver window were not tinted, the rest were.
All right. Okay, so Cornflower. So this is the area that we're talking about here?
Yes.
Okay, so when we looked at that last footage, is the car, I'm assuming this is north, south, east, west, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we saw the footage with the construction truck where they had that interaction, can you come down here and show me where that interaction is, and then where does the red Yukon kind of drive towards?
So this is Bronze Circle right here, Mr. Gurman's residence. The Yukon parked right across the street here for a brief instant. That sewer truck backed up here, and then the Yukon drove south on Wintergreen.
Okay.
More video. Zoom. We need car sound effects for wherever it drives.
All right. What is significant about this slide, sir?
at 1048 at 7004 Copperleaf Drive, which is just south of Cornflower. The Yukon drove west in front of that residence, then made a U-turn and went east on Copperleaf Drive.
Okay.
Is this a still of that footage?
Yes.
This footage was shot on a potato.
What are we looking at here?
This is another video of the Yukon as it drove west on Lunar Light Drive in front of 6905 at about 10:49 in the morning.
Is this a still from that footage?
Yes.
And now what are we looking at here?
10:54 in the morning from 7200 Periwinkle. This is just south of Vegas on Wintergreen. The red Yukon turned south onto Wintergreen Drive from westbound Vegas Drive, and the driver was still wearing the orange shirt.
Penny for your thoughts, Mr. Tellis.
This is a still from that?
Yes.
Okay. What about this footage here?
So this is 7200 Bronze Circle. It's right at the corner of Bronze Circle and Wintergreen. At 10:56 in the morning, the red Yukon was captured on the surveillance camera on the east side of the house. It stopped briefly, and then it continued south on Wintergreen Drive, and you can see the yellow reflective bands on the suspect's shirt.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ayden, thanks for gifting 10 memberships. We have to watch Susan's second interview.
And then between 10:59 and 11:01, the suspect seen here with the beige gardener hat, the orange shirt with the reflective stripes, the dark pants, and the gray tennis shoes, walked north and south along Wintergreen briefly before he continued north on Wintergreen.
You don't want to miss that basketball hoop, because if you shoot too high, it pops the ball.
What are we looking at here?
So this is from 1405 Wintergreen Drive. That video was corrupt. It had a lot of blank spaces in it where there was just static. It did not show the arrival of the Denali in front of the residence, but at 11:01 hours when the video started up again, the Denali was already parked.
All right. Now, why is this footage significant, sir?
So this is where I capture the suspect walking south on Wheatland Way. And then after he walks south past 1505 Wheatland, he turns around and walks northbound again up to Periwinkle. And here you can see the suspect with his hat, his jacket, the pants, the shoes, and he was also carrying a bluish-gray bag with dark straps on it.
Is this like a hiding in plain sight sort of thing? If I wear a fluorescent jacket, no one will see me? Ayden, lots of people saying thank you for your generous donations. Whoa. 30 now. Ayden, thank you, thank you, thank you. Debbie, welcome. Glad you got that 1 month membership calendar anniversary message. I think the video's on loop. Didn't we see this already? We just have all these different houses. Oh, all the different houses have video of him. We've got the whole walk. Very distinct gait. We might put together something showing his gait, both in costume and out of costume, to see if it's the same person. So I can click on just responses to Super Chat like this. I can just go through each response to the Super Chat. That's pretty cool.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
It's 7200 Bronze Circle. We've seen the video from this house several times. The camera on the east side of the house faces Wintergreen, and this will show the suspect at about 11:16 in the morning walking south on the sidewalk along Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle.
And just to be clear, when we looked at the footage before, we were looking at footage from Wheatland Way, right?
Yes.
And so was the final footage, is he walking north around that corner? Is that what we're seeing there?
He's coming south.
So he's walking
on Wintergreen toward Bronze Circle.
So he's on that road up there making his way towards Wintergreen.
Periwinkle, yes.
Is that, I can't see the Bronze Circle blocking it.
The counter is for how many times they say body.
Okay. All right, so that's what we see on the previous footage, and
or
now
they
we're going
show
to see some continuation, yeah?
Correct.
The body.
This is the suspect, still dressed the way he was on the previous video, walking south toward Bronze Circle.
There's so many. We're not going to see this many security camera footage.
This is
videos in the trial until Brian Koberger.
North.
That's the next time we get to see this many.
From 1405 Wintergreen towards Bronze Circle, and you can see the suspect at about 11:17 walking westbound on Bronze Circle along the sidewalk.
All right, what is significance about the next slide?
So this is surveillance video from directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. It's located at 7217 Bronze Circle. At about 11:17 in the morning, the suspect walks westbound on Bronze Circle, where the red dotted line is, to the west side of Mr. Gehrman's residence. When he leaves, several minutes later, he walks back eastbound on Bronze Circle toward Wintergreen, where the blue dotted line is.
Okay, so the red dotted line signifies the approach, and the blue signifies the exit.
Yes.
So it's way down there.
So you can see the suspect in the upper part of the video.
Ivan, the button's stuck, man. I love it, but I've got to tell you, your gifting button is stuck. Thank you for another 10 memberships. We're running out of people to give to, I think, right now. That was a faster gait, I think. Like he was walking faster. He was almost at his destination.
There's not additional footage?
No, you just click it again.
Okay.
Right, this is another camera on that same residence, and this is facing north toward Mr. Gehrman's garage and the west side of his house. And you can see the suspect walking across the driveway up to the gate area on the west side of the house.
And this is the moment. I think every time it goes black, there's a time jump, possibly. He has rubber legs.
Okay, you can go to the next slide.
Lois, thank you.
What are we looking at here?
11:21 hours, the victim's garage door opens, and then you'll see Mr. Gehrman walk from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen back to that gate area. And he's wearing the same clothes that he was wearing at the time that he was at the Roberto Taco Shop. And as soon as he gets back near the gate, you'll see the suspect come out.
Surprised the daylight's out of him.
Right there. So the attack occurs over here on the west side of the garage.
This whole thing happened on camera. Middle of the day in a neighborhood that was paying attention. The best we've heard from the defense is that there's no cell phone data that shows that he went there. That's the defense we've got so far. The attack happens. The attacker leaves. And I want to see this. He comes back. So the attack happened at 11:21.
And here comes the suspect. And now he's going to leave the area eastbound on Bronze Circle. This is back to the other camera angle at the same address.
That's 3 minutes later.
You can see him walking along the sidewalk again.
Cuts across the street right up here. Ayden. Thank you, my friend.
And he continues walking eastbound to Wintergreen.
He cuts across the street. Valerie, I think he gets a hearing. I'm not sure if it's going to be a new trial. Is it a new trial? Have they made that decision yet? All because of the reporter, right? The court recorder.
What are we looking at here? This is 11:25 in the morning. The camera at 1405 Wintergreen Drive. The suspect walked to the red Yukon from Bronze Circle. He put his bag into the left rear seat. Then he got into the driver's seat and drove south on Wintergreen.
I saw another person there in the window, or walking out in the yard. Wonder if they were talked to. Did they observe anything? Probably not. Shouldn't there be like lock, unlock logs on the Yukon computer that would correspond to that moment where he just tried to open the door, it didn't open, then probably push the button to unlock it, and I mean, they don't need that evidence. They've already got video evidence.
This is just a still of the suspect getting into the driver's seat And you can see the same hat, same jacket, pants, and shoes.
Moving on, what are we looking at here?
And this is 11:30 at 1501 Rock Springs Drive, which was an apartment complex located on Rock Springs. Recorded the suspect's red Yukon driving north on Rock Springs Drive toward Vegas Drive.
Is this just a still from that?
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this is 11:29 in the morning from the address at 7200 Periwinkle, again, the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas. And it shows the red Yukon turning from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen at 11:29 in the morning.
Is this a still of that?
Yes.
What do we have in this slide?
We're back to 7200 Bronze Circle, the address directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. At 11:29, the suspect's red Yukon drove westbound on Bronze Circle, pulled up in front of Mr. Gehrman's house, stopped. The suspect got out of the driver's seat, went back to the area where the attack occurred, and then returned to his vehicle and left eastbound on Bronze Circle.
He drove right
Excellent.
up. He hid the vehicle, and then he must have forgotten something. He must have left some sort of evidence. He came back.
I think I might have froze up.
Oh, okay. We'll go back.
Yeah, go back. We want to see this. This is the one where he comes back. This is the camera that caught the attack. This is the full screen, the wide shot from the camera that caught the attack. The top right-hand corner is the garage of Mr. Gehrman. I want to see how close he pulled up next to the house. This one's important, guys. Don't mess this one up. They always return. No, good. Don't get to see it.
Let's see if I can do it. See if this does it.
They can't get the video to play. Let's change to camera 2. See if that's any better.
Let me do this. Let me close out of it. Let's just reopen it.
Let's start the whole presentation over. This is sponsored by PowerPoint. This is funny. Have you ever seen on a presentation where someone brings a computer and plugs it in and it gives the warning, this is not a licensed version of the software, please pay. Let's scroll down. How far are we going? Oh, we're about halfway through. Nice. Oh, we're 3/4 of the way through. Comes in, turns around.
Is this where we were? I feel like this is
Yeah.
Yes. This is the Denali arriving. Stopping in front of Mr. Gehrman's residence. And there's the suspect.
There he is. He does stop there. Parks right in front of the driveway. gutsy move. What do you think he took a picture? Do you think he memento? I mean, just double check to make sure you didn't lose any or leave any evidence?
Making a U-turn and going back eastbound on Bronze Circle.
It's like, why did I? Why
And you'll
did
see
he
it
do
turn
that?
northbound onto Wintergreen.
Didn't have his phone with him, or at least the phone. There was no data that showed the phone traveled there.
And again, 7200 Periwinkle, the intersection of Wintergreen and Vegas Drive. You'll see the red Yukon traveling northbound on Wintergreen, and then it makes a westbound turn onto Vegas.
That was a stop sign, and he ran it. He just that was not even a California stop. He just ran that stop sign.
So this is
add to his charge.
Sunspot Street. The house actually backs up to Washington, and there's a camera located at the back of the residence that faces south toward Washington, covers kind of the backyard area of the house. At 11:35, the suspect's red Yukon drove west on Washington Avenue from Tenaya Way.
Is that a screen grab of that car driving by?
It is, and then that is a highlighted area where there appears now to be a license plate on the vehicle. So this is the Winco Food at 7501 West Washington. It's further west than the last still photo that you saw. At 11:36, the suspect's red Yukon continued westbound on Washington toward Buffalo.
Is that a still of that?
It is. And again, you can see the white spot on the rear of the car where it appears now that the license plate has been reattached. This is the Arco gas station in 901 North Buffalo. It's at the northwest corner of Buffalo and Washington, and it has cameras that face east and south, and it captured the red Yukon arriving at the intersection, going through the intersection, turning southbound onto Buffalo at about 9:36 and 9:37 in the morning.
9:36?
11:36 and 11:37.
And those are just stills reflecting that?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here?
This is the P.F. Chang restaurant at 1095 South Rampart. It's at the corner, northwest corner of Rampart and Charleston, and it has cameras on both the east side and the south side of the business, which cover Rampart and Charleston.
P.F.
And at about 11:47 in the morning, the red Yukon drove south on Rampart toward Charleston.
And it's about a 5-mile distance between these two residences, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
He's got his
Is
eyes
this still
locked on the
footage from that
screen.
P.F. Chang's?
Yes.
Probably because he cannot
Vehicle then turned
look at the jury
westbound
right now. That's my guess.
onto Charleston, and at 11:48, the camera on the south side of the P.F. Chang's captured the vehicle as it drove westbound.
Is that a still of that footage?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here?
We continued canvassing further west on Charleston, and there was a camera located at the entrance of the Avondale Apartments at 9225 West Charleston, and 11:48 in the morning it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Charleston toward Apple.
And is that just in the corner over there, is that the P.F. Chang's?
Yes.
Okay.
He's got his face buried in the screen.
To the right corner for the record. Is this a still from that Avondale?
Not a glance at the jury.
What are we looking at here?
So at 11:50 in the morning, the cameras at the Thomas and Mack medical offices located in 9499 West Charleston Boulevard captured the red Yukon traveling south on Apple
Is that the footage?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
And now we're back to Pidgeot Elementary School at 9601 Red Hills Drive. At 11:51 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon traveling westbound on Red Hills and then making a northbound turn onto Silk Tassel toward Mr. Tejas' residence.
And if we could just go back for a second, where is Red Hills in relation to, we're going to look at that slide in a minute. Can you show us where Red Hills is in relation to the previous footage? And maybe just come down and show us.
So Apple Drive is right here, and then this is Red Hills.
And is this the Pickett Elementary here?
Yes.
And this is that road that gets to the south? Okay. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witness identified a road that was kind of yellow highlighted going vertically on the picture as being Apple. And then he indicated the yellow highlighted road going left to right as being Red Hills. And then indicated a road in between Spanish Steps and Red Hills as Tassel.
Silk Tassel.
Do you think the defense lawyer talked to him and said, try to look surprised or try to look intrigued? What was he told to look like during this phase of the trial? Oh, man. There he goes. Zoom, zoom. This car is driving back to his house. Crazy.
So I have a couple other questions. You mentioned that you did extensive canvassing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ultimately there was a search warrant executed at Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That's correct.
Was there a search for surveillance cameras attached to that house?
There was.
Were you able to collect any footage from that house?
I located a camera. If you're looking at the garage, it would be up near the roof line to the right. The residence was searched for digital video recorders by other detectives and digital forensic detectives. We were unable to recover any digital surveillance video from that camera. They did recover some from a Ring camera, but it had no evidentiary value.
Was anything disconnected?
I think the motive.
I don't recall whether anything was disconnected or it was just not recording.
Okay, so bottom line is you couldn't get anything from that house, even though there are cameras at that house.
That's correct.
Here's another question. Did you canvass or search that neighborhood to see if there were any other red Yukon Denali's in his neighborhood?
I drove the area as part of the surveillance team, and I didn't see any other red Yukons in that neighborhood.
That's a poor question.
It's a rather
Maybe in the
small
garage.
neighborhood.
Okay. Additionally, as another role in your case, did you have anything to do with reviewing historical tower record data regarding Mr. Tellis's phone?
I did.
Based on that data, during the time of when this killing occurs, does the historical phone data from the phone show any movement on the phone?
It does not. It appears that his phone was located at his residence. It relayed through several cell sites located in the area of his residence, not near Mr. Gurman's residence.
Okay. Have you had situations in your investigations?
Objection. Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, maybe can we approach? Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this is a very similar question to what he was asking before. Have you had occasions during your lengthy experience as a law enforcement officer where a suspect will leave their phone and go commit a crime and then come back, and that will show that they were always there? As basically that's their anchor point, saying, "I was at home." Yeah, well, the phone had 0 steps taken while you were gone, okay, the entire time, and then when you got back, suddenly it started moving again. That's what he's trying to get to. The previous question was objected to. About the suspects taking off license plates so they don't get caught, and the judge sustained that one. So I think she'll sustain this one if she's being consistent, which she may or may not be. They're throwing spaghetti at the wall. They're throwing everything at this defendant, and I mean this is his neighborhood. This is either his or an identical vehicle to the one his wife owns. He knows this area inside and out. The street names are not a surprise, and he's doing this. Huh. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, periwinkle, you say periwinkle? Huh. Wintergreen. It's like this cannot be as intriguing as he's trying to make it look. It's just he wants to look at something other than the jury right now. Because, in my opinion, what we're seeing on camera is the defendant. Oh, man. Objections being argued right here. Let's see if the judge will change her mind on this one or not. He was shooting for a not guilty look. He's trying. He's trying to pull it off. He's got that skeptical look. I think the time when he shook his head was, I mean, he's a lawyer, first of all. He is not, I would say he's not an uneducated person. He can reason and he can think these through. And so when a question was presented in court about the tinting of the windows.
So, Detective, how many years have you been working how many years do you work as a police officer?
Oh, they're going to get it. They're going to
Approximately 40.
Get him an expert designation.
Were you with Metro when cell phones started coming onto the scene? Would that be fair? I don't want to date anything, but I don't
Yes.
know. Okay, so cell phones have been around less than 40 years. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been there for the beginning of it.
Investigations changed a lot.
What are historical phone records?
So historical phone records, you get them in a couple different formats. One of them is call detail records. Call detail records can include not only your voice communication, but also your data and text messaging. And if there is normally with all of your voice communications, unless it's voice over internet, you're going to connect to a cell site. So that location of the cell site is recorded on the call detail records. There are some phone providers that actually will locate their text messaging onto a cell site, and you can get that location information from there, as well as data. Other phone companies do not provide location data with text messaging.
Okay. How are these utilized in terms of reviewing records to see a phone interact? What's the significance of a phone interacting with a cell tower? Why is that significant for your investigations?
So a couple different things. It gives me an idea of where geographically that phone is located at the time it makes a connection to the cell site. There's also other data that the phone companies use where they will actually ping your phone just so that they can test their network to determine where there's bad connection, where there's good connection, and we can use that data to also locate where a phone is. Now, I can't locate where the person is unless I can associate them making calls that they normally make at the time that that phone makes a connection to a cell site.
Or, for example, you might end up getting a download of the phone at a later point. Maybe you see text messages being sent, and you can see, maybe based on the context of it, oh, this particular person that we think is linked to the phone is using it based off of maybe the message that they're sending, things like that.
That's correct.
Is historical phone records significant or helpful for your investigations?
They're quite helpful in investigations.
Why?
Well, we can determine where someone's phone could be at the time that a crime was committed. We can track them using their phone location at various times when they're making calls or sending text or using data.
And in your experience of 4 decades, have you made arrests in part based off of tracking the movements of a suspect's phone?
Absolutely.
Okay, and have you testified in court about this very information that we're talking about?
Numerous times. I'm an expert in the 8th Judicial District Court.
Okay.
Ooh, he's a self-designated expert.
Where a suspect, have you had experiences, I think you've explained this already, but have you had experiences where suspects moved around with the phone and you could see that phone moving in relation to your crime?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been situations, though, where a phone may have been left behind by a suspect?
Yes.
Have there been situations where suspects have just turned off the phone, maybe during the relevant time period?
Yes.
Those are 2 ways to maybe not get
EBK.
picked up, right, through the historical data.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, during this time period of when this killing occurs, his phone is pinging off of towers right next to his house, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgent.
They're done.
I have no further questions.
So they didn't go with the expert designation, probably because he was not noticed to the defense as that.
No objection.
All right. We have States proposed 311 and 337 have been admitted by stipulation.
Is that correct?
May I
Yes, Your Honor.
approach?
They're admitted.
Sir. Do you recognize what you're looking at in these images?
Yes, these are still photographs of the suspect as he walked north on Wheatland, where you saw him walking south, and he turns around and goes back northbound again toward Periwinkle. In this case, this photo is actually zoomed in from the regular video, and it shows the beige landscaping hat with the 3 black ventilation rings on the right side. It shows a black band that goes through the hat up here and then kind of goes around, and then there's also a black trim around the front of the hat, the rim. Shows the gray backpack with the black straps, the orange traffic vest with the reflective stripes on it, the blue pants, and the gray and dark tennis shoes.
And now that it's at least queued over, I'll almost wrapping up, but I'll publish 337. Fair to say 311 and 337 are essentially the exact same photo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just move this out of the way. And let's publish.
You guys are
337.
terrible.
Zoom out.
Oh, man.
Okay, so this is what you were just referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Look at those shoes. You can see the 3 stripes on there.
Conclude for the evening. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or formally express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Juror number 3, if you don't mind staying behind for just a minute. Other than that, everyone else is excused.
Thank you. All rise for acting jury, please. Sir.
Juror what? Who's staying behind?
Yeah, leave your notebooks on your chair.
They do have notes. They're not asking questions. It said juror something, would you mind staying behind? Cut the audio so we won't hear what's happening. Crazy! What a crazy, crazy day in court. We've had 2 trials today. I know it's late. We've got a Sarah Boone hearing as well. We've got Sarah Boone's hearing that happened today that we need to go over. And it's sort of big. It's sort of big because there might be a delay in the court because of what she's bringing up. I have not seen it. I have not seen the ending. Linda M., thank you for the best experience in court, watching with the best mods and friendly chat peeps. Hit the like button, Linda. Thank you. Congratulations on 5 months. Wouldn't be the same without you here. RA is slacking. Need more Mountain Dew. No, I've had plenty. I'm good. I don't need any more today. I do have more in the fridge. I figured if I'm going to DoorDash Mountain Dew, I'm going to get like a stash, right? So I got like 2 small bottles and 1 bigger one. And the guy was quick. Walter was his name, by the way. Shout out to Walter, DoorDasher in Layton. He was on it like Blue Bonnet, and I got it right here in a hurry. So I gave him a nice tip. All right. Yes, for Sarah Boone. Let me see what do we have with Sarah Boone. Where's she coming in on? Let's see. I need this one paused. I need this one. See if we can bring it in on 2, shall we?
Call from
AWOL.
Hey, Wall, how's it going? Glad you got your chat working.
How you doing, Scott?
I saw you in chat.
How you doing? Yeah, how you doing, chat? I love you guys. I'm bouncing back between the wire cell due to the fact that trial is bouncing back and forth as far as consistency is concerned. But the arguments I love to hear between lawyers, even though
you're talking about Young Thug. You're talking about Young Thug,
yes.
Right? Wow.
Yes.
I
just like
always
the
a
lawyering
circus
back and
every
forth.
day. It's great. It's great. It's a little monotonous because that trial has been stretching on for, I don't know, like 100 and something days of jury time. It's crazy. But let's see, I've got to find.
And I didn't watch it when Judge Gamble was on it. I'm sorry to cut you off. My apologies. When Gamble was on it, I wasn't with it. But when they got the new judge to see the state being a little fumbled with their words and their arguments when before they were so confident. I don't want to say anything, but I'm like, you were so confident before, but now you're fumbling your words when a new judge is here. Why were you able to speak so confident on your motions, but now that a new judge is here, why don't you have that same energy to argue your motions?
Yeah.
So I feel that even the state is like, oh, I can't get away with this. I'm not saying that they did get away with it. This is what I am observing.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So now with this case, I'm sorry, go
No,
ahead.
yeah, I was going to say, did you watch the opening statements on this case? Did you watch the?
I watched them both, and I was live. And while I was watching the state's opening statements, and they provided the evidence, I said, I forgot who said it in the chat. They were like, defense opening statement, my bad, which is hilarious. I know this is not a funny thing.
I know,
but
it's murder.
that was the best
There's
comment
a
I ever
family
read.
that's devastated.
Devastated. But the comment of my bad, I was like, you can't say anything.
They had nothing.
But when they said there was no blood on it, there was no blood there. How do you explain that, Scott?
When there was no blood where? On the car?
On his shoes, on the...
There was blood on the shoes.
Oh, there was?
The shoes they found that were stuffed in a bag and partially cut up underneath the sofa, they had apparent blood tested and swabbed.
They did say DNA.
So
he is done.
Done for. I'm not sure whose fingernails. I'm not sure if it's defendant or victim. But one of them has the other person's DNA under their fingernails. We're going to get to that. They already told us in the open. I don't know what more you could want here. How do you stage that? How do you frame? Are you saying that the crime scene lab has lied about the evidence and said it? I don't believe it.
And I did do a quick deep dive, super quick, but understandably, the internet is filled with a lot of random stuff.
It is.
This reporter has been reporting on news for 40 years.
Oh, he's a veteran.
He wrote, yes.
This guy
and he is
really good.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying he loves this. Okay, anyone who's been doing news for 40 years must love the industry because it does not pay very well. Right? This is not the job to get rich doing. And he's an investigative reporter. It's in his blood. These reporters, a lot of times they'll say, it's in my blood. This is what I do, and I love it. And he was very good at what he did, and he was digging, and he was finding dirt on Mr. Tellis.
Correct. So you know what? I will keep my opinion to myself until this trial is over because even though I always love to hear the full evidence, but at this point, I'm like 99% guilty.
Thanks for keeping it to yourself there. I think we know where you stand.
No. Other things. Other things make me 99% is what I'm saying.
I will admit.
My deep dive makes me other.
Yeah, we know we've had conversations before, and I would say there's a strong tendency on your part to look for the conspiracy or to say, hey, don't trust it just because it's government, right? A lot of times they lie or might not be entirely truthful or have your interest at heart. And I'm with you on that as well. I just haven't seen the evidence of that here. And it would have to be one of the biggest conspiracies we've ever heard of to have that. Everybody at the crime scene would have to be in on it. The construction worker who was doing the sewer pumping, all the neighbors' cameras. There's just everybody in Las Vegas except for Mr. Tellis apparently is in on this. And I just
I do love the government. Respectfully, I do love the government to a certain extent.
As far as I can trust them. As far as I can trust them.
Right. At the end of the day, we're all humans and we're not infallible. So there you go.
Yeah.
So, but as a reporter, the stories that he reported on, grudges do not go away. So it might be a perfect time to handle this grudge. But despite the evidence on this guy, I think he's done for.
Yeah. I agree.
I think he's done for it.
I'm surprised we're even in court. Usually when there's this much evidence against a defendant, they'll take a plea if they're not guilty. They'll say, look, I was going to be convicted for something that I didn't do. My best outcome was to say yes to a lesser charge, or
correct,
or they'll just plead guilty. And here we've got a defendant who instead wanted to go pro se. Thankfully, he's not, because that would have just been another level of circus on top of this.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
No, it wasn't that bad. He's a lawyer. I mean, he's got the legal mindset. He's there. Unfortunately, no, even lawyers should not be their own defense. That rarely works out well. But
correct.
Tell you what, we've got possibly an hour and 41 minutes and 20 seconds of a Sarah Boone hearing that happened today that we just might have time for, because why not? It's only 8 p.m. It's pretty late.
And are you still no? You're in Utah time.
Yes.
Did I just say where you're living?
Yeah, no, I'm on vacation here. It's great. It's
Okay.
fabulous.
I'm sorry if I doxed you.
No, you're good. I've been telling everybody. I'll show you outside my window. Look, this is outside my window using the pan tilt zoom. Here we go. That's the window. That's in the bedroom. I moved the camera, and so now I can't see the mountains. They're up there somewhere.
Did the smoke clear?
Most of it. You can still see some of the mountains. Oh, it's a little jumpy. That's my bad. There we go.
All right, so I took enough of your time, but again, I keep my thoughts to myself as far as the journalist is concerned, because I feel like Tellis is not the only person that had it out for him. But with all the evidence, I think it was the final straw.
So when you say there was somebody else who had it out for him, we heard 2 voicemail messages this morning, and man, were
I heard
they
that
spicy.
as well.
There was
they
one.
were, but for 40 years,
yeah,
he wrote books about the mob.
He's got
in
enemies.
Vegas.
Oh, he's got hundreds of enemies, I'm sure.
And I respect First Amendment. I respect all freedom of press. I respect all journalists, especially those that risk their lives for exposing stories to the rest of us that live normal lives and have to go to work and raise their kids. And those that do break stories, I respect them so much, because I can't do it because I have to go to work. But if it wasn't for the First Amendment and public press, this wouldn't be the place where we live at. And this isn't a politics thing. I know this is Pickles. I know this is Pickles and not politics, but of general principle, we have to understand that we're all here. We all watch trials. And at the end of the day, Tellis is still presumed innocent.
Yeah.
We can have our feelings, but he's presumed innocent. But I feel he's 99%.
But that's a big but.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, well, thank you very much.
But anyway,
it's great to talk to you, my friend. Thank you very much.
I love the community chat. I love you guys.
All right. We'll see you, man.
Yes, sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So here's our question. We still have 2 trials we're watching. So tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock Eastern time, is it 6 or 7? I think 7 o'clock Eastern time, because 9 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock my time, we have to go live because the case that we're following with the bad neighbor begins in Florida. Then at noon my time, which is 4 hours later, which we might, I don't know, we might have to play catch up on the day and Tellis again and be working late like we are right now. I'm not sure if they're going to have an early day tomorrow, is what I'm saying. We still have to follow both trials. They're going to be done here soon. They only had 12 witnesses for defense. We've already heard one of them. So we've got 11 left, and several of them are probably very short witnesses as far as length of time. So do we want to, Wells calls are always great. I love it. I love, we've got a couple people who have some great opinions that I love hearing from. And you've heard many of them today. I totally wouldn't mind if you lay Sarah Boone right now. Can we do it 1.25 speed? Is that all right? Hang on, I've got to back up. Let's see if we can do 1.25 speed. Because that'll save off almost a quarter of the time, right? All right. I'm bringing you Sarah Boone. Just one second. I need to get to move over to the other corner here. Let me be down here. Is that all right? All right. Sarah Boone. Do we have audio? Maybe. Judge Michael Kranick. I'm not hearing anything on the audio side, which means they're probably going to get fixed here in a moment. She has shackles on right now, but she's unrestrained on her as far as cuffs go, so her hands are free. She's shackled at the table though. Judge is doing a little paperwork here at the last minute, getting everything right. We are at 1.25 speed. Should get audio here in just a moment, probably when he calls the case as everyone's taking a seat. Still no audio. Trying to see when the audio comes in.
Burden to address the factors under the case. So my intention for this afternoon is to have Ms. Boone proceed first with anything that she'd like to tell me. I will hear from the state if they have any position on the matter, and then I'll hear from you, and then the court may be in a position to make a ruling at that time. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat back there.
Wherever you feel most comfortable.
I can just sit back there.
Okay, thank you.
Until you're ready here.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Ms. Boone, you can proceed, ma'am.
First and foremost, I do not know what it is that you are referring to.
When you say you do not know what I'm referring to, what do you mean?
Motions were filed by the WFTV and the Orlando Sentinel?
Yes, ma'am. So there was a motion to intervene for the limited purposes of opposing closure that was filed on August 12th by WFTV. It was sent to you by U.S. mail at the correct inmate legal mail address on August the 12th. And the Orlando Sentinel's motion to intervene and notice of joinder was filed on August 13th. And it reflects... It said the certificate of service was August 13th, and it was sent to you at the same legal mail correspondence address at the Orange County Jail. Have you received either of those motions?
I have not.
Okay, I have copies.
I have extra copies.
Oh, perfect. All right.
You have now.
The portal was down for a little while, so Bob attempted to file it yesterday and it actually got filed.
That's why I was saying it. The certificate of service reflects the 13th, but the filing information is of this morning. All right, Ms. Fugate has, I am pronouncing your name correctly, am I not?
Yes, Fugate.
Thank you. Ms. Fugate has provided copies of those motions. So, Ms. Boone, if you'd like to take a look at those, feel free to take your time to review them. And then after you've reviewed them, I may have the opportunity to answer any questions you have about them if I can, and then we can proceed.
There are also some circuit court cases that I know are in a report that might be hard to find. I have extra copies of those if anybody would like those.
If you want to provide those to Ms. Boone as well, you can do so. Thank you. State, do you need a copy of them?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, so what we have is the news media has filed motions to oppose her request to have media kicked out of that viewing. Yeah, the audio is terrible. Let's not do that again. Twubble, when she's wearing the zappy thing, no, she pretty much has to be a threat or an escape, trying to escape or threatening harm to be zapped. She can't be zapped just for, like, saying something they don't like. Gotta adjust the cushion I'm sitting on so I can get some feeling back in my lower extremities. It's been a long day. As much time as you need, yes, she gets to read through these. See if I can take some of this. Oh, I can't. see if I can fix this a little bit. Sound is so bad.
If I may say,
Yes, you may.
Yes, ma'am.
One of my topics of discussion, as you know, are the requests in regards to the laptop and internet being one of the most important. Would I have had access to that, I would have already had this and not had to sit here unprepared. I believe that is a major violation to my due process of me not having these in advance to prepare properly and to utilize the court's time and everyone else is here by me having to do this now.
Thanks, Selena.
So I wanted to put that out to you that I am unprepared for this. I did not know that I had a statement to prepare, as everyone else did also, prior to being here.
Ma'am, you were provided the case law as you had requested at our last hearing. It was mailed to you. You asked for the case law that the court was making reference to. You specifically asked for it. That was provided to you. It was mailed to you.
Case law?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the date that it was mailed?
August 9. What was provided to you on August 9 was the additional copy of the pro se packet as provided by the Justice Administrative Commission. You were provided a hard copy of that in court, along with the case law that was referenced at the August 9 hearing that the court had said that it had reviewed in anticipation of the hearing that we were having this afternoon.
I don't have that.
This is the
thing
judge
that I was
not
provided
playing
was
Sarah
the notice of
Boone's
provision
game.
of witness list from the state, and then the JAC packet.
Those were both provided to you in court. You are correct. The balance of the things that I'm speaking about were mailed to you at the legal mail address on August 9.
Which I have yet to receive.
Okay?
Judge is like, and?
Ma'am, with regard to
This is the first time I'm seeing each one of these documents.
I understand that. They were filed August 12th, and unfortunately this morning, due to an issue with the e-portal,
I wouldn't have internet access anyway to receive those.
they were sent to you via U.S. mail as well.
Yesterday?
Yes.
She's got a point.
So you're not wasting the court's time. You can feel free to review those at this time.
What are these? Is this the case law you're referring to? State versus Smith?
I believe that those are the circuit court opinions that are referenced in WFTV's motion, which cite to the Miami Herald versus Lewis decision, which is the controlling law on this matter.
All of these are yours. And these are mine to take? Thank you.
All yours.
Okay.
The audio system is trying to amplify the sound to listen for voices, and when there isn't any voice, it amplifies to the point where we get static. It's a court system, and because it's static, I can't tune out specific frequencies. I'd have to take a large swath of the sound out, which would actually take away from the voice as well, so I can't do a lot with this particular sound problem. Okay, we can skip ahead these parts if she's just going to sit there and read the entire time. It's only another minute or so. Actually, it's a little more.
I'm ready whenever the court is. There's only so much that I can do just not receiving these. I don't have any opportunity to look up any case law of my own in the meantime, so.
You can proceed, ma'am.
The
What
law
is it that you'd
library
like
at
to
the
tell me
jail is limited.
about your concerns regarding the September 3rd evidence viewing that's been previously scheduled?
My concerns is regarding my case and the whatever is left evidence that is not already on the internet or posted anywhere on social media. And I'm wondering what the reasons for the court other than sensationalism and exploitation. The purpose would be for them to watch me look at the remaining bit of my evidence that has not been globalized. Again, my main concern is it is for exploitation purposes, which has already been greatly applied to my case in many, many ways globally again. And I see on on the motion to intervene for WFTDs, my question is, why is this an important criminal proceeding? I don't. And why do they need to have it monitored? I don't understand the reasons why just for this one. I'm not asking for all of my other hearings to be closed. Simply, this is my one and only. It is my right to have some kind of privacy regarding my case. Nonetheless, it is an active case. It is my understanding that some information is not able to be publicized due to privacy. And it's not their right to pry and exaggerate, which is the whole point of why they want to be included in this one and only most important hearing that I would say that I have on the horizon. The press doesn't have a right to press themselves into everything in regards to my active criminal case, and I feel that from this, one meeting should be closed to the press so I can rightfully, lawfully do what I need to do in order to properly, rightfully, and lawfully defend myself. At this point, I feel that there's nothing even suppressible in my case that is not already on the internet and have been spread all on the internet. I'm trying to salvage whatever it is that I can possibly to have a card to play at least one in the end during my trial. I do not feel that it is right lawfully to have them included in this hearing, this one hearing, and I'm asking for their admittance to be closed. This is an active, ongoing investigation and case.
I think they're actually done with the investigation.
Anything else, ma'am?
Watch how fast this
Your
gets
Honor.
denied.
State, do you have any position on Ms. Boone's closure motion?
Sunshine
All
Law.
right. Ms. Fugate?
This is WFTV.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think Ms. Boone's argument really flips the question. It's not why the media wants to be there. What transpires in the courtrooms, even pretrial hearings, is public property, and there's a right to be there. I'm not going to go over the Lewis test because I know Your Honor knows it well, but it's a very strict standard, and it's the plaintiff's burden to meet. I haven't seen a case in Florida where a criminal case was closed on a defendant's privacy concerns. We're not talking about third-party privacy concerns or something that's not inherent in the proceeding. This is the evidence. And even with respect to the evidence and it being still an active case, Florida law is clear that once discovery is provided to the defendant and accessible to the defendant, that becomes public record. That too becomes open to the public. So with respect to the first part of the analysis, I don't think the defendant has established that this hearing needs to be closed to protect her fair trial rights. Publicity isn't necessarily synonymous with prejudice. She has to show widespread, adverse, hostile publicity, and then specifically show why that publicity is going to be aggravated by access to the September 3rd hearing. The discovery in this case has been public. I'm not sure what specifically would be aggravated by access to the hearing. So I don't think she's met that first burden under Lewis. And importantly, the admissibility of evidence, Ms. Boone said she didn't think there was anything suppressible, but even if there was, courts often suppress evidence but still allow access to the hearings and the evidence themselves. That's fairly routine. That alone, just the potential admissibility, that alone is not a sufficient reason under Lewis to close a hearing. And as Your Honor is aware, there's plenty of alternatives under the second factor to protect the defendant's fair trial rights. You know, careful questioning and jury selection can protect against publicity. The courts of this circuit have had their fair share and are well familiar with high-profile cases, and they are well equipped to insulate and protect juries from even prejudicial publicity. And finally, any closure would have to be effective and broader than necessary. Again, I'm not sure why the hearing would need to be closed, but I think even Ms. Boone has indicated it would be ineffective with what's already out there. And that was a consideration under Lewis. If the information is out there, the discovery in this case has been public, there's no reason to close a hearing that's simply going to discuss things that have already been made public. I think heightened public attention only increases the need for transparency. Closure of judicial proceedings is a drastic remedy, and I don't believe the plaintiff has met her burden in this case, Your Honor.
Okay.
Unless you have any other questions.
I do not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
It's very
Any
clear.
closing remarks from you, Ms. Boone?
Yes, Your Honor. First, I'm only asking for this one hearing, which is a very important hearing. I believe that the press is simply in it for ratings and publicity. My evidence is active.
It doesn't matter.
And I'm trying to salvage the little bit of anything that I have pertaining to my evidence that is not available online, which would be in that hearing. And I also heard she was speaking in regards to once discovery has been received, that is therefore public record. I just received my discovery for the first time, and I'm still reviewing most, if not all of it. And I have not had the time to go through all of it, but I literally, on the record, just received my discovery to even have an opportunity to prepare to review any of that. And in regards to the hostile publicity, I have letters, I have messages, I have tablet information, I have an entire folder dedicated to publicity in more than one way as being hostile, good, bad, ugly. It's publicity. This will incredibly enhance my inopportunity to have a fair trial because of the already millions of viewers that I have in my case, literally in my case. This would just contribute to it even greater. I'm not asking for all hearings to be closed. I've not had an opportunity to review my discovery, which I just received. I have an entire folder and more information and letters and evidence in regards to publicity, hostile, any type of emotion that you can come up with. I have received from Australia being the most recent. So I do not believe just because
Shout out Australia.
they would like to, again, in my opinion, for ratings and for publicity. It's one hearing. There also is a solution that I believe, my understanding was that this could be held at the Orange County Sheriff's Department. The question was in regards to transport, which is a possibility. It was a matter of the decision being with the court. I would like to be able to properly prepare for this, would I have received everything prior as everyone else did. Having the internet would have helped also in regards to receiving the notice via email, as everyone else had. I'm sitting in front of you, yes, unhandcuffed, but I am unprepared for this rebuttal in regards for me to have privacy, expected privacy to a certain degree, and by law, to have this one hearing closed.
The thing
and
is, it's not
we
by
also
law.
have
That's
an
the
active
problem.
case that is ongoing, active evidence, and there's a solution for it to be held at the Orange County Sheriff's Department as well.
Anything else from the state?
I wasn't going to bring it up until after the ruling on the motion, but the parties have reached an agreement to do this on our own. And as soon as that gets accomplished, if it's accomplished to both of our satisfaction, then I'll let the court know so you can free up the hearing time.
Okay, we'll address that momentarily. Ms. Fugate, anything else? All right. Under the Miami Herald versus Lewis case, ma'am, Ms. Boone, you had the burden of producing evidence and proving by a greater weight of the evidence that closure is necessary. What has been presented today has failed to meet that burden. Your motion to close the September 3rd viewing is denied.
Denied.
The court will follow up with a written order that you'll be hand-delivered today. Ms. Fugate, if you don't have no longer any business before this court, you are free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Have a pleasant afternoon. Mr. J. Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me. When you stated to the court that my motion was oral, was this during the last hearing that we had?
You requested this both, ma'am, on August 5 and on August 9.
What was it specifically that I requested?
You had requested privacy with regard to the September 3rd hearing. And I advised you that I needed to look at the law on it. And you asked again on September 9th when we were going to address it. I said that we would address it on the 14th. You asked for copies of the law, and those were mailed to you on the 9th.
Which I have yet to receive. And I was not aware of, I was not instructed by anyone in the court, including yourself, that that was an oral motion. If I needed to actually do a proper motion, I would have correctly done so.
That's why we had the hearing now, because you asked for it orally. So you orally moved or tenaciously moved to have that motion heard. And we set it up for today, since we already had the hearing time carved out to address you receiving the hard copies, which seemingly has already been remedied. And last week when we had our hearing on the 9th, I said I don't want to lose that hearing time because we already had it carved out. So we would proceed with the hearing on the privacy issue at that point in time. You then asked for the case law. I said, absolutely, I will get it to you. Mr. J had advised that he was familiar with the case law. But regardless, it was provided to all parties and mailed to you on the 9th.
which I have yet to receive, and I was not instructed by anyone in the court that was an oral motion for me requesting privacy. I thought it was just a comment that I could have on record.
Ma'am,
No, I need to do anything further.
that's why we set the hearing, because it was something that you had asked for, and that's clear in the order that was provided to you on the 9th as well. It says that we would have a hearing today on the 14th.
And when did I receive this?
Well, that was orally told you on the 9th. The letter itself was mailed to you on the 9th, but the order itself was read to you during the course of that hearing. Specifically, on August 14th, 2024, at 1:30 p.m., a hearing will be held in Courtroom 12A, Orange County Courthouse, 425 North Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida 32801, regarding defendant's review of the USB drug drive, which contains the state's digital evidence, the defendant's August 7th letter to the court, delivered to the court on August 9, and the media's participation in the physical evidence viewing on September 3, 2024. The pertinent case law is attached. That was all addressed with you, ma'am, on August 9 here in open court.
In the order I have yet to receive.
But it was read to you, ma'am. It was read to you as to what we would be doing today, and then we would be addressing the issue regarding the media's participation, and that's when you asked for the case law. And I said, I will give it to you, absolutely. And it was all mailed to you on the 9th.
I'm not ever sure of what it is that I'm supposed to be doing with, I guess now, oral and also in writing. And again, I'm sitting here waiting empty-handed for everything that was mailed to me day before yesterday and or could have been readily available on the internet, which I do not have access to. So I'm guessing that your verbalization of the order that you read to me, which I have not received, is supposed to suffice.
Yes. Ma'am, you were told about the hearing in open court on Friday, August 9.
If I knew to be prepared, I know that everyone knows that I would be prepared, which I am unprepared because of.
That's certainly your opinion that you're entitled to. Any reason for Ms. Fugate to remain? State? Okay.
From the state.
All right. Ms. Boone, any reason why counselor for the Orlando Sentinel and WFTV should remain?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. In addition to what was set to be addressed today, which was the Ms. Boone's review of the USB jump drive, which contained the state's digital evidence, Ms. Boone's August 7th letter regarding her requests from the Orange County Jail. Mr. J, you made reference to a potential change in the September 3rd meeting. I want to hear about that, sir.
I believe we have reached an alternative solution to an evidence view with the defendant. And as soon as that is accomplished to both parties' satisfaction, then I will notify the JA so that we can release your hearing time.
Okay.
I know it's valuable.
Can you explain to me what the proposed plan is for the viewing?
There will be a time and place where the evidence will be brought, the defendant will be brought, and she will be given as much opportunity to experience an evidence viewing like a defense attorney as possible. Her investigator will be there and allowed to take photographs and ask if he wants any particular bag of evidence opened so that it can be photographed, inspected, tested, copied as provided by 3220 in the criminal procedure rules. And then the evidence will be brought back to where it's stored, and then the defendant will be brought back to the Orange County Jail.
Okay. Have you had a conversation with Ms. Boone prior to today regarding this proposal?
Well, with Mr. Lane, who has indicated her position, which was that she agreed to that.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, I don't want to go into specifics of what you've had with your investigator, but has he relayed to you what Mr. J just advised the court of?
Yes, to a certain degree. It has not been fully explained because it is in the process of being spoken about between the two of them. So yes, I do know that that is a solution to my request.
Okay. And did you understand what Mr. J advised the court of today regarding how that process for you viewing the physical evidence would be?
If you could please do so again.
Sure. If you could explain it again for Ms. Boone, Mr. J.
Sure. When a defense attorney wants to do an evidence view, they typically go to where the evidence is stored, depending on the law enforcement agency. He or she can bring an investigator, and an investigator may take photographs if so requested. We typically don't let the defense attorney manipulate the evidence him or herself. The CSI, who would be present as well, who is the crime scene investigator from the law enforcement agency, would be the person to manipulate the evidence on the cutting paper. And then you would have the opportunity to review, test, inspect each piece of evidence. So for instance, I'm not saying the evidence, but a piece of clothing, with the front, with the back, you have the CSI turn it inside out, those sorts of things. And then it can be documented by an investigator with photography and investigative tags. Between each piece of evidence, there's a new piece of cutting paper, butcher paper laid down so that there's no contamination for independent DNA testing. And this is basically how the process goes on for physical evidence. If it gets opened, it'll get resealed by the CSI right there in front of all of us, and the CSI will reseal the tape, re-put his or her initials over it with the new date, so everybody will be on the same page about why it was opened, when it was opened, so on and so forth.
Thank you for that. If I may, Is it closed or is it open to?
No. People that are not involved with the case will not be there.
And if I may, if you know, will my phone physically be there?
If it is stored in physical evidence, then it can be brought over. We're not.
So the media is getting cut out.
It can be photographed or examined. It can be photographed and
By
physically
agreement.
examined. But in order for it to be turned on, it would have to be done at a different location where there's something called a Faraday box or a room where electronic signals cannot come in or out.
Do I need to write a motion for that?
For what? For your phone to be brought over and turned on?
If I can extract any type of information from it.
So, like we discussed in the last hearing, that would be up to you to hire a digital forensic examiner, and then we would make arrangements with that person so that he or she could image the phone in the same manner that it was imaged.
And she doesn't have court appointed.
Thank you. I'm grateful.
She's on her own now. I don't think the court will pay for that.
Then, ma'am, after having Mr. J explain that alternative solution to the evidence viewing, is that something that you would like to participate in?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then, is it the parties' agreement to no longer have the evidence viewing here in open court on September 3?
That's the state's position, but again, been doing this long enough to know that you can never predict every possible hiccup. But I will defer to the court if you want to free up your hearing time now or wait until we're able to tell you that we're satisfied.
Okay. Ms. Boone, are you in agreement with that alternative solution?
At the Orange County Sheriff's Department?
Wherever the viewing is going to take place. I don't know that a specific
Don't say the
location is
words.
identified, but yes, where it's going to take place.
I am.
Okay.
Sarah, you
So
said the
here's
quiet
what
part
we'll
out
do.
loud.
I will keep the hearing for now. The deadline to have that viewing as set forth in the August 5 scheduling order and notice of hearing will remain of September 3. If that evidence viewing takes place at a law enforcement agency based on the protocol as identified by Mr. J, I'll just need a notice that's provided, signed by Ms. Boone, signed by the state, signed by Investigator Lane, as to when it took place and how long the viewing was. And if that's provided to me, we'll then cancel the September 3rd hearing.
Yes, sir, we'll do that, and we can even list physical items that were brought and viewed.
My only question about that is we had sealed at the last hearing the witness list and the exhibit list.
I think all the property receipts and all those sorts of things are already in the public record.
Okay.
I think there's a vast difference between a list of evidence that's already in the public record versus having them look at it with television cameras in the court.
Okay, all right, fine. Ma'am, are you amenable to that additional procedure that after the evidence viewing takes place, you would sign a notice reflecting when and how long that evidence viewing was?
Of course.
Okay, and then once that's provided to the court, it can be filed, and then the court will cancel the September 3rd hearing. Yes, ma'am.
And that is done by the state?
The state will prepare it.
Documents and bring them.
Yes, ma'am. The state will prepare it. All you need to do is just review it and sign it. Okay.
The state shouldn't have to stand.
Thank you, Mr. J, for providing an alternative solution. Ma'am, I wanted to go back and address your request for the freedom of movement motion that we addressed last week and your desire to use a stun cuff. I understand that a representative from the Public Defender's Office spoke to you about clothing and what they may be able to provide to you. Is there any preference with regard to clothing that you may have?
Yes,
As opposed to a skirt and pants?
Correct.
Yes, I very much would prefer to wear a skirt.
Okay.
Or Lululemon.
So if you wear a skirt, as explained to you by Officer Barnett, the stun cuff is located on your calf Achilles area. It would be something that would be viewable by the jury. So do you understand that if you choose to wear a skirt for clothing purposes, that's going to be viewable by the jury?
I understand. My belief by you asking me was that maybe it could be moved to a higher place where it cannot be seen, or is it strictly to the one area?
As Mr. Barnett or Officer Barnett explained at the last hearing, how the stun cuff is affixed to a person, it is on the lower leg angle area.
Okay. I'm not understanding why this is being asked.
Because I want to bring it to your attention that if you have a desire to wear clothing which would reveal the stun cuff, I want you to understand that it's something that the jury can and may be able to see.
I understand. Is it a decision I need to make today?
It's something that you need to consider. If you're wearing pants, they obviously cannot see it. If you're wearing a skirt, they can see it. And you're making an intelligent, knowing decision that they can see that and that you want to proceed with wearing a skirt. Your other option, if you do not like either of those, is the parties will remain, you'll be hands-free, as we discussed, but you'll have the leg restraints like you have today, and everyone will conduct everything from counsel's table. All direct examinations and cross-examinations, any questioning of any witnesses, any argument, any opening remarks or closing arguments or opening statements will be made from counsel's table. You can certainly stand, but we will not have the opportunity to walk around the courtroom. Now, I know that we talked about in our last hearing that we would have another hearing when we have our trial case management in September, addressing the box as to where everybody would go to. And last week on the 9th, I said that we would limit access to from counsel's table to the podium, and we wouldn't be allowed to approach a witness or the jury, and those same restrictions would be placed on the state as well. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just giving you a series of options. Because if you want to wear a skirt, you have to understand that the jury can and will be able to see that device that's affixed to your leg.
And by my hearings that we have spoken about the stun cuff, they are televised, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, the media has participated in the majority, if not all, of the hearings that this court has had with you.
Does the court broadcast live, or is it uploaded to the clerk of the court's website?
What is broadcasted live?
My hearings, in regards to all of them, basically, but recently the stun cuff. Is there anyone that wouldn't know that I'm already wearing it if they could see it or not?
I can't speak to what everybody else knows.
So if I may, please, my options are pants, hiding the stun cuff, or a skirt with it being visible, or I am able to sit here at the counsel's table with leg chains on, and no one is able to move except for here at the counsel's tables.
You'll certainly have the opportunity to stand, but we wouldn't be able to move around the courtroom, and those same restrictions would be placed upon the state.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that those were my options.
Correct.
Can we have the state wear a stun cuff?
You don't have to make that decision today. It's something that we can address at the trial case management in September. Ms. Click, I see you raising your hand.
Your Honor, I just wanted to let you, so Ms. Boone is aware fully of what the options are with the county office included. I have gone through.
If you could, before you get to it, and just announce yourself for the record, please.
Very like the county office.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
We have gone through the entire clothing closet as well as our backup for what we have. As it stands right now, unless we have any donations in the student size that have to match that size, we have 8 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, and 1 dress, and that is every, well, we do have some shirts, but for in terms of skirts versus pants versus the dress, that is everything we have that would fit in the student size range. So I just wanted that to be aware so that
Miss Boone needs some clothing donated. They have 8 pairs of pants.
Okay. Ma'am, did you have the opportunity to hear what Ms. Glick said?
I did.
Do you have any questions for her?
In her size.
Please repeat what it is that you all have available, the numbers?
8 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, 1 dress.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions for Ms. Glick regarding the clothing that the public defender is endeavoring to provide for you?
What colors are
And if I do come to the decision, I can't always have someone externally bring something in to me.
Absolutely, you can always have someone provide something in your personal property at the visitation center, which I described across the street from the Memorial Center. That is not, the public defender's office is in no way involved with that. They would put it in your property, and the corrections would transport the property.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, any other questions for her?
So she might have her own
Can Ms.
clothes
Glick,
if she has family
be
or
excused?
friends that can bring that.
Thank you, ma'am. The next issue that I wanted to address was the review of the digital discovery. Ma'am, Mr. Lane was provided at our last hearing on the 9th the hard copies of the discovery, the USB jump drive, which contained the state's digital evidence, and digital transcripts of the depositions of Detectives Chelsea Kopsel and Scott Lowen. And he was to meet with you on Saturday at 9 o'clock. Did that meeting take place?
It did.
Okay, what was provided to you, if anything, at that meeting?
What he and I did?
What was provided to you? What was given to you by Investigator Lane?
The digital evidence we went over.
She doesn't want to
and
talk
we're
about
still
it.
reviewing the discovery, but I don't recall anything physically being handed to me.
Okay, all right. And when you say that you went over the digital evidence, are you referring to the USB drive with the 9 items that were identified in the state's exhibit list?
Yes, I do have that. We have not concluded going through that. We have other meetings tentatively scheduled, which we will be concluding that also in order to meet the deadline for the objections of the 23rd of August.
Okay. How many of those 9 items were you able to review with Mr. Lane on Saturday?
Not more than one.
Okay. Were you able to access all of the 9 items on that USB drive?
For the brief moment that he and I were able to attempt to do so, yes, they seem to work.
Okay, you did not have any issues opening up any of those files?
I personally myself did not open all of them.
Okay, all right. Okay.
It's on our to-do list.
Ma'am, Mr. Lane also took possession of the hard copies. Have those been provided to you?
They have. They were waiting at the dorm for me upon my return of the last hearing.
Okay, and where are they currently?
They're located at my bunk area.
Okay, and what are they stored, or how are they stored?
The hard copies you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
The 2 boxers are at my bunk on the side in between other bunks.
Okay, all right. Are they in some type of bag, or is it just the 2 boxes that are right there?
It's just the 2 boxes.
Okay, all right.
Just open.
Do you understand that, you've told me that you live in a female dormitory with limited privacy. You understand by keeping those boxes there may be a risk as to other persons looking at them.
I don't have any other choice.
Okay, but do you understand that that risk exists?
Of course.
Okay, do you understand that there's a risk that those items could disappear?
I understand.
Okay, all right. And do you understand that it's your request and choice to keep those documents in your possession?
I do, and I'm also requesting in my letter to the captain and to the major to also be able to store all of the USB drives and the hard drive in my locked drawer, also for an extra security measure.
Okay, all right. I see that we'd have Investigator Lane here. Sir, if you could come up. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
He's like, I'm not getting paid enough. $15,000 for this is not enough.
I do.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and your affiliation with Prison Break Investigations?
Billy Lane, owner and chief investigator of Prison Break Investigations.
All right, thank you, sir. I did see that your notice that you provided regarding the distribution or providing the discovery. You provided the hard copies and the USB with the digital and the USB with the depositions of the 2 detectives.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, sir. And when you met with Ms. Boone on Saturday, again, I don't want to go into any specifics, but were there any issues accessing any of those USB drives or any of the files?
Not at the progression in which we made through the files.
Okay.
I will be happy to let you know.
All right, very good. But as of right now, there's been no issues as to access from what you've reviewed.
So no delays.
Okay, all right. State, do you have any questions for Mr. Lane?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Lane?
In regards to the drives,
Correct, based on what was teed up for hearing today, which was addressing your review of the USB jump drive, which contains the state's digital evidence.
Mr. Lane, are you able to briefly meet with me downstairs after this concludes?
I'm not sure if that's permissible with the policies and procedures. If not, I'm going to try and schedule a meeting with you.
Okay.
Any other questions for him, ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can he be released?
Yes.
All right, state.
Your Honor,
Thanks, sir, appreciate you.
He's like, please. He's out. He be gone.
Okay. The next, ma'am, is your letter from August 7th to Captain DiGiovanni, which is the court has had the opportunity to read. I believe that we have a representative from the Orange County Jail who's appearing virtually. If you could please unmute yourself and turn on your camera, whoever it is that may be appearing from the Orange County Jail. I have a Administrative Sergeant De Jesus on the link.
Good afternoon, Judge. This is Captain Gina DiGiovanni with Orange County Corrections. I'm the captain of the Female Detention Center. And yes, I have Administrative Sergeant Stephanie De Jesus with me.
All right, very good.
I also want to make it clear that I have Orange County Corrections Department Legal Counsel Scott Chevenel on the phone with me.
Okay, very good. If all of you can, if the Captain DiGiovanni and Sergeant De Jesus, if you could please, I only see you, Captain. If Sergeant De Jesus can come into frame, we'll have Madam Clerk swear you in. If you both can raise your right hands.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
All right. Could you both state your names for the record for me again?
Administrative Sergeant Stephanie De Jesus. Captain Gina DiGiovanni, Security Operations, Female Detention Center, Phoenix Facility, Genesis Facility.
And can I get appearances for legal counsel for the Department of Corrections, please?
Scott Chevenel, County Attorney's Office, representing the Department of Corrections.
Okay. All right. Very good. Captain, have you had the opportunity to review Ms. Boone's August 7th letter regarding some of the requests that she has in this case?
Yes, and if it's okay with you, Judge, I'd like to address each request one by one. Do you have a copy of the letter?
I do, and we can proceed with the
Judge wants to drive
7 different items that she has requested. So if you
actually, so with number 1, the request to have her review time extended, I can make the extension in the following fashion. We'd still have to collect the laptop at 4 p.m. This gives the staff and supervisors the ability to conduct the afternoon head count, conduct the meal dinner service, conduct the shift change, and then the evening head count. I am willing to allow her Sunday through Thursday to get the laptop and the USB drives from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Friday night and Saturday night from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. That is more than the requested time that she has asked for additional viewing.
Ma'am, do you understand the extension that's being provided by the Orange County Jail regarding the laptop that on Sundays through Thursdays, additional time from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Fridays and Saturdays, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m.?
Correct, with them collecting it at the normal 4 p.m. time.
Correct.
Yes.
All right, do you have any questions regarding that extension?
I do not.
Okay, is that acceptable?
Very much.
All right, moving to the next issue, Captain, the USB drive security.
Number 2, USB drives. It's a matter of security. The metal tips, the
Can be sharpened.
drive itself can be fashioned into something other than what it's originally intended for. These items are secured in a secure control room and inventoried by our supervisors on every single shift. They're also inventoried and acknowledged being in good working order and repair by my DSTs, the escorting officer, and my supervisors. So there's at this point, unless directed by legal counsel or consultation with legal counsel, I believe that these drives are secure and managed. This, by the way, is the same way it's managed by other facility captains, that you get a viewing period and then everything gets secured and inventoried.
Ma'am, do you have any questions with regard to the USB drive request in your letter and the position of corrections regarding it being a matter of security and how the USB drives are secured, controlled, inventoried, and confirmed to be in good working order?
I understand the process. My only concern is if I'm able to have my hard copy of 2 full boxes of my discovery, I'm not sure why, other than the fact that the assumption could be made that it could be made into something other than a USB drive. And I'm trying to avoid any further leaks of information that could possibly be suppressed or utilized in my case. So I didn't know if I could have my hard copies. I'm unclear, other than those reasons why I cannot have those as well.
To the extent you're able to answer that question.
And I would just chip in that, obviously there's safety issues, and you can definitely distinguish between, paper copies and anything made out of metal, which is what the captain just testified to. That's the problem, it sounds like to me, is anything that could be a safety hazard is an issue for us.
Because other people have access to it if she stores it in her dorm.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions regarding
They
the
can make something out of it.
Corrections Department position with regard to the USB drives?
What was the outcome?
It sounds like unless I've missed something, it sounds like the Orange County Jail is going to continue with their protocol of storing, inventorying, and keeping the USB drives in accordance with the procedure as provided to you and read to you in open court.
And that's due to metal?
That's due to the reasons that were already identified. The matter of security regarding the drive being fashioned in a way that may affect security, and it continues to ensure that those drives are secured, controlled, inventoried, and in good working order. Do you have any questions?
Could you please provide the last name of Scott, the legal counselor, please?
I'll spell that, Judge. Shevenell.
Expect a letter.
One more time, please.
Counselor.
Shevenell.
Thank you.
Shevenell?
With regard to the third request is to a classroom, Captain DiGiovanni.
So that classroom is a multi-purpose classroom. It's used by programs and chaplain services. I cannot allow the use of a classroom. What I can offer is, if the defendant is willing, I can move her to a housing unit and place her in a secure cell where no one will disturb her, and she can review and conduct case review. She will still have access to a shower. She will still have access to open day room time. She will still have access to phones, but the review and her location will be in a secured housing location where she would be the only person in the cell.
She's in the hole. Solitary.
Ms. Boone?
Captain, is this Lima dorm?
K dorm.
Kilo. So my only options are being moved to the maximum security dorm or my bunk.
K dorm is no longer a maximum security. It's a multi-purpose area with inmates of varying needs being secured and housed there.
So it is not the maximum dorm any longer?
That's correct.
And I'm unable to utilize the classroom for an hour or two per day while it's dark the entire?
That's correct.
And if I may ask, other than it being accessed on a rare occasion of the 2 classes that do participate in that classroom,
She's throwing shade.
why is it that I'm unable to sit and be viewed by the officers at all times in my dorm comfortably to be able to utilize the phones on a regular basis, the day room on a regular basis, to be able to go outside to recreation, to have just for fresh air? How is that? I'm not understanding specifically why the reason is it has to be so extreme from going to being locked behind a door 24 hours a day to not being able to just utilize the classroom for an hour or two per day.
Ma'am, you will still retain your rights as an inmate and have access to all the services and day room time that you currently have during the same operational hours. And instead of having to move items from a housing area into a classroom where the officer may have line of sight, I cannot guarantee that my officer will have continuous unfettered access to you to ensure the safety and security of that classroom while something may potentially occur in the housing unit. So as a matter of security to the rest of the inmates in the housing unit that you are currently assigned, my staff and the facility, I can make the accommodation where I could put you in a single person cell where you would have unfettered access, uninterrupted access to your case material, and still have my officers in the housing area where if you had a question or you wanted to take your shower during normal day room time, you would be able to do so.
I've been in a situation where I have been behind the closed doors also when I was made PC when I first got to Orange County Corrections Department, and if it's anything like that, I do not ever want to have that experience again. And to be honest with you, forgive me, Captain, but I do not believe that it would be this simplified, and nonetheless, I'm behind a closed door for 24 hours.
23.
Is there anything that I can do, any kind of research or further explanation in order for me to try to still be able to utilize my dorm, which is general population dorm, where I do have friends and I do have some type of comfort there, in order for me to be able to access the classroom, or simply are my options from working on my bunk or to the extreme of being behind a closed door for 24 hours? Captain?
Judge, I'm going to object to that question. It calls for her to speculate at this point as to what all the other alternatives may be. She's simply here to, responding as to this particular request, and now she's asking her this kind of this broad, general question about alternatives.
The objection is sustained.
Wow. We learned what sustained mean last time, right, Sarah? This is rough.
In regards to number 4,
painful.
Earphones or headphones, I would need to consult with legal because I don't know what the ramifications of that is. We've not had a pro se inmate ask for earbuds or headphones. I would have to defer to legal counsel and my chain of command for guidance in that request. With regards to number 5, internet access. Again, we've not had a pro se inmate, or at least not one that I've been responsible for, request internet access without limits. So again, I need to refer to legal counsel with legal counsel and my chain of command to get guidance on that. Regarding number 6, a word program, we've not had a pro se inmate, again, myself, that requested access to a word program. I would need to consult counsel, legal counsel, and my chain of command for guidance before we can make a response. Number 7, telephone access. In her statement here, as you are aware, my dorm contains payphones only and are limited to only 15 minutes per call, which are collect. I need to be able to communicate on a regular, normal phone to make all necessary calls. Hold on, I'm turning the page. For my case to use in trial. I have no other way to contact anyone that is not collect, which incredibly, I believe that diminishes. I don't know what the other word is here. If not all of my opportunities to properly prepare. The phone system that we currently have in the jail for the inmates to access is as is. I don't have the ability to make any modifications.
So still 15-minute limit to
Number
payphone
8,
call
discovery
only.
hard copies. It seems that Ms. Boone already has access to her hard copies. The concern I have to do now is do some research with legal and my chain of command, because that quantity of paper can potentially become a fire hazard. And we have standards in place. And Judge, I'm not certain if you're familiar with the Florida Model Jail standards, but the quantity of paper is actually the problem. So we may have to come back to the table for a different type of resolution regarding the 2 cases of paper discovery.
All right. Ma'am, do you have any questions regarding Captain Giovanni's and the Orange County Jail's position with regard to the earphones, headphones, internet usage, word processor,
She has the same question about all of them.
and the concern regarding the hard copies and it being a fire hazard?
I do, and I was also including number 3, the classroom utilization. I just want to make it clear and in open court that I want to have the understanding with everyone that it is an option of mine to decide to remain on my bunk with this discovery in the laptop, and it is or my option to be moved, but I have the ability to make that decision.
Judge, I have no objection to that. I am not looking to impede anybody's ability to access to a general population housing unit. I was simply offering an option that would be amenable to security and potentially Ms. Boone.
I think they're bending over backwards for her.
Am I able to proceed?
You can.
So for my understanding right now, you need to speak to your legal counselor in regards to the headphones, the internet, the Word program, and the discovery hard copies, which I already have. Is that correct?
Word program shouldn't be a problem.
And telephone access.
Oh.
You want unfettered telephone access, if I read your letter correctly.
Reasonably, I would like to have access to a regular phone. It could be 1, maybe 2 times a week where I save all of my calls for a particular day. I'm always up for solutions,
So
just
I'm gonna
whatever it
have
is
the
that I
burner
can
phone
do in
turned
order
off
to
that
progress
day.
properly and expeditiously. I'm trying to do so by having this where I am confused why this was not all solidified prior to the implementation of the laptop. So I'm waiting for whatever it is that I can do to fully access and become a pro se defendant and inmate. Do you know when, how long the deadline might be for the open-ended items that I would be waiting for?
Judge, this is Scott. I mean, I'll chip in with the legal piece. The legal piece of it is simply that she's a pro se inmate. She's not the first pro se inmate that the jail has had. We've had several. And the issue is whether or not there's any constitutional or statutory violation with what we provide pro se inmates. And I would argue that there's not. She has access to the court as required by the law. Everything she wants is over and above what our typical stance is for pro se inmates, and all those policies are in place for a reason. But somehow she wants to go beyond that, and she wants all this extra consideration, more than anybody has ever been given, frankly. And at the end of the day, again, it's a constitutional question. Is it a violation of her constitutional rights, the restrictions we have in place? And I would tell you it's not.
Is that a position, Counselor, that you're taking today? Because Captain DiGiovanni had stated she needed to consult with legal counsel as to the issues of the headphones, internet, word processing, telephone issues. Is that the position that you're taking today, or is that something you need to further investigate to have a final position as to that?
No, that's my piece of it from the legal end. Now, of course, she's got to talk to her folks as far as the security end of it, because a lot of those things are in place because of security concerns. But from a legal concern, I can easily answer that today. And the answer again is, legally she's allowed access to the court and all these other things that she wants. And really, and I'll tell you what the case law says. The case law says if she's pro se, she's entitled to get, a paper, a pencil, and some stamps and some envelopes and those types of things. The idea that she wants unfettered access with the phone and she wants to make calls all day and night. At the end of the day, I'll also say there's case law out there that says, she's gone through, I think, 8 attorneys in this case, and she had several attorneys appointed to her case, and she's kind of put herself in this position today. And the case law is not real favorable to folks that put themselves in that position.
The attorney
Ma'am,
needs
do you
to
have any
to
other
start by saying
argument
breaker,
with
breaker,
regard to
19.
these requests
He sounds like
as
he's on
to
his
the
CV.
headphones, internet, word processor, or telephone?
So my understanding is that I'm being penalized by Orange County Corrections Department because of their misunderstanding in regards to my, in quotes, 8 attorneys prior. Is that why I'm unable to have anything in order for myself to properly represent myself as a pro se defendant and inmate of the Orange County Corrections Department?
I'm not going to answer that
question. Not being penalized, just the opposite. She's being treated like every other pro se inmate in the institution. She's not being penalized at all. She wants consideration over and above what everybody else has.
If I may please, what is over and above? What other pro se inmates, what is it that they've asked for?
Nobody else has a laptop.
I don't see how they could successfully even represent themselves without internet and a regular working phone. And I'm pretty sure that they were not able to complete their case in the successful outcome that they were hoping for by being provided simply papers and pens.
She's hot. She's angry. This is terrible.
I'm not sure if she's asking me a question. I don't know if I'm a witness in this case or if she's trying to ask me a question.
I'm not. You're just simply the attorney for one of the participants, sir. If you're under no obligation to answer that question. You are just providing your legal position with regard to the Ms. Boone's demands and requests.
Their demands.
Requests. And I'm not sure who it might be that could answer my question, please, in regards to what prior or present other pro se defendants and inmates have requested, so I might have a guideline of something to go with forward. And I, again, do not know what is above and beyond simply asking for more than paper and pens in order to properly and rightfully and lawfully represent myself.
Counselor, to the extent you want to respond to that, you can.
I mean, Judge, like I said, we've got tons of pro se inmates that have come through, that are there right now, that have come through the jail, and they get standard treatment. And she wants a lot of things that are over and above that. For instance, again, unfettered phone calls. She wants to keep things in her cell that she can't normally keep, that they wouldn't allow folks to keep. So there's a lot of issues. I mean, that's a wide open question. But, can I speak to everything that everybody's got in the past? How many pro se inmates we've had that have come through the institution? No, but I can tell you that, we could probably find plenty of examples, if need be, as to what people have received in the past. And it's nothing close to what she's requiring or requesting today.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to your state, do you have any position with regard to any of these matters we've addressed? Okay, thank you. All right, ma'am. So with regard to your request, as to the laptop, this jail will be able to accommodate your request, and those extensions will be provided as placed previously on the record. With regard to your request to hold the USB drives in your own personal lockup, for the reasons identified by counsel Chevenel, it's a matter of security, and the protocol which secures, controls, inventories, and ensures in good working order the USB drives will be complied with, so that request will not be accommodated. Your request for a classroom similarly cannot be accommodated for the reasons identified by Captain DiGiovanni on the record. However, there is an alternative housing offer that can be provided for you. With regard to your request for headphones, that has been rejected and denied by virtue of legal counsel's argument and what is being provided to you. With regard to the internet, word processor, and telephone, again, for the reasons that counsel for Orange County has identified, those cannot be provided to you. The court does note that you do have the services of an investigator, and JAC provided you $10,000 and $1,000 for travel for your investigator. To the extent, as requested for the purposes of internet, for locating witnesses and experts, you have a personal private investigator that can utilize.
A secretary.
Who can do that for you. I know you made requests previously to look at your phone to find contacts and information. You also have a private investigator who would accomplish some of those tasks for you. And those can be communications and conversations between yourself and your investigator as to who and when and where and what persons you might be able to seek to find. So for those reasons regarding the headphones, internet, word processor, and telephone, based on arguments of counsel for Orange County, I'm unable to accommodate those requests. The jail is unable to accommodate those requests, and those requests will not be provided. With regard to the hard copies, that's going to have to be a matter, if it needs to be addressed, it can be readdressed with regard to the potential fire hazard. Captain DiGiovanni, would that still be an issue with regard to the fire hazard based on the amount of paper if Ms. Boone elected to move to the secured housing in the K dormitory?
It's basically the Florida Model Jail Standard 7.12. The officer in charge or designee shall determine what personal items may be kept in the cell or stored with the inmate. However, an inmate shall be allowed to retain a reasonable amount of personal property, including but not limited to his or her legal material, personal hygiene items, writing paper, and writing instrument, and authorized reading materials in reasonable quantities as approved by the officer in charge or designee. Personal items will be kept in an orderly manner, fire potential is reduced by limiting the amount of personal property in the cells. So
This isn't personal property.
it is the sheer volume of paper.
She's out of line
that is
there.
what I need to conduct an evaluation from. Now, in
Jail's wrong.
Ms. Boone's letter, if you give me one moment.
Discovery, I don't think is personal property. Those are legal paperwork, which the rule states she's allowed to have.
In number 8, discovery hard copies, she writes the following: as I am presently, I can keep these in the permitted property bag discreetly located at my bunk. I will purge the documents I have now and keep only new discovery hard copies. The remaining I can send to the property department and will purge anything already being stored for easy convenience and extra space. I am willing to see what she's going to purge and send to property, but at the end, I have to reduce any fire liability to the building in order to maintain security and safety for the 399 other inmates that I have here, along with the almost 100 or so assigned staff, civilian and certified.
The judge should step up and...
I will also say that pro se inmates in the past have been afforded a second fire retardant property bag, and I'm willing to issue a second fire retardant property bag to accommodate the excess, but anything over and above that, we may have to find an accommodation. And based on the willingness of the letter that Ms. Boone has written, she articulates clearly that she's willing to purge and send to property any paper that's over and above.
Do you have any questions? No, go ahead.
And I can have that second property bag upon her return this evening.
Okay. Ma'am, do you understand the second fire retardant bag that can be provided to you regarding the hard copies of the discovery?
I do, and it was already provided to me, but the boxes unfortunately do not fit in the bag, where I did attempt numerous times and even had others try to help me put it in the bag. I also did not know that they were fire retardant bags. I have the one already at my bunk, and I'm in the process of trying to figure out what needs to be purged. I also have my second family law case that I'm trying to be able to obtain those copies at my bunk as well, because of the difficulties of receiving and delivering anything to the property department, which is why I came up with the solution of me trying to purge what I can specifically, to be specifically removed from the jail completely by a friend who can come and pick that up. I was just waiting for this hearing to happen so I can figure out when to tell her to come to do so.
So, is that accommodation acceptable?
It is. I returned the second fire retardant bag, property bag, because I didn't want to have anything extra on top of my extra already. And it is not able to be used for anything that I can put in there, where I already have everything in the boxes in the one bag already being occupied.
Are you satisfied then with regard to the treatment, for lack of a better word, of the hard copies?
What do you mean by that?
Sure. Are you, the procedure for having them stored and where they're kept is identified today, is that acceptable to you?
Meaning I can have them where I have them now?
That's my understanding.
Judge, may I say something here?
Sure.
Okay, and thank you for allowing me the interruption. The cardboard boxes are not authorized by the fire marshal. The fire retardant bags are. So the documents are going to have to come out of the cardboard box and into the fire retardant bags.
Ms. Boone?
I would have to figure that out for the voluminous amount of paperwork that are contained in those two boxes. And there is no way to organize or separate. So it would just be a large mass amount of papers. So if I may, in the meantime, try to come up with some type of organizational structure of those two fire retardant bags with my hard copy discovery enclosed in those. If I could please do so.
Mr. Chavanel,
Captain Giovanni, is there any way we can give her an additional bag or so and she can switch it in and out of property or whatever it may be? Can we provide her an additional bag that may help her to separate her documents?
I could provide the third fire retardant bag, but it's the encroachment into another inmate's area. It's a limited space. But the cardboard box can't remain. And Judge, if you recall my request, I had asked for all of this to be placed on a USB drive so that we would not have the paper in the jail for this very reason.
And I understand that. And Ms. Boone has continued to request the paper copies. And that's why everything was digitized, so that she would have that access to it. Everything has been digitized, but she has continued to request for those, and we're trying to make that accommodation for her as well. Yes.
Scott, if everything's digitized, why do we have to get the paper?
Ooh. That's up to her if she wants paper or not. That's fine.
All right.
It was never my decision to have anything digitized in the first place, and nonetheless, it's being put on a laptop that is not even fully accessible because some of the programs do not work, which I have not had the time yet to continue to go through everything that are on the USB drives. And that being not my decision, and nonetheless, and most important to me, they are limited and restricted to particular time periods. When those laptop times are closed for the day, I can therefore pick up the hard copy discovery, be it in a fire retardant bag or in a cardboard box or whatever else it is that I'm able to keep them there at my bunk. I have that as Plan B when Plan A is closed.
Judge, if I might be able to offer a resolution here.
Okay.
Was the
As this goes on,
the discovery
have we ever seen this happen in any
Ms.
other
Boone
trial?
received, was it just a stack of papers in the box, or was there any type of manila envelope or filing separation system?
I haven't looked at them. I haven't copied them. They were opened in court back in, I think, June 28th when we had the hearing where the court found that Ms. Boone had forfeited her right to court-appointed counsel and alternatively have waived that right by virtue of her conduct. I believe the box was open at that time, and there may be manila folders for some of the items, but I can't speak to all of it. I haven't reviewed it. I'm not able to review it.
Would Ms. Boone be able to indicate whether the paper is free-flowing paper or was it bound in some way?
Ms. Cashman had represented that all staples had been removed and all paper clips had been removed. Ms. Boone?
It is a mass amount of paper.
Are there dividers? Are there manila folders?
There, I believe, are 2 manila envelopes that have contents inside.
And everything else is just free paper?
As far as my understanding is, yes. I've not been able to fully dive into the boxes quite yet because of waiting for information for this. But I can further explore once I return back to the dorm.
I can provide some manila folders without any type of clasp or string in order to get the cardboard boxes out of the building.
I understand, and that would be appropriate. I don't know if I'm limited to a certain amount on top of the specified pen and papers I am able to have. My question is, I would like to know also, please, for the reasonable quantities that you quoted earlier in regards to the amount of paper, is that the definition that you provided, is that for the enclosed housing area, or is this also for general population?
Ma'am, I'm responsible for, based on the Florida Model Jail Standards, to reduce the amount of paper clutter in all living spaces. It's not specific to just your housing unit.
Thank you.
Captain DiGiovanni, does that now can she switch out and get things out of the property within reason if there's additional documents in her property?
Through the request form, if she, we're going to authorize the second fire retardant bag. We're going to offer some manila envelopes without a metal clasp or string so that she could get everything into the fire retardant bags. And then we're going to remove the cardboard boxes, which are what becomes is the fire risk, because it is not authorized or recognized as a fire retardant item based on the fire marshal. The only thing that they consider fire retardant is the bag, and again, I will provide that. And then anything in excess, she could send to the property room. Well, and then upon her need for it, she could write a request to the property room, and the property room will bring it over. But she'll have to swap it out. I'm amenable, I'm amenable to her keeping her documentation. I'm not looking to take anything away from her, but it has to be in accordance with, fire marshal and policy.
I understand. And I would be happy to comply with the extra bag and the manila envelopes for separators in regards to that.
So, ma'am, if the jail was to provide you those manila folders for the hard copies and a third fire retardant bag, is that acceptable?
It is, if I do conclude that I need anything additional in order for them to be able to be held together in regards to some type of rubber band or some elastic, something to be able to bind the paperwork together. Is that a possibility?
No rubber bands or anything.
I didn't hear the question.
You may have to speak more clearly into the microphone in front of you, ma'am.
Would I be able to, please, if I needed to have a type of rubber band or some kind of elastic in order to bind?
No.
And I know, Captain, that you are aware the courtroom is not in regards to the property bags that you all do supply. There's no rigidity to them whatsoever. It's just a floppy bag. So when you pick that up, everything goes in the middle. So there's no type of there's no way of actually being able to make sure that one pile stays in the one pile and so on and so forth. Do you have any suggestions other than manila folders that I might be able to utilize in order to keep those together?
The purpose of the manila envelopes is that you would put the paper in the manila envelope, and that manila envelope would keep the paper in order.
Okay, so they're envelopes, not folders.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you? And is there anything else we need to address with regard to the hard copies?
Not in regards to the hard copies, no.
Okay, all right.
We've got other things, I
guess. Is there anything else, ma'am, that we need to address today, Ms. Boone?
Yes, please, if I may conclude with the remaining amount of questions that I have in regards to my requests.
Sure.
Is it Mr. Shebamel?
Yes.
Could you please provide me with the protocol or policy that you all have a guideline for me to follow, please, in regards to what previous pro se inmates may have had access to and be able to utilize? Do you have anything in writing as a hard copy?
We'll have to check on that. Are you making a public records request?
I'm sorry?
Yes. Are you making a public records request?
I'm unclear of your question. I was just asking if Orange County Corrections Department had any type of guideline that you are accusing me of going above and beyond, other than the pen and paper. So I didn't know if you had a policy or process in, if you have a pro se packet, like JAC has a pro se packet. Does Orange County provide something like that?
You'd have to ask the jail that question. I don't know. I advise from a legal standpoint, and I can certainly tell the jail what the legal standard is. I'm not going to advise you as to what the law is, but I'll certainly advise the jail as to what the legal standard is.
Yes, please.
I don't
Captain,
work
would
for
be
you, is what he just
responding
said.
to you in regards to that or following up with you, or Sergeant DeJesus?
Ma'am, we don't have any access to that. I don't know anything about what other inmates that are currently pro se get other than that laptop and the information transferred to a USB drive.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And Mr. Shebamel, you repeated that I have access to the court. Could you please define to me what your access to the court is for me?
Yeah, I'm going to object. I'm not a witness in this case. I'm really counsel for the jail, so it's really not appropriate to ask me questions. I know I've entertained a few, but I'm really not required to answer any.
Ma'am, he's not in a position to answer those questions.
Could you please answer who might be able to? Because I am in desperate need to view the case docket, which requires internet, and I am still waiting for any documents that you have mailed to me. I am unprepared, it seems, every single time now sitting here at the counselor's table with not the same information and opportunity and advantage as everyone else in the courtroom because I'm waiting for the mail. So I didn't know if anyone had any other suggestion of how I might be able to receive those more expeditiously and in a timely fashion so I can be prepared in order to properly defend myself in apparently more than one way for every time that I'm here in the courtroom and something new is presented to me as a surprise. So I'm just trying to avoid those.
Items will continue to be mailed to you at the appropriate address as required by the rules of judicial administration and general practice.
So if I may please clarify, my understanding is the only way that I can receive anything is through United States Postal Service.
I'm not going to answer that question because that would be me potentially providing you legal advice. But what I can tell you is that items will still continue to be mailed to you as required by those rules.
If I may please just make sure that everyone is aware that I cannot be properly prepared, as you can see now and prior. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware and understands that.
Ma'am, for the reasons that we've discussed previously, I understand that. You're entitled to that opinion as to your pro se representation of yourself. Anything else that we need to address today? Ma'am?
Yes, please. I have a motion that I would like to submit, please.
Okay. Is there anything else that the jail needs to participate in with regard to this hearing?
Captain, would I be following up with you, or who would I be speaking to when I return to the dorm?
In regards to what?
I'm wondering in regards to the guideline and when and how the discovery hard copies, will the property bags be waiting for me when I return?
I will take care of that with my supervisors that are on shift.
Yes.
We will need the cardboard box so that we can dispose of that properly.
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, do you know why it was not approved prior when a supervisor was the one who delivered it to me?
I have no information about even the amount
She
of
was on
hard
vacation.
copies. I didn't even know that that came into the jail because my conversation has always been that everything would be digitized and that we would have no hard copies so I could be in compliance with the Florida Model Jail Standards, Orange County Fire Marshal, and our policies and procedures regarding excess amount of paper.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. Thank you very much for your time. And Sergeant DeJesus and Mr. Shabamel.
Okay, are they free to leave?
Yes, thank you.
State? All right, thank you all very much.
All right, they're gone.
Ma'am, you made reference to another motion or something else that you had.
Yes, I have a motion.
Okay, if you can hand it to the deputy behind you. Actually, deputy, can you hand it to the state? State, you can take a look at it and then I will.
They're like, yep, handwritten motion, Judge, it's all yours.
Ma'am, give me a moment to take a look at this.
Judge is fluent in Sarah Boone's script. This might be ruled on summarily. If this case serves as anything, first of all, I do feel bad for Sarah Boone. If this serves as anything, this is just a lesson to everyone as to why you should not be pro se. The difficulties of managing your own case, of calling witnesses, of preparing a defense, reviewing evidence. All this is so difficult to do in custody. It's just not a good idea. Not a good idea. Did that deputy just get kicked out?
Court has been provided a motion for payment of costs and appointing a neuropsychologist to assist the defendant in preparation of the defense. State, I don't think we can have a hearing on this without JICS.
State takes no position. We don't have anything to do with this.
Okay. Ma'am, I can't have a hearing on this today. I will have to coordinate a hearing with JICS
Schedule
to
another.
have this heard because this is something that involves them.
Right.
And they haven't even had the opportunity to review it yet.
And they are copied on that as well.
I do see that, but you're hand filing it with me right now.
Right, thank you.
So the court will file this in the court file, and we'll coordinate a hearing as soon as practical with regard to this motion, and it'll be heard before the end of this week. Anything else, ma'am?
Just to confirm, please, for the next deadline for my responsibility to meet would be the August 23rd for the objections to
JACS handles the
USB
payments.
drive that they provided.
As identified in the court's order, that is the deadline. The only other deadline, ma'am, is the September 3rd deadline for the viewing of the state's physical evidence, which sounds like that's something that may take place prior to that deadline. As you may recall, you will have 14 days after that evidence viewing to tender any of your objections in writing to the court, 14 days thereafter, and that will be extended for good cause shown. Anything else, State?
Nothing, State.
Ma'am, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll return Ms. Boone back to the custody of the Orange County Jail, and we'll coordinate the hearing appropriately. Thank you all very much.
Forgive me. In order possibly for a solution for me to know about the hearing, especially for the one regarding the JAC, is it possible for you please to relay it to Mr. Lane and he can tell me sooner than the mail?
I can certainly do that.
Going forward, so I would have some opportunity quicker than waiting for the mail.
I
If
can
you can't
certainly
tell.
advise him of that, or my office can.
Tell.
Sure.
It's time to go home.
Okay, I understand. All right,
We've
just so,
been on.
so for recap purposes, with regard to
I'll turn it down.
the motions to intervene is first addressed this afternoon.
Pause
the
the
court
music.
orders that the defendant has failed to meet the burden of producing evidence and proving by a greater weight of the evidence that closure is necessary as required by Miami Herald Publishing Co. versus Lewis, 426 Southern 2nd, 1 at pinpoint 8 by the Florida Supreme Court in 1982. As such, the defendant's requested closure of the state's physical evidence viewing with the state and defendant set for September 3, 2024 at 9 a.m. is denied. With regard to the other items that were discussed today, defendant and state agreed to an alternative arrangement as placed on the record on August 14, 2024 regarding the viewing of the state's physical evidence as tendered in open court on August 9, 2024. The state shall prepare for all parties to execute a notice reflecting when the evidence viewing took place and the length of time that the evidence viewing took place. The state shall file with the court the executed notice after the viewing of the state's physical evidence takes place. Defendant's request regarding extending the laptop time has been agreed to by Orange County. The times have been extended as follows: Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. This is in addition to the times outlined in the memorandum from the Orange County Corrections Department Security Operations, which was previously provided to Ms. Boone and read to Ms. Boone. Defendant's request regarding the discovery that was provided to the court on June 28, 2024, and keeping that discovery in defendant's possession was addressed to defendant's satisfaction on the record on August 14, 2024, and the balance of defendant's requests cannot be accommodated for the reasons placed on the record on August 14, 2024. Ms. Boone, you'll be given a hard copy or hand-delivered a copy of these orders momentarily.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? Anything else, ma'am? All right,
There
thank
we
you
go.
very much.
They're done. They're done. We're all done. Oh my goodness. I told you, it's a long day. It's been a long day. Yes. I'm ready to maybe get some lunch or breakfast or whatever it is I missed. Mountain Dew was good, but I'm ready for actual sustenance. We're going to be all done and call it a day. Tomorrow morning, we're starting, somebody tell me, is it 9 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Mountain with the bad neighbor case? And then we're going to pick up, probably a little bit delayed, the start and catch up what's happening tomorrow as they start, they start noon Eastern time, right? Is that right? They start noon on Eastern time? Anyway, my brain is just full. Somebody will tell me on the text message. Thank you to all those generous people who gifted memberships today. Ivan, you led the pack, I think, on that one. Bug Duggar, thank you as well. I think I got everybody on their chats. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. Which will be tomorrow morning. It's been a long day. I don't know what time it is in Sweden. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. You guys, have a good one. I'm going to there's still some light. I might go outside, get some fresh air, check in on the kids, all that stuff. I'm ignoring you. Yes, I'm ignoring. I saw there's Ashley Benefield. We'll cover that later. We'll see you guys. Have a good one.